Motivational leadership.
स्कॉच फाउंडेशन को और उसके सभी पदाधिकारियों को हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि इस पुरस्कार के लिए उनने मेरा चयन किया है।
Mr. Samir Kocher's book on Modinomics is being released today. We've just had the benefit of listening to him. I must say he's a very blunt man.
He is really a very resourceful person.
मैं फिर से धन्यवाद देती हूँ कोचर जी को, क्योंकि उन्होंने अपनी मेहनत, अपनी लगन से, मैंने अपनी मर्जी से यहाँ आए हैं अपनी टीम के साथ। उन्होंने अपनी जिंदगी का 3 पूरे दिन हमको दिया है।
Venkaiah Naidu is getting SKOCH Lifetime Achievement Award.
Thank you very much, Samir ji, for this opportunity. You said I've attended, this is my 3rd event at SKOCH.
नीचे से उठ करके ऊपर आने वाले समीर कोचर।
समीर कोचर जी मेरे बहुत अच्छे मित्र हैं।
I congratulate Shri Samir Kocher.
Thank you to Samir Kocher for putting together.
स्कॉच ग्रुप का जो रिपोर्ट आया है वो बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है जी। उसने कहा कि पिछले 10 साल में हर वर्ष 5 करोड़ पर्सन ईयर रोजगार जनरेट हुआ है और उन्होंने 22 चीजों को लिया है पैरामीटर के रूप में। ये करना है तो कितने पर्सन ईयर आवर चाहिए, कितने पर्सन आवर चाहिए, ये करके उन्होंने कहा। उसके आधार पर उसने निकाला हुआ है, यानी आधार एकेडमिक बराबर रिसर्च करके निकाला हुआ है। अब ये सारी चीजें धरती पर दिखती भी है, ऐसा नहीं कि कागजों में दिखती है। मैं वो नॉन गवर्नमेंट जो अलग अलग व्यवस्थाएं हैं उससे जो बातें थी उसकी मैं कर रहा हूँ।
बिल्कुल।
आपने स्कॉच का रिपोर्ट पढ़ा होगा और मैं चाहता हूं कि आपका टीवी चैनल ने स्कॉच के रिपोर्ट पर डिटेल में स्टडी करना चाहिए और टीवी डिबेट करना चाहिए। उन्होंने सरकार की कोई 20-22 स्कीम का डिटेल एनालिसिस किया है और कितने पर्सन ईयर आवर इस देश में उपलब्ध हुए इसका पूरा आंकड़ा है। उन्होंने कहा भाई 4 करोड़ घर बनाने चाहिए तो कितने आवर लगते हैं, मतलब इतने लोगों को रोजगार मिलता है। वैसे उन्होंने 22 जगह ऐसे अलग अलग पैरामीटर पड़ेगा और उन्होंने कहा 50 करोड़ लोगों को ये इसका बेनिफिट हुआ है। दूसरा, हमने मुद्रा योजना निकाली, बिना गारंटी हम बैंक लोन देते, यानी शायद 23,000 करोड़ या समथिंग अबाउट है, या 23 लाख करोड़, 23 लाख करोड़। उसमें फर्स्ट टाइमर 80% है। उसने कोई अपना कारोबार शुरू किया, 1 या 2 को तो उसने काम दिया ही होगा, तब जा करके चलता है। स्टार्टअप कभी हजारों थे, आज लाखों है, किसी को रोजगार मिला होगा। अगर मानो 1000 किलोमीटर रोड बनता है तो जितने लोगों को काम मिलता है, तो 2000 किलोमीटर रोड बनता है तो ज़्यादा लोगों को मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा। तो आज रोड डबल बन रहे हैं, रेल डबल हो रही है, इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन डबल हो रहा है, टावर मोबाइल के आज हिंदुस्तान के हर कोने में पहुंच रहे हैं, तो लोगों को काम मिलता होगा तब होता होगा ना। और इसलिए एक भ्रम फैलाया जा रहा है, झूठ फैलाया जा रहा है, और हमें स्वरोजगार की तरफ जाना होगा।
बात है कि अभी अभी मेरे हिसाब से रोजगार के जो रिकॉर्ड आए हैं, कल ही के स्कॉच ने एक रिपोर्ट दिया है, 10 साल में जो माइक्रो फाइनेंस हुआ है, इस माइक्रो फाइनेंस के कारण जो रोजगार उपलब्ध हुआ है, क्या उसको आप रोजगार नहीं मानेंगे? केंद्र की 10-12 जो योजना ऐसी हैं जिसके आधार पर उन्होंने एनालिसिस किया कि भाई एक घर बनता है तो कितने पर्सन आवर्स रोजगार मिलता होगा। पहले मैन आवर्स कहते थे, अब जेंडर न्यूट्रल दुनिया हो गई तो पर्सन आवर बोलते हैं। तो कहते हैं भी 5 करोड़ पर्सन ईयरली उनका हुआ है, यानी अपने नौकरी जनरेट हुई है। अब ये आंकड़ा बहुत बड़ा है।
लेडीज़ एंड जेंटलमैन, नमस्कारम। आप सभी का स्वागत करते हैं, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन, आभार यहाँ आने के लिए। और इससे पहले हम अपने आज के कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाएं, आप सभी से निवेदन है एक बार आपके मोबाइल फ़ोन ज़रूर चेक कर लें। Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to kindly have a look. If your mobile phones are not on silent mode, I request all of you to kindly put it on silent mode, please. Ladies and gentlemen, namaskaram, good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you. Well, it's such a pleasure and honor to see India's brightest policymakers, luminaries, practitioners and experts from the different field of importance gathered here to adorn 99th SKOCH Summit, Economic Markers and Intelligence. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. Thank you so much for your valuable presence here. SKOCH Summits, ladies and gentlemen, have invariably created knowledge-sharing platforms of top-notch thinkers, policymakers, and industry leaders. SKOCH Summits, as we all know, are well-researched. Given the primary strength of the company in areas of consultancy, research, assessments, and public affairs, we are able to bring together the highest number of emergent and existing opportunities together to share and to ideate and to move forward. And today we will be having some keynote addresses by various exponents present here, panel discussions which are illuminating and insightful, and our most prestigious SKOCH Awards. देवियों सज्जनों, विकसित भारत 2047 में अपनी स्वतंत्रता की शताब्दी तक देश को एक विकसित इकाई में बदलने की भारत सरकार की महत्वाकांक्षी दृष्टि का प्रतिनिधित्व करता है। इस मुहिम में आप शामिल हैं, मैं शामिल हूँ, हम जैसे बहुत से लोग शामिल हैं और कई संगठन भी शामिल हैं। आर यूथ इन्वॉल्व्ड, आर गवर्नमेंट, आर बैंक्स, एंड टू टॉक मोर अबाउट additionally on this, may please call upon days Dr. Saurabh Garg, Secretary, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. I request Dr. Saurabh Garg to kindly join us on the days. Thank you so much, sir. I welcome you. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Garg has held key positions, including Secretary of Social Justice and Empowerment and CEO of Unique Identification Authority of India. He played a pivotal role in enhancing Aadhaar's technology infrastructure and driving digital solutions for agriculture and farmers' welfare in Odisha. Dr. Garg brings rich expertise in public policy, digital transformation, and economic development. We also have the valuable presence of Mr. Bharat Lal, Secretary General, CEO, National Human Rights Commission, NHRC. He earlier served as a Secretary to Lokpal of India and was founding mission director of Jal Jeevan Mission, a multi-billion initiative to ensure clean tap water for every household by 2024. He has extensive experience in water management, having led reforms in drinking water and sanitation sectors in Gujarat. He also worked closely with Prime Minister on managing the COVID-19 pandemic. Sir, I welcome you. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have the gracious presence of Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Special Chief Secretary, Department of Information Technology, Electronics and Communications, Government of Telangana. Sir would be joining us on Zoom today. He is involved in developing policy frameworks, attracting new investment, identifying opportunities for utilizing IT in various government processes, and promoting the digital empowerment of a citizen. He has steered digital transformation of the state. He has worked in diverse sectors like tribal development, natural resources management, poverty alleviation, and other related social development sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage we have valuable presence of Mr. Tanmay Bhargav, Partner Risk Advisory, KPMG India. He has over 22 years of experience in forensics, banking and financial services and project finance, both within and outside India. He has led and participated in several large and complex engagements involving financial crime investigation, bribery and corruption cases and fraud risk management. He brings with him expertise and experience of dealing with regulators and law enforcement agencies. Mr. Tanmay Bhargav, we welcome you on the stage. Thank you so much for joining. We also have the very wonderful and beautiful presence of Ms. Radha Ebrol, Managing Director, Accenture. She is responsible for end-to-end delivery of clients in her portfolio. She is an accomplished finance leader with 28 years of diverse experience across domains and industries. Accenture, Microsoft, American Express, Coca-Cola, Tupperware, and PwC. She has rich knowledge in strategy, finance, compliance, and operation. Ma'am, we welcome you. Thank you so much for joining. Last but not the least, we also have a very valuable presence of Mr. Samir Kochar, Chairman, SKOCH Group. सर एक सुधारक हैं, इतिहासकारक हैं, स्कॉच ग्रुप के चेयरमैन हैं, 20 से अधिक आप खंड और पुस्तकें लिख चुके हैं. इसमें सबसे प्रशंसित पुस्तक मॉडिनोमिक्स है और हाल ही में उनकी एक और पुस्तक, एक और किताब चर्चा में आई है. उनके काम को विश्व स्तर पर सराहा गया है और अनेक दिग्गजों द्वारा उनको समर्थन और प्रशंसा प्राप्त है. सर, आपका भी हम बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, with this I request everyone in the house to kindly rise for national anthem. आप सभी से निवेदन है, आप राष्ट्र प्रेम की भावना सहित अपने स्थान पर सर्वसम्मति से खड़े हो जाएं. आप सभी से निवेदन है, आप शांत खड़े रहें. देवियों सज्जनों, अब राष्ट्रगान होगा.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा. विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा. तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मागे. गाहे तव जय गाथा. जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And with this, to begin with, I request Samir Kochar, Chairman SKOCH, to kindly deliver the welcome address, sir.
Namaskar. 30 साल हो गए. I was 30 years old when I started doing Scotch summits. I am 60 today, and we are on the 99th Scotch summit. And given the fact that I am a reform historian as well, and I have been in the generation which has come up through the license permit Raj, who stood in the ration ka line, stood even in the kerosene ka line, to where we are today. So, you know, your perspective tends to be somewhat different. And every 2 years since liberalization, there is a मौसम. तो इस वक्त हर 2 साल क्या मौसम होता है, जैसे साल में कभी अचार का मौसम होता है, कभी गर्मी का मौसम होता है, तो 2 साल बाद एक मौसम आता है जिसको बोलते हैं भारत की बुराई करने का मौसम. So when all these global indices start coming out, and you know there is this India narrative, which is what is wrong with India, that analysis keeps getting done in great detail. So when you look at global news, you are able to find out some kind of a view that the world has, or a narrative that is trying to being built. So there's a good thing and a bad thing. The bad thing, of course, is it leaves a bad taste, you know, because most of this is something that you disagree with. The good thing is that at the least you know what is coming at you, because what is coming next is the COP29 negotiations, and Europe has also recently passed a law where they're saying that instead of tariff barriers, now you will actually have carbon tax, and you will have to have a goodness barrier, and you will have to have ethics, and you will have to have human rights, and you will have to have all the bunch of things that were earlier not there as a part of these indices. So therefore, I think India's winning strategy should be to try and define these values, which are very, very global south values, which global north seems to be exporting back to us, put them in the context of global south and tell them कि boss ये तो हम centuries से कर रहे हैं और इसका मायने ये है. So how do we do that? And the fact that India wants to be a developed country by 2047, when we say developed country, it doesn't mean that, you know, it's just a high income company. It is a growth that has to come with job generation. It is a growth that has to be spatially dispersed. No region should be left behind. It has to be sustainable, and it has to be equitable growth for India to truly call itself a developed country. So therefore, for such a developed country, what would be the markers, and what is it that we're going to measure? And you know, I have not minced any words even earlier that, you know, our statistical system really needs to catch up. Indicators are dated, systems are dated. So there is an overall reform that is required, and I am glad to see that with Dr. Garg having taken over MOSPI and the new Statistical Commission, there is a lot of movement in that direction. But जो वो इंडिया का मौसम है वो ये आजकल ऐसा चल रहा है. So you know, if you look at these various indices in e-governance, India is 105 out of 193 countries. I don't think anybody in this room would even believe that. On human development, we are 134. On gender inequality, we are 108. On press freedom, we are 159. Pakistan and Gaza are both ahead of us on press freedom. Sovereign rating is BAA3. Voice and accountability is 49.28. And you know, government effectiveness is 63.21. And you know, for so many years, these indices have been fed into us, and you know, we believe them to be true. No one, either in the government or in the private sector perhaps, has looked at these indices till about a year back when we set up India Center of Excellence for 2047, and we started studying their indices. And we find that there were two fundamental problems with all these global indices. One is that they have cherry-picked indicators. Just to give you 2-3 examples. So India is, all of us know, is a mobile country. It's a mobile internet country. All of us have mobile and we are on internet. Now one key index point is in EGDI is internet penetration, which is only wired. अरे भैया है ही नहीं. Wired तो आप लोग कर रहे हो, आपके पास था ही नहीं mobile. So we went straight to mobile. So how can that result ever be accurate? Okay, then the second indicator that they have is people in secondary education. Now what has that got to do with electronic governance development index? Because here our maids and drivers and the illiterate villagers also use e-governance. There are intermediaries, there are keyboard keyboard savvy, they're digitally literate to be digital functionally literate. How many people you know who can do nothing on a mobile phone? There won't be any. So the parameter itself is incorrect. On top of picking up these parameters, they use deflators. Now these deflators are opinion based. तो क्या आपको मतलब कितने लोग जानते हैं इंडिया में? So I am, let's say, I am a research guy in World Bank and I have 3 friends in India who I used to know 50 years back because that's when I was in India. So I would send a survey and ask them what is your opinion of e-governance in India. And if you can name the respondent, you can actually name the result कि ये ऐसा बोल रहा होगा. So this also is not right, and it is not relevant to global south because the entire India success story is to solve digital at a population scale. So we have public digital infrastructure, we have Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, mobile, DigiLocker, Digi Yatra, you know, this health app that we have, CoWIN app that we have, and all this is relevant to the global south. It is not perhaps relevant to the global north because they don't have a population that large. So all this is not taken into account, and the methodologies are never shared. These are obscure methodologies and hand-picked respondents. So there is a big problem. So given the patriotic zeal with which Scotch works with, we picked up all of these and we said कि इसके अगर इंडिकेटर बदल के ठीक कर दिए जाएं और ओपिनियन को निकाल दिया जाए, and if you just look at the published data and you look at top 10 economies, then you find that in top 10 economies, India's position is pretty good on most of these indicators. अब ये तो हमने कर दिया, but if India's position is this good in top 10 economies, would the other 9 want India to come up? Why would they ever agree to these indicators being changed? So that's the first question. The second question is the index ecosystem globally is very well oiled and it gets funding of billions of dollars. कोई UN funded है, कोई World Bank funded है, कोई private foundations funded है, कोई Soros funded है, कोई Gates funded है. Depending on their own leanings and ideologies, the research comes. And so what happens is whatever research happens in India also happens through research grants of the same institutions. तो सच कैसे निकलेगा? So while there are a lot of funding avenues for countries, developed countries, for think tanks and universities and public intellectuals, there are none in India. So while everybody in the government would want to see this fixed, there is no Vibhag, which is Ministry of Index, because it's cutting across everything. So where is the budget? Who's going to fund this? And to what extent can a country like India fund this? So this is a big challenge. And even if you say कि अच्छा हम consulting पर रख लेते हैं, so suppose I am Ministry of INB or Ministry of IT, and ऐसे कि भाई EGDI के अंदर तो बिल्कुल सरासर झूठ है, इसको fix करना, तो how will I hire? So you typically find that all those deals will go to the Big Four. अरे भैया Big Four ने तो problem create करी थी वहाँ पे. तो जो problem create कर रहे हैं, pardon my saying, so I'm not saying that Big Four is as a part of that system. I'm not saying as a part of Indian system they may be doing it, but they are Big Four and Big Tech are a part of the problem. They are not part of the solution. And our procurement systems, our public procurement systems allow us to hire only those guys and not people like Scotch who are tiny. वो बोलेंगे आपके 50,000 एम्प्लॉई होने चाहिए, भैया हमारे तो 5 हैं. आपकी टर्नओवर 500 करोड़ होनी चाहिए, तो हमारी तो 50 भी नहीं है. तो there is no comparison. So there is no hope in hell of ever getting it and putting together our perspective on this. अब ये कितने गलत है मैं दिखाता हूँ. एक डेमोक्रेसी इंडेक्स आता है, VDEM, सिविल लिबर्टीज. दिस इज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन विच इज बेस्ड इन स्वीडन, वेरी वाइडली फंडेड डूइंग दैट. सो पहला जंप इंडिया में आया था पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस. कभी प्री इंडिपेंडेंस वी वर 0.40 and then it suddenly jumped because we got independence. And then in emergency, I don't know how many of you are old enough to have been through emergency. I am. It was 0.554. And their current report says we are exactly the same today. This is incredibly stupid and impossible. Can you raise your hands who all went through emergency? आप मान सकते हैं ये? रात को उठा के ले जाते थे, फोर्स्ड स्टेरिलाइजेशन होता था बच्चों का। मीडिया के अंदर ब्लैंक पेजेस आ जाते थे, सेंसर हो गया। एंड एज पर वीडम आर सिविल लिबर्टीज आर द सेम एज पीरियड ऑफ इमरजेंसी। नॉर्मली व्हाट हैपेंस इज कि हम इनका देखते हैं कि अच्छा इस साल इंडिया कहां है, इस साल। सो व्हाट वी हैव डन इज इन इंडिया 2047 सेंटर वी चार्टेड ओनली इंडिया, कि आप पिछले 50 साल से इंडिया के बारे में बोल क्या रहे हैं और क्या वो सच हो सकता है क्या। So what I have done, I picked up all the indices and I mapped them together on one graph. Now this VDM comes with two indices, एक civil liberties का है और इनका एक डेमोक्रेसी का इंडेक्स है। तो आप ये देखिए कि VDM says democracy in India is going up but civil liberties are going down. Is that even possible? आपके दो विभाग से आपस में बात करते हैं क्या? सिविल लिबर्टीज आर इनवर्स टू ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट, बिकॉज ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट आप देखिए कि इंडिया की कहां पे रैंक हुई। रिडक्शन इन हंगर इज इनवर्स टू सिविल लिबर्टीज। नाउ आर दीज थिंग्स इवन पॉसिबल? तो इन इंडेक्सेस के सेंस क्या है? सो दैट इज द क्वेश्चन दैट नीड्स टू बी आस्क्ड, बिकॉज their methodologies are seriously flawed, their indicators are seriously flawed, and someone has to give them leadership. And to give that leadership, a lot of resources required. I mean, in billions of dollars worth of magnitude, and very large organizations, maybe groups of organizations are required to fix this. And I don't know whether we can build an institution like that. So, why should you care? Karne burai karne dijiye. So one is that all indices combined form an anti-India narrative. More importantly for businesses and states, it impacts your investments. It serves as non-tariff barrier. जो आप export करते हैं, तो बोलेंगे अच्छा जी इनका generic pharmaceutical तो बहुत अच्छा है, but इनका ना carbon credit खराब है. So therefore you can't export. अरे ये WTO में तो बात नहीं हुई थी, tariff की बात हुई थी सिर्फ. But these new barriers are coming up whether you like or not. So it is very important for India that as these indices evolve today globally, that we have a seat on the table and our global South's leadership voice is heard. It impacts sovereign ratings, it impacts investments, it impacts cost of borrowings, and it diminishes India's true position and respect in the global order. So what are the problems in countering this? So जैसे मैंने बोला, I made this data for 10 top economies. So I spoke to a lot of people in the government, and they said कि अच्छा, but this data to be taken seriously, you should do it for 193 countries, जैसे बाकी के indices करते हैं. तो हमने कहा सर वो तो बड़ी अच्छी बात है, पर ये तनख्वाह के पैसे कौन देगा? कोई बजट नहीं है, किसी के पास नहीं है. So it's a problem, and that problem needs to be addressed. And even after you do this, the results will still be debatable and non-qualitative. कि इससे निकला क्या? And also the fact is India has very little leverage in global bodies as of just now. It has improved substantially over the past 10 years, but it's still not that you can sit on the United Nations table and say we want this done and it will be done. And as I mentioned earlier, that there is no single window of ownership or appetite in the government to see this fixed, and the public procurement process is against intellectual organizations who may be very tiny. आप मतलब हमसे तो पब्लिक टेंडर में आप प्रोक्योर कर ही नहीं सकते, भूल ही दीजिए. हमें ग्रांट व्रांट कुछ दे सकते हैं, वो इतनी कम होती है कि उसमें 2 आदमी को हम नौकरी नहीं दे सकते. So what are the options for India? Relook, discuss and suggest improvement in the current global indices. We have done that over the past 1 year. Create global indices in greenfield areas where they don't exist. We have done that in corporate digital responsibility. अभी आपने वो ENY का देखा होगा, किसी बच्ची ने सुसाइड कर लिया. Now digital mental wellness is an extremely important aspect. Human rights is a very important aspect, and ours is the only index which takes into cognizance all of these. And the third option is create Indian indices that measure global performance as a counter to the existing global indices. And global indices को हम अगर state level पे ले जाएं, अगर आप बोलते हैं कि इंडिया में freedom of press नहीं है या इंडिया में human rights खराब है, तो ये क्या सेंटर का सब्जेक्ट है? India is a federal structure, so then you have to figure out किस स्टेट में क्या प्रॉब्लम हो रही है. So having done this top level view for the first 6 months of this year, we sort of given up on the global story. We are now focused on creating our own indices and trying to do state level indices which are backed by field research. So if we say कि इतनी नौकरी create हो रही हैं, तो उसके लिए हमारे पास data है, stories हैं, methodology है, जिसको कोई challenge ना कर सके. So our methodology is, first is quantitative index based on published sources कि कितने किलो आपने काम किया, कितने इंटरनेट कनेक्शन है, कितने उसमें ठीक कर दीजिए कि मोबाइल को भी हम इंटरनेट मानते हैं. The second is qualitative index based on micro research. As you know that we have the SKOCH Award process, all of you have gone through it. We document what is happening at the project level, what are the outcomes, have the people benefited, before, after, what changed, comprehensively documented. So the quantitative index becomes your input, qualitative index becomes your output, and qualitative divided by quantitative is your efficiency. So what is your compliance efficiency, what is your governance efficiency? It is perhaps the first time in the world anywhere that such an exercise is being carried out. So we are today releasing indices at state level. One is state of governance we have been doing for 20 years, and now we have for the first time using the revised parameters of EGDI, we have done state level EGDI. Now you will find very funny things. You will find Odisha in state of governance is 1, but in EGDI is 34. EGDI वो चीज़ है जिसमें पैसे खर्चते हैं, capital expense होता है, which means that Odisha possibly is spending their money far more efficiently than somebody else. So they are spending less money, their infrastructure is less, but their outcome is more. So there is a lesson in the state government for this as to what is it that they are doing which is different. So on government efficiency ratio, they are number 1. So we have calculated state by state, and this is based on empirical data and primary research, so you can't disagree with it unless you bring your data to the table. कोई आपका डेटा गलत है, हमारा डेटा ये बोल रहा है, और किसी के पास तो डेटा है ही नहीं है, क्योंकि 20 साल से सिर्फ हम कर रहे हैं. Similarly, we've done credit outreach gap. How many people have lack of access to formal sources of credit? This again we've taken state by state. Then we've done social inclusive index, which is at the grassroots of political discourse के भी आप socially inclusive हो के exclusive हो. So what we do is we take up social sector as defined by the Reserve Bank of India, and we've looked at micro level project outcomes in that, and we've ranked. Same thing we've done on hunger. If you say कि इंडिया की हंगर की परफॉर्मेंस खराब है, तो कहाँ खराब है, किस स्टेट की खराब है, क्यों खराब है? Same thing with gender inequality and gender gap. So this is the first time these indices are being introduced. And what is coming up is further studies. One is human rights in Indian states. As I said, I don't think human rights is a central issue. At central level, it only gets consolidated. Press freedom in Indian states, HDI of Indian states, state of panchayats, energy efficiency, health, district development. There's very little data that is available at the district, and our smallest unit is the district, and we should at the least go to the district level if we don't go down to panchayat and municipality level. So these are the indices that are coming up. Everywhere we are going to use the same methodology. Publish data for kilograms quantity, field research for quality, division of these two for efficiency. So this would be of interest to Bharat Lalji. Human rights. India ranks 106 out of 183 countries. So one of the researches that we've done, we've studied India, USA, China, Brazil, Canada, EU and Japan. कि इनके human rights की परिभाषा क्या है, कहाँ documented है. So these are the links that we have given. This data will be available on our website. So these are the main parameters, and you will find everything is tick marked, even in India. You look at these parameters, if you find any that is not there in India, just let me know. They're all there in India. So this is where we are on human rights. So if you look at all the possible indicators that there are and you map all the countries, you would find all of them have it. Now what will be different will be the qualitative output of these rights, how well are they implemented. Now that qualitative impact cannot come out of a survey which goes to 5 left liberals in India who answer that survey based on their ideology, and then you paint the entire country black. If I was to do the same thing for USA or EU or China, you can imagine what the results would be. So the first thing is we have defined human rights कि भैया human rights का मायने ये है. इसको further define कर रहे हैं, इसमें mental rights, digital wellness, environment, sustainability को harmonize कर रहे हैं. And then we are saying let us look at state by state. What are the laws in which this is allowed and covered? Yes. And then you look at projects that are happening within that कि इसका qualitative outcome क्या है, कौन सी state कहाँ पे है. And then we can give that as the India model of human rights and say कि अब आप ये करके दिखाइए हमें. We have done as a sample, same thing for digital gaming. There is no framework globally on digital gaming. We were the first ones who came out with it. We call them, globally our reporting happens on something called GRI, governance reporting indicators. अच्छा, वो कौन बनाता है, कहाँ बनाता है, प्राइवेट है, कॉलेज है, कोई नहीं पूछता. अब हम बना देते हैं स्कॉच रिसर्च इंस्टीगेटर्स, तो बोलेंगे बट आप तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर हो. अच्छा वह सिर्फ प्राइवेट सेक्टर छोड़ो, आप तो हिंदुस्तानी प्राइवेट सेक्टर हो. अरे पाप है क्या? हम लोग नहीं सोच सकते क्या? हमें जन्मजात श्राप मिला हुआ है कि इंटेलेक्चुअली इंडिया कुछ नहीं करेगा. तो हमारी ही कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर, हमारी ही सरकारी संस्थाएं विल बी वेरी हैप्पी अडॉप्टिंग जीआरआई इंडिकेटर्स. हमने बताया इसमें कुछ गलती है तो बता दीजिए, पैसे भी नहीं ले रहे, हमने भी तो नॉट फॉर प्रॉफिट में किया है. सो हमने क्या किया, हमने इंडिकेटर बना दिया. हमने कहा वी आर नॉट गोइंग टू वेट फॉर एनीवन, वी आर गोइंग टू डू अ बेसलाइन स्टडी एंड लेटर टुडे आई एम गोइंग टू बी प्रेजेंटिंग दैट बेसलाइन स्टडी. अभी आपने देखा होगा कि डायरेक्टरेट जनरल ऑफ जीएसटी इंटेलिजेंस से 1,10,000 करोड़ के नोटिस भेजे हैं गेमिंग इंडस्ट्री को for tax evasion and thing like that. So in that light, this compliance becomes extremely important. There is also a task force underway जो उन्होंने बोला कि इसमें RBI आएगा, ED आएगा, इसके अंदर इनकम टैक्स आएगा. तो जो हमारी टास्क फोर्स थी उसमें ये सब तो थे ही, इसके अलावा मेंटल हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल थे, साइकेट्रिस्ट थे, ह्यूमन राइट्स वाले थे, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ INB वाले थे, क्योंकि it cuts across a lot of these segments. You have to put citizen first. And it is also debatable whether it's a state subject or a central subject. So what is the state perspective on this? So there is state was also there. So if there is a framework that has been defined by all these stakeholders together, it is extremely difficult that you will find flaws in it. But if you do, we are very happy to correct it, remove things, add things, because at the least we are bringing a discussion to the table. This is the industry-wide compliance view. तो ये industry funded नहीं है, क्योंकि 39% तो सिर्फ टेक्निकल कंप्लायंस है. मतलब अगर आपको इतनी सारी चीज़ें करनी है उसमें सिर्फ 39% को आप कंप्लाई कर रहे हैं. एंड दैट क्वालिटी ऑफ कंप्लायंस इज ओनली 20%. अब जैसे माइनर प्रोटेक्शन आप बोलोगे कि माइनर बंदा गेम नहीं खेल सकता है, तो कंप्लायंस उसमें होगी 100% टेक्निकल. सब बोलते हैं माइनर नॉट अलाउड. वो कैसे बोलते हैं? वो लिख देते हैं माइनर नॉट अलाउड. तो आपको पता कैसे लगा वो माइनर है? वो वाली कंप्लायंस या तो है ही नहीं है, या 1% या 2% है. So this is the kind of research that we are doing. So this is the qualitative part of it. The next part is respect for doing India. Increasingly we find that businesses are becoming a part of the policy discourse. I had written very recently an article which said respect for doing business from Tata Birla to Ambani Adani. जो इमरजेंसी के निकले हुए हैं उनको पता होगा उस वक्त हर चीज़, हर गलती की सज़ा या ब्लेम दिया जाता था टाटा बिरला को जनता की तरफ से। आज शायद वो डिस्कोर्स थोड़ा अंबानी अडानी ओरिएंटेड हो गया, राइटली और रॉन्गली, एंड दोनों गलत हैं। बिकॉज इंडिया जैसे मुश्किल देश में काम करके पैसा कमा के नौकरियां क्रिएट करना, मैं कहता हूँ कि धन्य है ये लोग जो ये कर रहे हैं, या धन्य है कोई भी बिजनेसमैन जो ये कर पा रहा है। इट्स नॉट ईजी। तो देन यू से कि हाउ डू यू प्रूफ। अब ईज ऑफ बिजनेस में तो हमने बहुत किया कि स्टार्टअप है तो उसको ये दे दो, वो कर दो, अप्रूवल फिक्स कर दो, ग्रांट दे दो। अरे भैया जो स्टार्टअप नहीं है, स्टार्टअप ने कितनी नौकरी क्रिएट कर दी? यू कैन काउंट ऑन योर फिंगर टिप्स द काइंड ऑफ जॉब जनरेटिव इम्पैक्ट दे हैव। और जरा सा भी टैक्स एडवर्स उनका कोई इम्पैक्ट होता है तो सारे भाग जाते हैं यहाँ से कि आज हम सिंगापुर जा रहे हैं। अब वो टैक्स ठीक हो गया तो बोल रहे हैं वापस आप घर वापसी हो रही है। अरे आपका बिजनेस है कि तमाशा, हर 5 मिनट में तो अपना डोमिसाइल बदल रहे हैं। और जो लोग ऑलरेडी हैं, लाखों लोगों को नौकरी दे रहे हैं, करोड़ों लोगों को नौकरी दे रहे हैं, उनको आप कम से कम इज्जत तो दे सकते हो। तो वाई शुड बिजनेस बी रिस्पेक्टेड? वी हैव क्रिएटेड इंडेक्स कॉल्ड इंडिया इन वर्ल्ड, दिस इज फॉर कॉर्पोरेट इंडिया। हमने कहा इसको हर चीज़ को परिभाषा दे दीजिए ना। कॉर्पोरेट एक्सेलेंस का क्या मायने हैं, एनवायरनमेंट के क्या हैं, सोशल के क्या हैं, गवर्नेंस के क्या हैं, डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के क्या हैं, डिजिटल कॉर्पोरेट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के क्या है। So this is a full stack of SKOCH reporting indicators, which is superset of all existing global indicators, मतलब GRI, BSRS सब इसमें घुस गया। और उसके बाद जो आ रहा है न्यू यूरोपियन लॉज, वो भी ऑलरेडी इसमें इंक्लूड है। So we are ahead of all of them, and if you measure against these indicators, we had come up with a pilot baseline last year निकला था, ये उसकी रैंकिंग थी, हम कर चुके हैं। सेकेंड पार्ट इस साल हम करने जा रहे हैं। द थिंग इज अंडर वे एंड वी हैव एन एथिक्स पॉलिसी, किसी से ना घूस देते हैं ना लेते हैं, दिस इज व्हाट दिस सेज। और बस 99th है, अगली 100th कॉन्फ्रेंस है, आपका आशीर्वाद चाहिए और हमारी तरफ से इवेंजलाइज कीजिए कि लोग थोड़ा बहुत पैसा हमें भी दें। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have elite presence of Dr. Saurabh Garg, Secretary, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. I request sir to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning, my friend and colleague Bharat Lal, Mr. Kocher, Ms. Abrol, and other colleagues who are here, and I think colleagues from across different industries and all others who are present. Mr. Kocher suggested that I talk about the markers of Viksit Bharat, and I think that is something since I am in the Ministry of Statistics and we bring out the different indicators for the government, whether it's the GDP numbers, the growth rates, the inflation numbers, employment, unemployment, and a host of other socio-economic parameters, including the SDG National Indicator Framework. So I thought that this is extremely relevant on how are we going to, what's the metric we're going to use that when we say we talk about Viksit Bharat 2047. I think the Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned it a number of times, and I'm using that as the basis for what I'm going to be talking. There was even a discussion in the Niti Aayog governing body on what does Viksit Bharat 2047 mean. And I think even in the budget, the Honorable Finance Minister had mentioned some of the possible indicators of what we are talking about. So I thought I'll use that and mention what could be used for measuring or what are the kind of milestones we will use for talking about the Viksit Bharat 2047. I think one thing which has been very clearly said, that Viksit Bharat 2047 would be a development nation, and I think that has been repeated a number of times. But again, the question would be, what does a developed nation mean? What are we trying to say in terms of that? And we are already, I think, the 5th largest economy, and I think we'll soon be the third largest within the next few years. And one of the numbers would be what would be the expected GDP. I think we are right now around $3.3, $3.4 trillion, and $30 trillion has been mentioned as the target for Viksit Bharat 2047. And that translates into nearly per capita income from where we are today at around $2,400 to somewhere around $18,000 is what is being talked about as our per capita income. And so that becomes a very clear marker, if I can put it that's what we're talking about. But obviously per capita income is not enough. It has to be an inclusive growth, inclusive economy. And universal access to some of the basic amenities has also been very clearly highlighted. And I think there are 4 or 5 which have been mentioned, and I think which come up to the mind straight away, whether it's one is electricity, drinking water, banking facilities, I think it's a recognition, sanitation, clean fuel, and I think it's also been talked about a number of times, high-speed broadband. I think that becomes a basic amenity as we are moving ahead, and these are 6 areas which have been mentioned as universal access means 100%. Perhaps we'll reach much earlier, because if you look at where we are in many of these, we are already close to 100%. I think in terms of electricity, under Saubhagya schemes, we've electrified all villages, but electrified all households. If you look at sanitation, we are somewhere around more than 80%, though open defecation free villages, I think we are closer to 100% in that. SKOCH Bharat, PM Ujjwala, 10 crore LPG connections. So in each of these, I think there are specific programs which are being implemented, and I think it's not enough to talk at a very broad level. We need to also ensure that what are we doing to achieve it if we want to achieve 100%. And I think these are 6 areas that have been identified, and I don't think anyone would doubt whether we would reach that. Another pillar would be, which has been mentioned a number of times, is healthy life with a high life expectancy. And access to world-class and affordable health services. I think that's another area that's been talked about. Our expectancy levels are already somewhere around 68.6 for women and around 68.6 for males and 71 for women life expectancy. And we are expected in the next 4 or 5 years to reach 70, 71, 75 for male and female. And we would cross beyond 80 definitely by 2047. I think and that would be comparable to global levels. And the affordable part, I think the number of programs like Ayushman Bharat, PM Poshan, which looks at child nutrition, where also we are, the number of IMR, for example, infant mortality has already declined to less than 28, 25, and will be in low single digits over the next 25 years. So health, basic amenities, per capita income, but that itself will not be enough to be a marker for a Viksit Bharat, a developed nation. And the other would be what's going to be the level of education and skills, because that's extremely important. Literacy rate, I think we already crossed, we are nearly 80% or more, and I'm sure we'll be universal well before that. And the gross enrollment ratio, GER, which is extremely important in the higher education. We are somewhere around 30% as of now, and we expect to easily reach 50% by 2030, which is what the new education policy also envisages. And the GER, the expectation is by then the GER will be close to 100, and it will be a mix of not necessarily only a standard higher education that we understand as in graduate, but including the skilling part of it. So either as long as you are skilled or you are a graduate in that traditional sense, a combination is what would ensure that we are a developed nation, because I think that's another pillar on in terms of education. And you have a host of programs which are focusing on that. You have the Kaushal Vikas Yojana, you have the Samagra Shiksha program, the Schools for Rising India. So again, a number of initiatives which are granular and attacking different aspects of the education and skilling landscape to ensure that we in the next 25 years reach that. In fact, in this year's budget, there was a very clear focus for apprenticeship and skilling, which was not there earlier, and also to increase female labor participation rate. We bring out the LFPR regularly, and the female labor participation rate, which at present is somewhere around 37%. And the expectation obviously is that it would cross maybe 70-75% over the next couple of decades. But obviously, looking at the granular aspects on what is required, that in this budget also there were two clear initiatives. For example, working women hostels and expansion of creches across Anganwadis. The other area where the focus is there is obviously on green growth and climate action, because that's another area where unless and until we have taken steps, we will not be a developed nation. And obviously there's a commitment to have 500 gigawatts of non-fossil energy by 2030 alone, and 50% of the total energy consumption through renewable energies by 2030. We've already overachieved our reduction in carbon emissions. We've reduced it by 33% a few years back already. So I think that focus to ensure that we are taking care on the green economy and climate action, so that's another pillar that we are talking about. Obviously, we expect to be totally rid of extreme poverty. Already in the last 10 years, around 25 crore were lifted out of poverty. And I think the recent household consumption expenditure survey that was brought out clearly showed how food as a proportion of total household consumption is rapidly fallen. And what's a very good indicator is what is the proportion of expenditure on cereals, which has come down to single digits. So that's a very good indication of the growth or people moving out of extreme poverty and going forward. And last, if not the least, would be infrastructure. And I'm including digital infrastructure in this, roads, telecom, digital infrastructure. I think Mr. Kocher talked about the JAM Trinity, and I think we have, I mean, even a decade back, who would have thought that 100% of Indians would have a biometric identity which is verifiable digitally, electronically. Of course, I have a slight bias towards Aadhaar, being spent considerable time, but I think it's really helped to revolutionize a number of other aspects in terms of the digital public infrastructure that it's enabled. And we have a situation where broadband access, mobile connectivity, bank accounts, etc. All of this is riding on a lot of the digital initiatives that are there. Apart from the physical infrastructure, whether you call of roads, airports, which are increasing, and the kind of growth you are already expanding. Digital payments, I don't need to mention about that, all of you are familiar. So these are the different pillars if one was to mark or create a measure for what would be a Viksit Bharat. I think we have all the ground level activities which are ensuring that we reach there. And just as you can only monitor what you measure, And unless and until you don't monitor, you will not reach that goal. I think the fact that we are here discussing markers for Viksit Bharat 2047, I think that itself shows the confidence that we have in ourselves that we can reach the goal that has been set for ourselves as being a developed nation by then. So I would thank the SKOCH Group for talking about this, about the markers for a Viksit Bharat. And as it's often been shared that you can treasure only what you measure, but you also need to measure what you treasure. So if we treasure ourselves to be a developed nation by 2047, it's necessary that we measure it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Future of business, harmonizing human rights and sustainability. व्यवसाय का भविष्य मानवाधिकारों और स्थिरता में सामंजस्य, इस विषय पर प्रकाश डालने के लिए अब मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर भरतलाल, सेक्रेटरी जनरल, CEO, NHRC. Mr. Bharatlaal, I request you to kindly address the gathering. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. Thank you, Mr. Kocher, for inviting me here and giving me this opportunity to share a few things which ordinarily we don't talk about. You know. My esteemed colleague, Dr. Saurabh Garg, Ms. Radha Abral, and Mr. Tanmay Bhargava, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it's a privilege for me actually to be here today. In fact, for the first time, I'm attending Mr. Samir Kocher's summit, or this kind of summit. Of course, I have been associated for almost, how much, 15 years, 16 years? But I somehow never had the opportunity to come personally. Friends, let's see it like this, that Dr. Garg has given you a roadmap that what kind of developed India we are talking about, what are going to be the markers, and on that path how we are moving. But when we are moving fast, we have been 11th or 12th largest economy. From there we moved to 5th, and hopefully very shortly we should be moving to 3rd largest economy. And in this context, of course, Honorable Prime Minister has given that by 2047 we should become a kind of developed country. And markers have been given, certain aspirational goals have been given, and I think we all are working with speed and scale. In this context, the topic which has given to me today is to talk about is future of business. Future of business. And the most important part in that future of business, harmonizing human rights and sustainability. So it means I'm not supposed to talk about that how businesses themselves are going to change because of technology, because of whatever is happening in different countries, different parts of the world, politically, or inward looking or globalized world. So I'm not going to talk about it. But let me talk about this second part, which is basically harmonizing human rights and sustainability. For a moment, think about it. Let me give you 2-3 scenarios. And here in this house, all thinking people are here. Every day you develop a strategy, every day you develop your business plan, and every day, you try to foresee what is going to happen. So let me give 2 or 3 scenarios. That the size of economy, if US is $27 trillion economy, China is $17-18 trillion economy, India is roughly $4 trillion economy. So this is one dimension. But why is it so that for the last 30 years, there was hardly much tension on business front between China and US or China and West? Why all of a sudden, last 5 years, 4 years, so much stress, so much tension is there? A, I think you have to think about it. And B, it's a matter of time. India is going to be more integrated, and everybody is saying that yes, India should be China +1 or more, kind of, part of supply chain, part of manufacturing, part of, the whole ecosystem. So it means when India, Middle East, Europe, this industrial corridor develops, what kind of challenge is going to come? And that is, to me, my today's talk is focus on this aspect. What kind of challenges we are going to face? We are going to face some non-tariff barriers. If they are going to be there, what could be the issues? Human rights, labor laws, labor conditions, sustainability, environment, ESGs, what are going to be there? And again, I come back. What is happening between China and West, or China and US, and China and Europe? Does it have some kind of competitiveness, some kind of threat, some kind of? So I think we have to see these two external factors. But third internal factor we have to see is that today one report suggests that more than 11.6% Indians, more than 11.6% Indians are facing mental health issues. Okay? So please, whatever wealth you want to create, you can create. But we just simply can't forget that our children, our families, and we ourselves are facing mental health issues. And if not today, tomorrow, day after, today it might be creating wealth. When we are ignoring these mental health concerns and issues, yes, we are able to create more wealth. But in long term, whether this strategy is going to pay or not, I think I would leave this August House to think about it, that what kind of challenge we are going to face. We are going to have this kind of problem. Let me narrate one very small story, and many of you will be aware. Few things I'll tell you and few things I leave to your wisdom. Think about it, how it happens. And at that time, I was Principal Resident Commissioner, Government of Gujarat, and promoting investment, business, all those things, and I was watching it. If you remember, around 2011 or so, in Maruti's, one of the factories, some violence took place, and one HR manager was, unfortunately, he died in that, And at that time, Maruti was planning, and we had discussion, and they were coming to Gujarat. And we started discussing, and in fact, I went 3-4 times actually in this area, and try to understand why this stress, why this problem, why, and what is the remedy actually, what we should be doing. Very nutshell. 2 factories one Gurgaon, one second at Manesar. At one factory, regular employees are there, let's say, for discussion purpose. Their emolument is, let's say, 70,000 rupees. Very short distance, 20 odd kilometers. Another unit is there, they are contract worker, and they are having 30,000 rupees. Unfortunately, they keep on meeting to each other. Same age group, they work for 8 hours or 12 hours. In the evening, while going, they pick up liquor bottle. They go in the dormitory, they sit down together, drink together, and it is not social drinking, it is something else. And in that becomes mob mentality. In that gathering, it turns into a kind of mob mentality. That Mr. X has today shouted at me, somebody said abused me, third person says imaginary slapped me, and all those things, and that anger that start building up. And B, these young boys in the age group of 25 to 32, unfortunately, in the influence of liquor, they have no, and deliberately I'm using the word, they have no vulnerabilities. No family, no kids. In the evening, they don't need to bring pencil box or milk or vegetables, or somebody has to take in, this thing. And one nobody talks about it, But also it's true that yes, when they are not with their families, with not their children, I think in some way or the other it also has their other behavior, including prostitution. And when we were started setting up in Gujarat and we brought them, this thing, we ensured that, we started that, let's have that kind of facility, basic human right. These young boys, they should have their family. They should be able to have a decent life. They should not be working only machine, like, And I'm proud that in India, in fact, last week only I was there in Chennai and I was seeing that, many, many institutions there, especially for women, girls, the kind of facilities they are creating and the kind of things they are, to enable them to grow. Not only that, maybe they are worker, but education also, their training also, skilling also, all those things are happening. But let's see the other dimension, one more dimension. Changing climate is a reality. Somewhere in the world, in the same California, for a few months there has been huge drought, but after that, a kind of rainfall, the kind of floods. Europe, nobody has heard about these kind of floods which we are saying. Take forest fires, everywhere it's happening. And I think in India, in Gurgaon, in Delhi, where we are sitting, I think we have enough experience of little bit extra rainfall, erratic rainfall, high intensity rainfall, and disruption to life and livelihood. So I think we are quite aware of. But friends, one more small thing actually, which is going to disturb, the kind of develop India. Our Constitution has envisaged, our founding fathers and mothers, they have envisaged what kind of India would be. And kindly recall the preamble. Equality, justice, liberty, and fraternity, which is the soul of the Constitution. Think about it, that in our society, everything we are doing with speed and scale. And this government at least have that sensitivity that, let's say, transgender, let's say beggars, let's say traffic girls, let's say leprosy patient, they are not being left out. So my point is here is that if we are thinking about becoming third largest economy, growing at 7, 8, 9, 10%, removal of poverty, it means the businesses, the kind of challenge they are going to face, and those challenges are already have started coming up. I think you have to think about it. And National Human Rights Commission job is presently, if I define not, please don't mind my word, it's a kind of conscience keeper of society. National Human Rights Commission has to request you, for a moment, please stop, take a pause, think about it. The people who are working with you, the environment where you are working with you. Take the climate issues, take the sustainability issue, the governance issue. In last couple of months, we heard so many news, and we take suo motu action actually on many issues. Just think about it that I don't want to name here because certain practices were noticed. I'll request you, all of you, to, I think the time is that please revisit your practices. This 10 minutes and 15 minutes delivery, this by gig workers, what we are aiming at, what we want, what kind of society we are aiming, why we are trying to, that we are not bothered someone's life, someone's motorcycle, someone's speed, someone's back, nothing. We are not bothered about it. Why? In one packaging house, we sent the team and all those things, the kind of conditions we saw. Why? And please understand, in this society, people are there who don't appreciate these kind of things. So it means if business is not going to take care of itself, it means the society itself, your consumer itself, your customer, they will take care of. I don't want to give you much technical details and all those kind of things. But National Human Rights Commission is basically having a group on human right and business, where climate issues, sustainability issues, and human right issues are basically we are trying to work out with a kind of benchmarking, kind of indexing, and which should be put up for self-regulation. But yes, in pursuit of wealth creation, we can't afford to ignore the lives and future of our children. No, we can't afford to. We cannot afford to damage our environment, where basically the whole society, forget about the business, itself become unsustainable. I think we cannot afford to leave somebody who are in need. Corporate Social Responsibility Fund, CSR fund, has been created for this thing, that these few lakh people in a country of 1.44 billion people, if there are, let's say, 5 lakh or 6 lakh, maybe more, but beggars are there, they have to be rehabilitated. If there are transgender and certain facilities are to be given, we have to reach out to them and they have to be, if there is imagine, I mean, one figure I would like to give, that in a country of 18% of world population, we have got only 4% freshwater resources. Per capita for freshwater availability, if it goes down below 1700 cubic meter, we are called water is stressed. And below 1100 is called water is scarce. And we are around 1400 cubic meter per person per annum freshwater availability. And that too almost half of the country, well, is a semi-arid or arid, and water availability has become a limiting factor. Just kindly recall 5-6 years back, NGT has passed an order that in what you call dark zone, no new borewell, no withdrawal of groundwater, and in fact renewal of those was also stopped. And imagine, not only industry and business, the job opportunities, the livelihood, everything get impacted. My purpose of coming is there just to share these few things, which should be your concern. Not necessarily that National Human Rights Commission will flag it and National Human Rights Commission should be taking cognizance and going there and that should be the second, third stage. And please understand, that is the minimum we are expecting from all of you. And I am pretty sure that business will respond to these requirements. As you know that many of you are involved. Actually, I know I can see a couple of people here, who are involved in National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, which is under development actually. And we request your input. We request your guidance in that, which can be because at UN level also, in let's say goal number 8, even 9, 10, 12. All these sustainable development goals are interlinked and directly impacts you, and your activity, your work impacts us. And when we are living in globalized world, I love to be proved wrong, but I can foresee that non-tariff barriers are going to come from here. India becomes, yes, a huge investment destination. You manufacture for the whole world, but world is going to take those products from you if you comply to certain things. And I think here is, this meet is going to help, and I expect that you will deliberate these issues so that our businesses, our industry, we remain competitive, we are able to expand our business, create opportunities for our younger generation, better opportunities, better life, and more importantly, better mental health. I mean, I don't want to frighten us. The kind of data we have seen, and we are working on a biggest with National Institute of Mental Health, and we are sitting on a ticking bomb. We are playing with fire actually. The kind of pressure, the kind of stress we are bringing to these youngsters. I think we are something which we have to be worried about it. So I'm pretty sure and pretty confident that you all will look into it. I wish you all very best, and I look forward to your deliberations and your recommendations actually, that National Human Rights Commission would welcome actually, because our purpose is, our goal is to have improved quality of life for everyone. No one is left behind. Its motto is Sarve Bhavanti Sukhina, National Human Rights Commission, So I think that is the goal, and thank you, Mr. Kocher, and thank you all for giving me patient hearing. And I show and I appeal that kindly think over it. Take a pause, think over it, work out your strategy, just slightly rework out. It should not be for heck of saying and showing, but we should mean it, because this is in our collective interest. Thank you all very much. Have a wonderful day. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. And with this, I heartfully thank Dr. Saurabh Garg and Mr. Bharatlal for their meaningful contribution to this session. With this, may I now please invite Mr. Samir Kocher, Chairman, SKOCH Group, to kindly share his valuable and meaningful thoughts and perspective on digital gaming.
So what I am sharing with you, and I have done so during the last conference also, is building of India's first digital index, which is Responsible Digital Gaming Framework, and such an index actually does not exist anywhere in the world. So the first exercise that we carried out was that we looked at 7 large economies and we looked at what all frameworks they already had, covering gaming and digital gaming and online gaming and so on and so forth. Out of that, we deduplicated, and then we created a super list of indicators. Then we realized that most of the regulations do not take into account aspects like mental health, multi-language, which becomes very important in a country like India, local language support. I mean, you may not be knowing a word of English, but you may be playing rummy in English, and losing a lot of money just because of lost in translation kind of issues. So we came up with SKOCH reporting indicators. These are 74 of them. And after this, what we did was that we organized multi-stakeholder workshops. Mr. Bharatlal had very kindly sent people from Human Rights Commission. We had people from Ministry of External Affairs. We had people from Ministry of INB. We had NIMHANS. We had AIMS. We had General Global University. We had RIS. We had FISME. We had Swadeshi Jagran Manch, so on and so forth. The entire all right. Thank you.
Sorry, friends. Actually, we have to go to a meeting. Actually, both of us. So kindly. Thank you all very much. Thanks. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, sir. So these these workshops went over 6 months, and finally we released the framework on 14th of July, 13th July 2024 at the 98th SKOCH Summit. So we are now building this index in 3 parts. One is compliance ratings, for which we have hired a bunch of mystery shoppers. Mystery shoppers in this case are qualified professionals, they're lawyers and they're economists, and they're going to the top gaming apps, and they're looking at vis-a-vis the framework that was decided, how compliant who is. And so that's a technical compliance. So when you say that protection of minors, are you compliant with that or not? The second part, which is subjective, is opinion based, and therefore the need for professionals to do it, is what is the quality of that compliance, to how far have you gone in complying that. So we have done initial ranking of 30 gaming apps, and research on more apps is underway. And what has come out is a discussion paper which we are now discussing with multiple stakeholders and the industry if there's any tweaking that is required after the results that have come out. At the same time, we have also written to the industry asking for their inputs, what they have to say. So in the part 1, the industry is not involved. In part 2, the industry is involved, where we are saying, let's hear your point of view, what you are trying to do and where you are going. And taking these two into account, we will be creating a responsible gaming index. So this is the methodology that I just described that we are following. These are the 30 apps that we have already studied. And this is the industry-wide compliance view that I have already shared with you this morning. And given the fact that we had released this framework only in July, only in 2 months we find the needle has moved, the results are very encouraging. The industry average on technical compliance vis-a-vis this framework based on 30 app studies is 39%, and the quality of compliance is 20%. Now at the same time, a lot of other developments are happening in the gaming industry. Recently, Directorate General of GST Intelligence has marked it as a high risk industry, and some very large amount of notices have been sent to them. At the same time, if you look at in the Financial Action Task Force globally, India's position has improved. It has it is amongst the top 5 compliance oriented countries that there are, and they would not be audited that often. So that's the part 2. The part 3, of course, is that how should gaming or something which is digitally native in nature be regulated. So a task force is being formed which is multi-departmental, including the RBI, the ED, the Ministry of INB, Ministry of IT, so on and so forth. So given this, I think the discussion that we are having today becomes extremely important. The first question, of course, is what is money itself in a digital environment? Is money traditional money, or it can also be digital assets, cryptos, points, offline settlements, etc. The second part of this is again that digital by nature opens up various avenues of evasion and laundering. So this could be tax evasion, offshoring, dark web, lack of tracking and tracing, etc. So what are these avenues? Some countries that are more advanced than us, or have been more early adopters of digital gaming than India, what's going on? So our panel is going to look at that. Next point, which is very important, not just from a gaming perspective, but both from ease of doing business and respect for doing business important, is what is the policy certainty on applicable tax rates must be there. So, today there is a discussion that while the industry understood that the tax rate on gaming was 18% and they were depositing 18%, and the GST department was accepting 18% for so many years, suddenly that they get a notice saying that it was actually 28%. Now, just look at the impossibility of implementing that, because the tax has not been collected. So, if you deposit it, what's the size of the industry, what is the impact of the industry? So India has gone down this path many times before. Famously under Mr. Pranab Mukherjee, we had retrospective taxation for Vodafone. Imagine what happened there. Kane Energy case was another case. So in international arbitrations and courts of law, all these things were lost. But at the same time, what was lost also was a lot of self-respect of people, because honest businessmen were painted as tax evaders. So I think that should not be done. And in the same category, notices are today being sent to NGOs, Section 28 companies who are conducting research and who get grants, even from the government. You say the grant also has to pay GST. So the person giving the grant is government, the person taking the tax is the government, and the poor NGO is only the agency in between. So why don't you send yourself a tax notice? So these are the kind of things. So I think while this tax activism in hindsight has to stop, because it is very, very damaging for the country narrative. The next thing we have to look at is what all regulators come into play. As I said, that while you're looking at only the enforcement people, but who protects the interest of the citizen, who looks at mental health, who looks at human rights. So those kind of regulators should also be involved necessarily in such a task force. Then there is this issue of what is the view the states are taking. Tamil Nadu as a state has established an online gaming authority. What is the thinking in other states, what they want to do? Should there be a central regulation? Should it be centrally regulated, or there should be a model regulation? And then we kind of figure out how this industry is to be regulated. Because when you look at most digital native businesses, whether it's gaming, whether it's lending, whether it's even Oyo, Uber, whatever, while physically the subjects may be very fragmented, there is no elegant way of regulating it digitally unless there is some amount of centrality in that. So what is that amount of centrality? How would states view that? So these are the 5 points that we are discussing in today's panel, and we have domain experts in each one of them. We start with Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. Is Jayesh online? Oh, he's not there, is it? Okay. So let's start with Tanmay. In that case, Tanmay Bhargav is from KPMG, and he has a deck talking about what is the status of financial intelligence and money laundering and so on. Shivam, will you help him with the deck?
So by the time the deck comes up, I'll just start the discussion. So thank you, Mr. Kocher, for having me here. Now, Dr. Garg spoke about the indicators for Viksit Bharat, and he talked about the GDP. A $30 trillion economy is what we're looking for. A large part of it is going to come from the digital side. And within that digital side, digital gaming is going to be an important area. Now, this topic in a way is also complicated, but then it's quite interesting also. So I'll try to give you a perspective on what are some of the areas that the government has to look at, what are some of the areas where the risks come in this kind of a business, and what is it that's happening with various regulators, etc. So I'll just give a perspective on that. Now, when we talk of gaming, we understand there are apps on phone, there are apps on laptops, there are PlayStations and Xboxes and all of that forms part of digital gaming. And we spend money and we buy some assets there. So maybe we are if it has guns and all, we are upgrading the guns. If it has cars, we are upgrading the cars, and we are paying for it, right? And we are paying to the company that's running the app, and a part of it may go on to the platform. So if it is an Apple ecosystem or a Google ecosystem, part of the money goes to those Play stores and app stores. So where does money laundering come in here? How does that happen? Where does the currency come in? Where do virtual assets come in that kind of a system? And that's where the interesting aspect comes in this whole industry. So when we talk of currency, basically, it's a form of money, right? It's a form which is authorized by the government, it's issued by the government typically, and it forms a sort of a value or a system through which some trade can happen. Right? That's the broader sense of currency. Now, when we talk of digital currency, there are certain aspects that change. One is that it doesn't have a physical form. It's all virtual. The second is it's not issued by the central government or the RBI or the central bank or wherever. You know, it's not, it has nothing to do with the government. It's all private. And it is in systems that are very, very difficult to trace. Right? So, when we talk of digital currency, that's where the complications start to come in. Now, there are certain aspects of digital currencies that are very common. They are being used, and they are being used not only in gaming, they are being used in general transactions also. And I'll talk a bit about it, and I'll take you through what all some of the common ones are. So we've all, I think by now, heard of crypto, we've heard of Bitcoin, we've heard of various issues that have happened with these cryptocurrencies and all. So cryptocurrencies are essentially, or digital assets are basically a form of currencies that run on a system called blockchain. What we need to understand in this is that there are two aspects that are important for cryptocurrencies and that form the foundation of cryptocurrencies. The first is it is decentralized. Now, what does that mean? It means that the data that is there, so normally when we are, let's say we're doing a transaction on Amazon, the data that we have are our data, our financial data transactions, as well as the product data. It sits on a server that's owned by Amazon, right? It's at one place. But when we talk of cryptocurrency and when we talk of blockchain, it's not like that. These are stored on multiple computer systems across the world. That's what we mean by decentralization, which means when we have to get the data, it becomes that much more difficult to access that information. The second aspect is anonymity. The whole system is based on not knowing who the ultimate beneficial owner is. And that is the foundation on which anti-money laundering is based. You know, KYC forms the first cornerstone of money laundering. You need to know your customer. But in these assets, it's very difficult to have the KYC systems in place. Okay, so that's about cryptocurrency. Then we have non-fungible token, NFTs. Now, these are also form of cryptocurrencies. They are a subset of cryptocurrency. The only thing is, let's say you have one Bitcoin and another Bitcoin. It's the same thing, right? It's the same, it's Bitcoin. But each NFT is individual. It's a cryptocurrency, but it's individual. You can't have multiple forms of the same NFT. Okay, so for example, if I take a picture and I create a currency out of it, it's just that one picture and it can be bought and sold. Okay, a difficult concept, but I think from a money laundering perspective, all we need to understand is that this is another form of currency. It is traded, there is a market for it, and it's bought and sold in real money. Then there are gaming tokens. So when people are playing games, there is currency within those games. That can be exchanged. Again, virtual currency can be exchanged, and then some games allow for it to be turned into real money. Okay. For example, let's say you're playing rummy. I mean, a simple case, you're playing rummy, there are these counters and all that you're using. You can play it in a casino, you can play it virtually. At the end of it, it gets exchanged for money, right? So those counters are essentially gaming tokens. Now they can take multiple forms, but that's the concept around it. Then you have gaming skins. So if I have a gun and I want it to look better, it look beautiful, I will have a skin. Like I have a skin for a phone, a cover for a phone, I'll have a cover for a gun. I may have accessories for a car, I may have a lot of things that come as a package in a game. And again, we pay for it in real money, but then there is a secondary market where these skins can be traded. I can, let's say if I am playing a game with one of you, I can actually, sell you that skin, that I have this, it's a rare skin, it's not easily available, so let me sell it to you. That's another area. Metaverse real estate, again, something that exists in virtually, there is real estate, and it has been increasing in value. And just to give you a perspective on the kind of returns that have come in, if you had invested $20 in a metaverse real estate in 2017, it would be worth over $15,000 now. That's the kind of return that's come in a 5 to 6 year period, right? So a valuable asset again. Virtual, we don't know whether that company that's hosting that asset is going to exist 5 years down the line, right? Because it's end of the day, it's some company's property and it's selling it to you, it's selling you a right. That risk is there, but it is for now gaining in value. And then we have DeFi tokens, again, form of tokens that can be exchanged over the net. So these are the prevalent digital currencies that are there, and they get used in gaming. Okay. Now, so how does money laundering happen in this universe? I'll start with a simple case and then I'll give you more examples. So a simple case is that a person X buys drugs from person Y. Now person Y has a lot of illegal cash sitting, and that has to be turned into white money. So X now instead of paying cash, X pays Y with a currency called Monero. It's a cryptocurrency. Bitcoin, we all know, Bitcoin gets exchanged, Bitcoin gets traded on exchanges and all. Monero doesn't. It has been designed to be, hidden. It is a private transaction, not disclosed, not declared, not traceable. So it goes into this currency Monero. Then it goes into the dark web where Y exchanges it for Bitcoin. Now Y has some sources of Bitcoin. That goes into, converts into dollars, maybe let's say in Dubai. It can happen in other countries also, but let's say in Dubai. Comes into India via Hawala and is shown as income via inflated imports. That's one form, one chain of how money laundering can happen using a virtual asset, right? A cryptocurrency. Now the second bit would be that instead of going into dark web and Hawala and getting it converted into dollars, now what Y does is invests the Bitcoin into a game. Gets chips, can either win the game or lose the game. If I lose it, the chips go to someone else who then converts it into dollars and sends it to me via Hawala. If I win, I have again a source of money that's come from gambling, and I declare it as my income from playing cards. That's another way a simple way of turning cryptocurrency into real money. Now when we look at versions of it, so let's say I have certain skins. There is something called a loot box in a game, which is basically a box with goodies in it. Okay, it will have skins, it will have points, it will have some cheat codes, it will have a lot of things that can again be traded in a secondary market. So I have that, I create that, and then I sell it to person Y, and that person then gives me some money, and now suddenly there is a transaction that's happened in the gaming sector. Okay, so these are some ways. In India, what also happened was that in this case of people playing rummy and all, or in winnings of lottery, there were transactions happening through the banking channels or the RBI channels, and money was being moved around, sometimes even through Kirana stores. So there are ways of moving around money, and there is a market that's there in these gamings. And we call it, there are two sets actually. There are micro transactions and there are these loot boxes and all. Micro transactions are small transactions. They don't get traced. Let's say 3,000 rupees, 5,000 rupees. They will never be flagged in a system which is tracking money laundering. And there will be hundreds of such transactions that will go through the digital game, virtual game. So what are the risks and what are the regulatory issues? The first part I talked about, decentralization. Data is available across thousands of computers across the world, not stored in one server, very difficult to access. Anonymity I've talked about, you don't know. To start with, like we talked of Monero, nobody knows where the Monero coin, who's holding those currencies. in-game assets have become very liquid, either over the dark web or on exchanges. They're traded in exchanges. There are even games where when you reach a certain level of points, you can redeem that for money. Okay, so there is all of it happening where in-game assets are actually getting converted into money and coming back. Then there is dark web involved. If it goes onto the dark web, again, tracing it becomes very, very difficult. Agencies, few agencies actually in India have the skill to navigate the dark web and actually trace transactions. And last bit is the valuation. So now, Mr. Kocher was talking of the parameters that are there and the risks that are there. How many people who actually play those games, they know that or are aware that the tokens and the currencies that they are taking have no underlying value. So when we talk of a rupee, let's say, there are parameters that define the value of a rupee. When we compare the rupee, let's say, to gold, gold standard used to be there. Now it's more related to your strength of your economy, inflation, interest rates, etc. So there is something that is underlying that rupee. Underlying these assets are just a demand and supply. So there are cryptocurrencies that are opened. I mean, there is US election going on. There are currencies being created. There people gamble on it and they disappear overnight. They shoot up 100%, 2,000%, 2,000% in a matter of minutes, and then they go off, right? So people don't understand that kind of a risk, and there is no system that is educating them for these risks. Now, when we look at regulatory issues, again, regulations outside India have started developing. In India, the challenge is that we still don't know what we want to do with it. RBI initially flagged it off as risky, and rightly flagged it off as risky. It is risky. They banned it. Supreme Court overturned the ban, and RBI said, okay, let's make it difficult to happen. We need all of the regulations. So companies actually had to, any company involved in these kind of currencies and assets and all, had to have certain systems in place. So you needed to know who you were dealing with, who were the owners of these assets. You needed to have sophisticated systems in place to flag transactions that were suspicious in nature, right? So they brought in those. Now, income tax realized that this is an asset that can be taxed because there is a value movement that's happening. So in 2022, we got the taxation on these assets. So whatever increase in value happened, if you bought at X, sold at Y, Y minus X into 30% is the tax. No benefits of indexation, no costs that can be deducted. If you had a loss, however, you cannot carry it forward. You cannot adjust it. So only the gains get taxed. Then SEBI came in, and SEBI says that there are exchanges on which these assets are being traded, so we should have some say in it. There are virtual assets that also are in the nature of securities, so we should have some say in that too. There is IRDA, because some part of insurance contracts can run through blockchain. So, multiple regulators, multiple views, we still don't have a concrete view of how we want to regulate these assets and the gaming industry, which forms integral part of these assets. Then there is a problem of jurisdiction. A crypto exchange can run anywhere in the world and can get accessed over the net. It's very difficult to track and stop. Even now, there are so many such apps and things that are available in India on which people can trade, and they don't require any KYC. There is no system in place that can track these, right? So that's another challenge. While the government says that if you are actually running an app in India, you need to get registered, you need to have all of the regulatory systems. But that is yet to be implemented in full. Then comes the issue of valuation. Like I said, how do you value? What's the underlying system on which you can value these things, right? So these are some of the challenges, and of course, data privacy. I mean, a lot of information is private, difficult to access, so it becomes a challenge, right? So these are some of the issues around virtual assets and around gaming. And I'll also talk a bit about the taxation side of it. So on the gaming apps, what basically happened was earlier the government used to make a distinction between gaming and gambling. So all these lotteries and all were considered gambling, and the GST was 28%. In 2023, government said that, the GST Council rather said that the distinction between gaming and gambling should not be there. And they said everything will be taxed at 28%, applicable from 1st October 2023. However, the notices have been sent, and they have been sent with retrospective effect. Now the matter is under the Supreme Court. There is a thought that the government will also withdraw this retrospective effect of it. But the challenge that comes with such kind of retrospective taxation is that it sends a very wrong signal to the investors and the business community at large, because it creates an uncertainty about the business environment. So that's the issue on the taxation on gaming. There is a larger issue of taxation on virtual assets also. And some of the factors that we've discussed, the part that where is it originating from, which jurisdiction, which state, where, if I'm levying GST, where should I levy? Which state gets it? Or which country it goes to? A big issue. What should be the value? How do I define it? How do I assess that what was the value at which it was purchased? Classification. We still don't know whether eventually it's going to be money, or it's going to be an asset, or it's going to be, something else. Then the issue of, I think mostly these are some of the challenges. And what if, let's say, a new token is created? The issue with all these virtual currencies is at any point in time you can create a new one. So if a new currency is created, what's the value? What's the initial value of that currency? And how do you look at it? Right? So these are some of the aspects that are going to challenge, they're going to be a challenge when you're taxing the overall setup. Now on the gaming side, of course, there is, I think by the end of the year, there will be some certainty coming in. Hopefully the retrospective bit will go. There will only be, prospective taxation. Even then, the industry is demanding that it should be 18% and not 28%. So that is another thing that may get looked at some point. Right now, it's not being looked at. So that's where we are on the taxation side. And as far as the FATF report goes, actually, India, in terms of virtual assets, the FATF has said that virtual asset service providers are actually, they are aware of the issues, so which sort of comes out in the survey that SKOCH has done. So it shows that on the risk side and all, there is that systems are better. They are being put in place. It's just that how well are the transactions being monitored over these systems? That's where things will have to improve. So that's what I have.
Thank you so much. Do we have Mr. Jayesh Ranjan back? He's still not there? Okay. He'll come. Okay. Okay. So thank you very much. We move on to Radha Agarwal and her point of view. Very enlightening that was.
Thank you. So thank you, Samir. Thank you so much for having me over. It's been an incredible morning. I think even having the conversation with you before we came into this room was very exhilarating for me. And therefore, whatever I've heard this morning, I really want to change my introduction. I don't want to call out my corporate achievements or whatever I've done in the 28 years. I think I'm a proud daughter of India who grew up in the 70s and 80s and has seen the transformation of India. And that's what makes me very proud. Another thing I want to share with you is that I'm an army officer's daughter. So I grew up hearing Jai Hind all the time. And I heard my father always say that the color of his blood was olive green. And therefore today I felt that in this room, I thought, a room of civilians is not what we see as, when we grow up in the army fraternity. But I'm so happy that I came here and I'm seeing so much happening, not only with the government, because there sometimes I feel a bit dejected. They are not able to change the narrative the way I would like them to, but incredible work by SKOCH, Samir, and let us see how we can partner more and really take this journey forward. So that's, what I wanted to share. The other thing I wanted to also tell you, and this is, carrying forward what Samir started with in the morning about Digital India and how the West misreads us. This morning, my domestic help, I call her my staff, she is taking a train from Orissa to Delhi, and the train was late by a few hours. So I called her in the morning and I said, "Aap check kar lo, abhi train itni late chal rahi hai." And she tells me, "आप चिंता मत करो, मैंने ऐप डाउनलोड कर ली है, मुझे पता है और मैं ट्रैक कर रही हूँ." So, this is our India. And it's okay, I know there's a lot of inequality, but like 2047, I hope we are around by then and we are able to see so much more progress. Now with that, I'm going to get into the topic that has been assigned to me, which is regulation in digital gaming. You already heard the previous speaker talk about it in great detail. So to make sure that I'm not repetitive, I'm going to keep it short, and I assume the audience is intelligent enough to have grasped what he said, but I will touch upon aspects where I think we need to talk about a little bit more. So regulation absolutely is critical. And here too, I want to tell you a story, a quick story, which I think would resonate with a lot of you who have growing up teenagers at home. I have one at home as well, and when COVID hit us, the kids found their world in the virtual world, right? We were not prepared to really see what was happening in their world. They suddenly had computers at their fingertips. They were on their computers for 12 to 14 hours a day. They were doing their schoolwork, which was, I think, hardly 5-10%. That was all a pretense. They were exploring the world of gaming. At least that's what my son did. He was in grade 8 at that time in 2020. And I saw him go into this deep, dark world, as I call it. As a parent, I was extremely nervous because I knew that nobody really knows much about this. Where is he going? What are these games he's playing? Who is he interacting with? Is he really getting into all these money transactions? So many questions, so much unanswered, even today. And he's become an avid gamer. Today he's in grade 12. We've had a agreement with him that till his boards get over, he's got to put gaming a little behind. But I think the kids of today are very vulnerable, and this whole space needs very strong regulation. And that is what, again, I'm thankful and happy to hear that the government is thinking about it. And Samir, you are doing your bit as a private citizen to throw light on it. So with that, why the need? The need for data protection, the need for financial, the transactions, how everything is so overt. It's not there in the open. No currency can be tracked there. So there's so much that can happen in this big dark world, as we call it. And what is really responsible gaming? And how do we ensure that there are certain standards for content for young gamers, not so young gamers? We've got to take care of all. So therefore, the need is more than ever today. And interestingly, as we see across the globe, it's very fragmented. I don't think any country really has strong gaming regulation. They have it in bits and pockets. They've addressed it in a very non-standard, fragmented way. And I've captured here for you, in green are the, the main headings that we need to look at when what we see actually across the globe, that where is their regulation? And then you'll see different countries have something or the other, but nobody has a holistic view of it. Nobody has an end-to-end view of it. So whether it's gaming licenses, it's gambling, it's content and age appropriateness, it's anti-money laundering, certain countries have something. So UK may have something, Germany may have something, Singapore, EU, etc. You don't even see India very much visible there. And there's more. So there are more areas where countries across the globe have implemented something, but is it adequate? Is it not? I'm pretty sure it isn't. And looking inward at India, I think there's so much more ground to cover. Data protection, data is the new currency, it's our wealth. I think it's more valuable than money, than gold. And here, again, we are totally vulnerable. So we need strong regulation, consumer protection, protection of our children, their mental health, human rights, everything has to come together here. It's a mammoth task, and we saw it in the framework that Samir presented to us. So we really, really have to get going in this area. What's responsible gaming? And then what is competitive gaming? How does money come into the picture here? Many regulations across the globe, but all fragmented and non-standard. So in conclusion, you know, depending on what regulation there is across the globe, it's, you know, gaming is really multifaceted, it's complex. The whole landscape is very complex. We have to take care of content, we have to take care of age appropriateness, we have to take care of the financial vulnerabilities that there are, we have to take care of privacy, we have to take care of our consumers. And in India, I think the time is now. We are already late, but we need to prioritize and we need to expedite. Okay. So these two, what you see on the screen, have already been touched upon. So we don't have any industry-specific guidelines. I think the first thing that we are seeing in the last many years is the framework that SKOCH has built. It's comprehensive. It's really been thought through. We also really, really need to take care of balancing innovation. Too much regulation can kill it. Making India the hub and the growth center for, say, gaming, generating revenue out of it in the right way, too much regulation will kill all that innovation. So the government and the bodies that come together to really frame the regulations have to keep this in mind. We have to take care of the anonymity, the privacy concerns. Too much anonymity can generate other issues, but we have to take care of privacy. It cannot be that everybody stands exposed if they get into gaming or the gaming sector. How do we ensure cross-jurisdictional enforcement? So this is another open topic that has to be addressed. And then something that was addressed just before me is the emerging technologies and risks. And thank you for sharing so much in detail. This is really, it's just innovating all the time. So, it was interesting to learn that every other day you can get a new currency and you can't track it in this sector. So these are really the challenges that are in front of us. And when we talk about special focus for India, many questions need to be answered. That, who all should be the real regulators? Which ministries? Which agencies? All these things are currently, I think, on the table. They have to be thought out. They have to be closed. They have to be agreed with the government. The regulation will have to take into account all these open questions. Should it be a central subject? Should it be a state subject? How will we do this? We are a federal, country. How will we manage this across all our states? Then I again stress on, balancing innovation with regulation. Too much regulation can kill any kind of innovation. So it has to be done the correct way. And then most important, like I shared with you, with the children at home, we as parents, we are extremely worried about the mental health of our children. What about the human rights bodies? So these agencies have to have an equal say and a place on the table when the regulation is made. How do we get to the schools? Do we have to start, evangelizing early with children? even on the regulations, so that we think it's underage, but our children don't think they're underage to do anything. So do they even know what they stand exposed to? Not only in terms of the predators on the web, but also in terms of what regulations of the law of the land is, right? So these all things we have to keep in mind as we formulate the regulation. So this was primarily what I wanted to share on the importance of having regulation. And then I wanted to also touch upon this current burning issue, which has been shared earlier as well, which is a real, if I could say, a bummer, or something that should not happen. I think in a developed democracy, in a country as we consider ourselves a country of intellectuals and right-thinking people, that retrospectively you go and change the percentage of GST, and then you send out notices. You're just putting pressure on the entire industry. Investments will not come in, innovation will not happen. So I strongly do not support this. What exactly happens will be for us all to see, including me. And the good news is that there is a section, which is section 11A, that gives the power to the GST Council to reconsider their decision and to also take away this recent mandate that where the gaming companies have to cough up a huge 1,10,000 crores to the government. And that is for something that they had paid earlier at a lower percentage, and the government had happily accepted as well. So even to counter issues like this in the future, I think we need regulation all the more. So with that, I'm going to end my
Thank you
pitch.
so much, Radha.
Thank you so much, and we must keep in touch.
Yeah. It was your turn. So, but before you say something, yeah, sure.
Would you like a mic? Yeah.
Can you, sure? No, he's getting your mic.
Thank you so much. When she talked about the school and the kids, that's when something suddenly hit me. We have been working with the schools since last 25 years, and since last 5 years we are touching this also. Last year there was a project by WHO, VHI, together, and we had chosen 15 schools in each major city, and we had done the social media awareness thing for the students. And the response that came from the students was also kind of little shocking. So many of them came up saying that, okay, we cannot give up on gaming and social media, and we are worried about the result. A couple of them came and said, I was playing a game and my father had to pay more than 1.5 lakh rupees because of that, because I didn't understand, and his account was on the mobile he was using. So there are danger. But then what I see is, since we've been working with a DEO of Ahmedabad city with more than 225 schools, that in schools when we are training teachers, each school we are training 2 teachers, and even the social media awareness, the mental health and physical health, of course I'm not talking a lot, we are talking about it. The teachers are making a difference. The teachers are talking in a classroom. Every day we tell them, talk for only 3 to 5 minutes. And make them do some little activity where they get involved with you. And it's making a difference. So I'm not saying it's a big thing, but this is what I have observed in 2 years' time. Just yesterday I completed 2 days master training for 50 teachers, and today I see 30 videos and photographs of what they are doing in the schools already in a WhatsApp group that is created by them. So we are looking at the regulations. But I'm looking at involving community more actively, be it a school community, be it a society community, be it anybody. Let each and every person in the India get responsible for it. I mean, we are putting everything on the government. We are looking at everything at a larger scale. But how about looking at home, back home to begin with, and sharing experiences with each other, the success as well as the failure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any other comment? And while the mic moves, I would like to point to a larger problem than gaming, which is digital addiction itself. We are all digital addicts. How much time we spent on OTT, how much time we spent on social media, our relationships are defined by Facebook, people don't meet each other, people don't entertain at home anymore. The culture is dying, the context is not there.
Excellent. So true. I mean, the parents themselves are so addicted to mobile. They're both working and they see their children from very young age. I see a 5-year-old child just given a mobile because mother is too busy. And mother doesn't know what the child is doing. So as a society, we can just do a little more introspection and get a little more human ourselves and then look at, of course, Viksit Bharat on a larger scale.
So the challenge there, as I said, is that, every family has a group, like we are coaches. So we have coaches. But we stop talking to each other, You WhatsApp. Yeah. From one room to the other, you WhatsApp. So it's, to the extent of being ridiculous. So what we are doing at SKOCH Foundation is we are setting up a digital addiction helpline. So we've done some parameters as to what guardrails should be there in all digital apps for mental wellness. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi. Good morning, everybody. My name is Rajesh Panchal, representing Inox Air Product. So coming specifically on these gamification, digital things and all, and mobile being everybody's lifeline. Like first time it was roti kapda makan, but now it is like mobile and then the social media and the internet. That things have changed. One important point is like, which I try to communicate in awareness was everybody has got a mobile. But once in a week, at least on a Saturday or a Sunday, spend 5 minutes and see which are the top apps you are using. First thing, which are the top apps you are using? Is it giving value to you, yourself, your health, your mental health, your peace, your family, your corporate, your organization? Is it helping you? Decide your priorities so that next week you will turn around and you will see the improvement. This is something very basic. And ma'am, you really spoke about the schools and all. I'm really happy. Even for kids also, like, my wife is a teacher. Like, I also tell her, like, educate your kid just 2 minutes where you are spending time. And second important point was the security and awareness. Like, digital security is very, very utmost important. So this is the second point where I want everybody to know how can we safeguard ourselves. What are the social medias where we need to keep our profile open and where we need to close? Even now kids are doing, like parents are educated, they hide a lot of things in WhatsApp, they hide a lot of things on Facebook and Twitter, but kids are much more advanced than us. Kids are much more advanced than us. Parents doesn't know where they have protected. So these are the two areas like which I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Anybody else? I thought this is a very hot topic. A lot of people should have very strong opinions about it. All parents should have. And actually, as you stand up in an alcoholic anonymous meeting and say, my name is Samir Kochar and I'm an alcoholic. So you should have a digital anonymous. My name is Samir Kochar and I'm a digital addict.
Samir, one more thing that I liked was what you said about mental health. Now see, these are evils that have set in. So, it will be unrealistic for us to think that our children will not get pulled in. But I think mental health is something, and I think you spoke about it, we need to get it more into our schools, our corporate culture. So when I'm talking about children, let's not forget the corporate youngsters. They are also going through a revolution when it comes to digital. So I think that is another topic that we would love
So
to.
coming to Tanmay, you made two very important points. One is you said that money has many incarnations in the digital space, and possibly the virtual part of it is the big chunk of pending tax that can accrue to the government. Hopefully they should not do it retrospectively, but at least prospectively. So I keep hearing this thing, India should be a video gaming nation, and but to me, whether you're playing Ludo or you're playing Lambi, addiction is addiction. Would you agree? So why should government take these calls? You should say that. So when they said that skill and chance, no difference, I agree. That was one of the demands that I had raised, 28%. The minute there is money involved, it is to be taxed at 28%. Now I am saying the minute it is gaming, it should be 28%. Why should we be charitable towards subsidy and not chess or rummy or chaucer or whatever. So this policy certainty helps. And in terms of your priorities in life, as the gentleman here mentioned, is playing Samsidi your highest priority, so why should you crib about paying 28%? If that's what you want to do, right? So I think this artificial differentiation between skill, chance, video game, non-video game, all this is just creating an incredible amount of complexity, and there is no need. I remember in earlier days when the budget used to be presented, they used to say sharpener pe itna kam ho gaya, lipstick pe itna बढ़ गया. So I mean, should you really be calling out item by item? There will be millions. So why don't you take a broad policy view? So I would, would you all agree if I say all gaming 28%? Or whether it's skill-based, non-skill-based, video game, this, that and the other. There's no hair splitting. So he agrees. How many of you agree? Just raise your hands, yeah? Absolutely, no? More than that. Okay. So the second thing is that the point on policy certainty that we raise, retrospective taxation. Now it takes two to tango. I believe policy should not be used as a honey trap. आपने बोला कि ये हमारा policy था. So the company says my interpretation of the policy is this, and the government says my interpretation of the policy is that. Now the fact is, for 3 years he was collecting 18% and paying you 18%, and you were accepting 18%. Now if I pay lower income tax, I instantly get a notice कि boss आपका ज़्यादा था, आपने नहीं दिया. So for so many years you did not send any notice. So should you not be equally liable from a citizen's perspective? If the industry has to pay 1,10,000 crores, shouldn't the government also pay 1,10,000 crores? No, you would find that contention ridiculous. It's as ridiculous as asking industry to pay 1,10,000 crore of money which they never collected. Right? So, galti hoti hai. Let's be nicer to each other, and if it was a galti, then it was galti of both the parties. And so let 11A prevail, and let's get rid of this retrospective taxation, because it's going to only hurt India and India narrative. Would you agree with that? Yes? Full house. No. So we are putting it to vote. No. Raise your hands. People who don't raise their hands don't get votes. There should be no retrospective tax. Okay. The next part that we discussed was widening this multi-departmental task force. I think one very important chapter we missed is children, which the lady pointed out. So of course, the Department of Child Welfare should be an important part of this. Department of Women Welfare should be an important part of it. Why not most social industries, whether it's education, whether it's, they should also be a part of it, because can we afford to view digital addiction only as a taxation problem?
Can we have it as a school curriculum also?
We should have in school curriculum, absolutely.
About the digital education, how to use it intelligently.
Right. So, last but not the least, there is this big debate is who's going to regulate it. So my thing is, why don't we start with the basics? Let's first of all have a framework. Framework means what needs to be regulated, which is what we are discussing today, and we have done some steps on that. We have created that framework, and we've taken an initial measurement. Now, can this framework, so we are just saying whether you are compliant, not to the extent you are compliant, but this is not a law. So there could be a regulation that is based on the framework. You can add more things, you can delete some things, you can do whatever consultations, but convert it into a law so that people know. And then when that law is there, then that law needs to sit somewhere. Now whether it sits with the regulator, at the central government, with an SRO, at a state. So let's not start the discussion from there. The problem in this entire discussion is we start with the last point. can we get the building blocks in place? What do you say, Tanmay?
Yes, so see, when we look at regulations, right, the first bit, and this framework really helps in understanding the whole gamut of things that we need to look for. The problem that we have right now is that every part of the government is looking at it in a piecemeal base. What is relevant for me, right? Unless we look at it as a wholesale solution, we will not get to any place. That's one part of it. The second part of it is what you termed as the human aspect, right? Now, you're doing the education in schools and all. We also run a lot of cyber curriculum, but you know what we need, and we're trying to make a difference, but you know it's too small for a scale that we're looking at. And what we need is some kind of two things, a campaign that goes like, you know, when we have these frauds on telephones and all, there are so many messages that come where it says RBI says or IRDA says, you know, there is a campaign that runs. We need campaigns like that, educating people on the dangers of social media, what information they are putting there, how it can be misused. And we've not, you know, right now we're talking of gaming. There is a whole aspect of AI and your information that's there. Any picture that's put on the social media can be used to create God knows what, okay, with using the AI, you know, chat GPTs and other AI engines that are there. So there has to be a campaign that goes out on the dangers of social media and gaming and these kind of things. And second is we need to see where, what kind of advertising we are doing. So your, you know, framework has that parameter. That's important because when we put in, let's take the case of liquor. We say you can't sell it near schools, you can't sell it near certain positions, you can't advertise it because there is a problem. Now, can we have some kind of a responsible framework for advertising? Right now, there's nothing. I mean, we went yesterday on MG Road from Gurgaon to Delhi. Every metro station had a gaming sign. Every single metro station, right? With no caveats anywhere on what is the danger of it. Right? So I think unless we look at it as a, you know, a whole thing, we will never reach anywhere on this.
Yeah, exactly. So other than just putting a statutory warning that this content is A-rated, which guarantees that every child would want to see it, there is no other safeguard, which is true for practically everything digital. So with that, we come to the end of this panel. I thank Tanmay and I thank Radha for being with us this morning. So while we missed having Jayesh Ranjan because he tried joining us 3 times and still had to be pulled into a meeting, that was the bad news. The good news is we end in time. So we are back on schedule. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone. If we can have a quick photograph all together, all 3 of you, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put some energy in the house. Let's have a huge round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into another session, our next session, we'll be having a quick change in the setup. Ladies and gentlemen, with this now we are heading towards our another insightful session, which is based on harmonizing digital transformation and ESG. डिजिटल परिवर्तन और ESG को सुसंगत बनाना, और इस विषय पर बातचीत करने के लिए मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर राजेश पंचाल, हेड IT आइनॉक्स AP, I request Mr. Rajesh Panchal to kindly grace the stage with your valuable presence. With over 33 years of experience in global IT leadership, he has driven organizational growth by leveraging IT business process integration, digitalization, and IT architecture. He has successfully formulated and implemented IT strategies including cloud and mobility solutions, and played a key role in mergers, acquisitions, and regulatory compliance. I request Mr. Rajesh Panchal to kindly be with us. Okay. I request Mr. Vinod Chandani, CIO, Patel Engineering Limited, to kindly join us on the stage. So we welcome you. He specializes in using design thinking and digital transformation to solve complex problems and drive capital efficient growth. He is skilled in implementing large-scale initiatives that enhance data visibility, automative workflows, and improve operational efficiency. He is passionate about continuous improvement, talent development, employee engagement, and fostering diversity and inclusion. I also request Mr. Suhail Ghai, Director and Chief Digital and Information Office, Max Insurance Company Limited, to kindly join us on the stage. Sir, we welcome you. For over 20 years, he has led IT and digital transformation projects across BFSI and FMCG sectors. He has extensive experience in ERP implementation, supply chain optimization, and managing IT portfolios. He excels in aligning IT strategies with business goals, managing IT budgets, and overseeing large-scale technology projects. I also welcome Mr. Akshay Kumar Patel, General Manager, IT and CISO and TPC, to kindly join us on the stage. He has extensive experience in managing IT and OT systems, covering applications, infrastructure, and cybersecurity across NTPC's plants and offices. He has obtained a specialization in cybersecurity from US CERT and plays a key role in coordinating cybersecurity efforts for thermal power generation utilities across India. And last but not the least, as a moderator for this session, may I please call upon stage Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman, SKOCH Group. Sir, I request you to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal leads research projects, impacts assessments, and field studies in the areas of governance, MSME, women empowerment, entitlements, tribal development, financial inclusion, and so on. Given his expertise, he has been invited by the Government of India to sit on various committees, and he also heads the SKOCH Center of Excellence on Tribal Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our expertise here, and I request Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal to kindly begin the session. Sir.
Please have a seat. So as it is always said, there is a story behind every story. So what we've been discussing since morning, which is the indices, whether it is done globally or otherwise indexes, which is done by various stakeholders in India, there's always a backdrop to it. So let's go back a little bit. In fact, where we stand today, wherein the entire narrative on these global indices is stitched against India, the very genesis of that can be found immediately post-independence and post-Cold War with the founding of Bretton Woods system. There were two important elements to it, if you would recall. One was the formation of IMF, and second one was the setting up of IBRD, which was the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which later on came to be known as the World Bank. Now, why I'm drawing reference to this is that these two institutions were created only to help the devastated economies which went through the World War I and World War II. IMF was to correct the damages which were
sustained as a result of the Great Economic Depression, followed by the World War, as I said. And the World Bank was to, the IBRD, was to help reconstruct the devastated economies. Later on, 1974, it was reconstituted as the World Bank, and the rest is history. The point is, they have never looked at global south. That's the reason why there has always been a global south and global north. So the north-south dialogue actually was founded to bridge the haters between the two. But that still remains too far-fetched and wanting. Having said so, come close, 20 years, 25 years. India started opening up in 1991 and started to have a say in the global economy. We came out of the Inspector Raj and a closed economy. Soon, we were faced with the challenges of having to have found a place, a foothold in the global system, and it was difficult to find. So when today we are recognized as one of the top 10 economies, fastest growing, already reached top 5, having displaced many, it is not digested easily by everyone, and particularly the global north. That how come we are moving so fast? So how do we put roadblocks to it? These roadblocks emerge in the form of these indices, which is what we are not saying that we are trying to correct, but we are trying to correct the narrative. How can we do that? So the three options that Mr. Kocher talked about in the morning, either look at what we have achieved and correct your indicators, or otherwise something very specific to India, add to those indicators, or let's look at greenfield options. So the greenfield options are very many. So just about 10-15 years ago, when India started growing, India as such also has been very sensitive to all these developments, said that time has come when we have to make our businesses responsible. So 1911, for the first time, we talked in terms of national voluntary guidelines for ESG. It was absolutely unknown, what is ESG? While we were talking that, the global north was talking about creating responsibility, accounting framework, which became a standard. So we have been as many years behind them. We saw that coming, and 2018, we converted it into a responsibility framework, which is what we have been talking about since morning, to become a national guideline. But by then, Global North already had notched two paces ahead. They had created the reporting standards. Those reporting standards, taking cue from them, reporting as well as the accountability, we laid the foundation of BRSR guidelines 21 and 23. These became mandatory. Having said so, where are we today? GRI, which is the Global Reporting Initiative 21, we were talking of BRSR, still a smaller portion of it. They were talking this big. And next year, which is 2025, GRI is going to come to India. And that's exactly where our fight is. So when we say that how do we harmonize digital transformation with ESG, this becomes a very big question mark. Why? Because if you look at all the global standards, digital transformation does not find its place of equality. It only remains limited to environmental, social, and governance. So we started looking into this and created 500 plus indicators on which we studied it. We have been studying it for the last 1 year and created our first India Involved Index, which is not only talking about environmental, social, and governance, it's also talking about corporate excellence. It's also talking about corporate digital responsibility, and it is also talking about digital transformation, because without that, there cannot be a credible ESG. So this is the framework that we have created. It cuts across security, digital responsibility, sustainability, economic digital responsibility, technology, risk management. So if you look at all these indicators, ESG would be a small form of that, small part of that. Meaning to say that this is a superset of all the frameworks that we need to work on. This has been further broken down if you look at this, whether it is CDR, Sustainable Development Goals, Corporate Digital Responsibility, ESG. Important element is even human rights, what the Chairman Human Rights was talking about in the morning. It is about dignity of life and it is about quality of life. Without that, there cannot be any human rights. And that is something digitally ensured by all the organizations. So that becomes your corporate digital responsibility. Further breakdown. So when we look at all of that, SDGs exist as they are. But when we look at CSR, ESG, human rights and artificial intelligence, we find that across these indicators, 58.33% overlap with the framework that we have created. This tells us that we are on the right path. This also tells us that India needs to correct its narrative along these lines, and there is much more to it because it's going to be a collective effort. Not only SKOCH will be doing it, it's done collectively with the stakeholders, including yourselves. This is our ethics policy. I stop here, but the point that I would like to bring home is that when we talk about all these things, where exactly do we stand and what is it that we need to do? So my first question to the panel is, we'll go one by one and do a quick roundup on that, that these three areas that we talked about, do you find them that these are complementary and can have to be seen in conjunction with each other? So let me start with you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity in SKOCH. This is true privilege and to have a panel like this. Join at the hip, of course, we don't have an option. For everything you mentioned, it's the SDGs of the UN. And ESG is just it's an extraction of that in a way. But if you go back and see worldwide, of the 17 SDGs, only 15% as of 2023 are even on track, if at all. And the rest of them are either transgressing or they've completely stalled. Where are we in that? I think it's digital transformation and ESG efforts. It's so critical for us to actually talk about it. For one reason, that the fact that all of us sitting here today even understand what it is, because we are the privileged few. Privileged not because we are just here, privileged because also we work in organizations where it's just the top 500 or the 100 which are listed actually have to talk about BRSR or ESG. The rest of the population doesn't even know about it. So if they are not going to be included in this privilege, how are you going to make a difference to the people who actually need that difference to come into their lives? So the one thing that digital transformation does, in my opinion, because I've been working in this for the last 25 years, is that it brings transparency to the accountability itself. So if we go down this path and actually harness it, we can actually leverage everything where we are after or we are under, provided we give it surface. I think that would be a fantastic standpoint, and I don't think we can go back. Here, like I said, we are privileged few, but at the same time, we are all facing the global warming, right? Everybody, from top to bottom. If all these 17 SDGs or the ESGs, whatever we are facing, each one of us are facing, so we don't have a choice. And I think it's a fantastic beginning.
True. When we talk about BRSR, you are one organization which mandatorily have to be filing it. And truly speaking, there is hardly any capacity with any organization today to be able to do that assessment on BRSR, whether you are actually compliant or not. So more often than not, it becomes a tick mark item. Having to say the SDGs that Vinod talked about, those SDGs map pretty well on ESG. And in India, CSR is mandatory. So we are much ahead than anybody else, anywhere else in the world, which is what they are reporting as ESG and we are reporting as a CSR, not finding its place in the BRSR.
Now, thank you all first for inviting me to this panel. I feel privileged. Now, I'll give some practical aspect to it. Now, when we say digital transformation, what actually it entails? It basically is from paper to computer. So, at the ground level, the more digitalization you are having, the less paper you use. That is direct benefit to environment. Second, equitability. Like, once you make digital transformation, things are available on everybody's, wherever they are. That means somebody sitting far from this place will not be that much inequitable for him. That means when we say digital transformation, it is equitable, it is environment friendly, and transparency, as my predecessor said. So this digital transformation is the base work, or that is what is propelling India to a greater height, as I feel. We can say digital economy, digital, everything digital is helping India grow faster. Now, this will help sustainable development. Like in our company, I will tell, in 2018, we started paperless movement. And now I can proudly say there is no paper movement in our company. Now everything is paperless. Now to that extent, this is a sustainable goal we are working towards it. Then each and every document, each and every proposal has a marking which department it is helping and what actually sustainable goal it is achieving. That thing is recorded on that. Now to that extent, this will help in a long term all ESG and for achieving those SDGs. Now, in this context, it is, and of course, all India is in right path to that extent in these endeavors. Thank you.
So when it comes to, I'll come to you after him. You have been a consumer of technology to a great extent, wherein you're also on cloud, you're using cloud-based services. So how do you see the digital transformation bit already being reported as sustainability in your sustainability reports?
Okay, first of all, thank you for having me here. I think, as the people said before me, digital transformation today, in our own way, contributes a lot to both the environment and sustainability agenda. One big thing is this, that earlier, and I'm talking about my own industry, which is the life insurance industry. Here, you want to write a risk for your life. So when you are, this is not like a health and yearly contract. When you give somebody policy at 25, you are taking a risk at him probably till 65 or 75. Now imagine interest rates, imagine mortality, imagine things like COVID that will come in. Now, when you do this, I think there was a time you needed tons and tons of paper. You need to identify the individual. Thanks to today the great India, the digital infrastructure, the public infrastructure, Aadhaar, eKYC, you have practically eliminated the need for paper to establish anybody's identity. You don't need to meet people. Similarly, you look at the banking system. Today, you don't have to collect those checks, those cancelled checks of people, amount of paper, amount of couriers moving around, people going around to collecting them. Think of it like a simple penny drop. UPI is there for everyone. So as you look at now you look at medical. Medical is a big change. Aabha is coming in, the government's whole thing on Ayushman Bharat, right? The medical records will get digitized. If you need to assess somebody's health, you don't need to go and make him do a test again. Now, as you move the value chain, you are more and more digitizing your processes. You are taking paper out. You're taking the need for meeting people out. What used to earlier take weeks to issue a policy or somebody, today is, in 50% of the cases, it is issued instantaneously and with proper risk assessment. 85% of the cases, you don't even have to assess the risk. Risk is using AI, the risk is inbuilt. And finally, as technology people, we are also big consumers of power, of infrastructure. Traditionally, all of us used to have our own data centers, which used to run 24/7 with no sharing. You know, everybody used to run it, even if you don't need it, and lean times. And thanks today to the cloud and the whole consolidation of the infrastructure, you are only using it as you are paying for it and using it when you need it. Think of it, you are bringing it together, consolidating it, you are reducing your need for the power. While it's a dichotomy on one side, AI is coming in, there are GPUs and it is consuming more power. On the other side, how do you optimize it? That is a great balance, and digital today has a great place to play. I think digital transformation gains from the public infrastructure and has a big contribution back to the ESG agenda.
Let me ask you a supplementary. So you said that most of the transactions now are moving on app, right? So if I have an app in my phone, similarly I will have 15 other apps as well. So you alone, as well as 15 others put together, are making me a digital addict, because I'll keep on hopping from one app to another to see, because I'm getting anxious, I'm getting, I'm having anxiety about as to what next, what's new. So how are you taking care of the digital wellness, not only of your employees, but the people who are using your services? So this is part of this corporate digital responsibility, as well as, in the real true sense of the term, digital transformation.
Okay, I think one big win-win part is that gone are the days when you want people to come to your apps. Today, for example, many of us are available what people are doing. For example, if you use a WhatsApp, you don't need to come to my app for it. You don't need to come to my app, and I don't need to bombard you for messages. If you want to talk to me, right, you're going to say hi to me on WhatsApp. I'm going to ask you a question, what do you need me for? And if you just want to understand your premium payment or your policy, you can download this. So the way that information getting consumed is also changing. Today, thanks to a lot of information about people, you don't have to constantly bombard people with reminder messages. You can understand consumer behavior. Somebody uses your app, he will pay on his own. Somebody already has an ECS, you don't need to tell him. See, this digital also gives you the power to understand your consumer and to be making sure that you can segment them and make sure you're very targeted to reach out to them. You are absolutely right. Nobody's going to download 25 apps. Rather, today if you use an iPhone, you will know the least used app is anyway deleted and put it in a corner. You won't even realize this. So therefore, how can this world of super apps come in, the world of platforms come in, like a WhatsApp or something, or Telegram, and this is how you interact. And the lastly is that from a corporate social responsibility perspective, any financial institution is the fiduciary accountability of safeguarding the data of people. I think that's a very, very important thing in digital. This is all about data, and this is sensitive data. As an organization, how do you, use the data? There are new data protection laws in this country. How do you use the data? How do you make sure you have a customer consent for everything? You store them, you don't share it. And within your organization, it's a very need-to-know basis. I think that is also a big part of the whole digital responsibility for organizations.
Sure. I'll come back to you. A couple of more questions I have in mind. But let me move over to Inox. When we talk about the comprehensive economic impact, several things come into the picture. The first thing itself is reduction in consumption of energy, reduction in carbon, improving the internal processes in the systems so that your total cost of ownership reduces over a period of time. Superimpose that on CDR as well as ESG. So you find that everything becomes totally connected. So how are you leveraging it?
Sure. Thanks, Coach, and the team here to get me on this esteemed panel. I'm somewhere as an organization, as an individual, connected to all three of my co-panelists. It's a coincidence. Basically, I represent Inox as of today, but I'll give you past background, what was there in my experience, which was agriculture, and then the Inox. So when we speak about Inox, it is basically theaters and ledgers, but no, we are Inox Air Product. We are the company who are India's leading industrial gas, and India's 65% of the population was saved because of Inox Air Product. So this is the context I am putting here. This is something which you all should know what has happened in the background, and this will give you a brief prospect of how the digital transformation, the whole ecosystem work for the country, and even the ESG. Second point, when you read on the table, there is a study report given. If you can open and see, the India adoption on environment is around 59%. So in last couple of years, you have seen a lot of the solar things happening, the green and hydrogen happening, and a lot of things have been happening. But the back end is definitely the support system is, the digital transformation. Second point is the social media. So 36% is the penetration in our country, which is done by the SKOCH. So I'm very well acknowledging, and most of us did it. And governance, which is the 5%, and which is the concern for me as an individual today, which I will conclude. So this is the today research which is given by SKOCH. Coming specifically to the pandemic, how it happened, what it did, where we are and where we are today, we all know. There is a video storyline, Helping India Breathe. Whenever you have time, it is 21 minutes, you can see it. But coming on the gist of the prospect, because this was connecting each and every 140 crore of the population of the country. The PMOs of the country and the CMs of the company and the health minister of the country were very much concerned, how can we save life? That was the main concern. The biggest of biggest hospital you can name can save around 1,000, 1,200, 1,500 beds with oxygen. And per city, it was like 30,000, 40,000. So this was the challenge for the country. Now, we as an organization were ahead of time. When I say ahead of time means, most of you should know, oxygen is stored in minus 183 to 190 degrees Celsius, minus. And it is manufactured in gas form and it is transmitted in the liquid form. Now, when I am talking about transmission, means it's under very high pressure. It is under a container. Now, when the incident happened, you all must have seen the jumbo centers. So we as a company were again ahead of time. We had our cryogenic storage tanks which were available. This was the investment which management did a few decades ahead. And we had a lot of orders since exports were blocked. So we had orders. So all these storage tanks which we were having in stock and few of our competitors, we install in the jumbo center. And one jumbo center can cater to 5,000 to 10,000, 20,000. Because this was huge, huge capacity of storage where many people could go into a jumbo center and save life. Now, this was the first solution which happened. Second was like, if we have a vehicle which moves around and gives oxygen to individual hospital, it will take time. It will consume hell of a time and save less number of life. But if a tanker goes and saves 10,000 of a container, so movement of container and getting back the empty container was the second challenge which was addressed through this jumbo center. Third important point was how this visibility will happen. Who will manage it? So I have my North Regional Head, Mr. Vinod Singh here. He was front-ending. We had 4 zones, 4 war rooms which was created. And every war room was given a digital visibility of our plant, of our capacity, how it is being done. Every employee, like everybody was quarantined, but coincidentally our organization, nobody was quarantined. We were there to save life for the country, so government supported and management supported. Our MD, Mr. Siddharjan, he lead from the front, he took the control of complete war room. And the visibility which was there for around 200, 300 meters for our containers and all was nearly narrowed down with the use of technology to around 50 to 60 meters. So that gives the visibility, how can we do, where can we do, who can do, and which plant has material can be disposed. And every unit NMQ which was manufactured was supplied to save life. So this whole transformation happened, ESGs and the social responsibility along with the economical, along with the digital, along with environmental impact. Because just imagine if there are 100 bodies lying and nobody knows in a village and there is no oxygen supplied there. So those were also taken care of. There were the authorities, all key authorities were there. Everybody joined hand. There was no BJP, there was no Congress. It was one nation, one country. I think so that was something we see a big way. And that was one of the reasons where we saw that our country today, 65% population contribution is from us, where we are here. We know our few near one, dear ones passed away. But with this whole ecosystem, we as a company and we as an economy and we as a country, played a very vital role. So that is what I would like to conclude, that yes, there are a lot of things, which are unheard, unturned as a story. And there are goosebump stories when you see that video, you will come to know, Helping India Breathe. But digital transformation definitely does that. Coming specifically on the governance part, which is 5%, This is my major concern and worry. Today, most of us don't know. I'll take a simple example of ticket CCTV. Every majority of the prime A-class cities have got CCTV camera with auto challan. Now, if there is a right challan, I'm supposed to pay because I have defaulted. But am I paying? That is the first question. There is a system which is there. There is a portal which is there. There is a message which is coming. There is the image which is coming. Where is my social responsibility? Where is my governance? Second thing, it is not one-sided. I will flip the side of the coin. If it is a wrong challan, do they hear me? I have not faulted. So it's both the side of the coin. So governance adoption is not only from one side, from the authority side, or not only from an individual side. It's a complete ecosystem. There has to be a solution. Like Aadhaar, everybody knows eKYC and Aadhaar linkage and all, how it has helped life, banking, industrial, financial institution. So something such solution, when it comes on the table, ownership and governing to it, and responsibility. Everybody taking responsibility is very, very important. So I would like to put my thought on governance. How can we all as a team can...
No, in fact, you have a point there. I'll come back to you.
Sure.
Just to quickly respond to two things that you talked about on the governance bit. On the digital transformation, what you said is right, and you actually happen to be known better as suppliers of the medical oxygen during COVID time, so nobody's questioning it. The point is that to what extent have you actually been able to leverage, change your systems internally, bring in more efficiencies, and having transformed yourself digitally, reducing the cost? Because ultimately, it's the comprehensive economic impact as a result of technology, what you also talked about, that when you're moving over to a cloud, this is on a need-based. Otherwise, you are 24/7 plugged in and consuming energy and spending resources, which otherwise is switch on and off as per requirement. And then you don't become the guzzler of energy. I'll come to you on energy. You are sitting there nodding very vigorously on that. Yeah, a quick one from you.
So we being privately held with Air Product as in US as our entity. So I will not speak on numbers, but the headings I can definitely speak. So basically, very right question. Like we see the graph like dispatches per day, and the quantity like 80% of Inox business is industrial. And if you know, when pandemic wave 2 came, the PMO said industrial is closed. That is our main business, bread and butter, and 20% is medical. And boss always says कि medical life बचाते हैं, इसमें ज़्यादा नहीं, सबको देना है. So this was one thing, like catering to the medical of the country and the spikes of dispatches happening, which was not envisaged, because we had our fixed business which was monitoring. So the first challenge was on the logistic. And when I say logistic, just don't think, imagine that it is a empty container getting filled, going, emptying again, coming back from various hospitals. Don't think like that. There is a route, there is a fuel cost, there is a driver efficiency, and these are very, very high pressured, containers. So not driving at a specific speed. So these are the 4 areas. So when we were doing this pandemic, so we wanted the best of it class. So we learned a lot of things. In constraint, how can we improve our fuel efficiency? We constrained what are the challenging tap points for the vehicle driver. We were doing monitoring, training, everything was given. But this was something our learning which we noted.
What I understand from what you're saying is that ultimately it has to add value to
Yes.
the company, it has to add value to the shareholder, it has to add value to the investor. Right? So
Exactly.
the 3 counts.
Perfect.
That's exactly where
Perfect.
the digital transformation helps to do ESG better. Coming to you, how do you think adoption of ESG actually helps to improve a company's performance on 3 counts, these 3 what we just talked about, and also improving the supply chain management?
For those of us who, so I'll tell you what we do. We make dams and we make tunnels. And hydro is where you have the mountains, that's where we are. And the mountains at the borders, we work in the Himalayas. So we have a very strange tagline within the company. We say first we go and then the goats come. Because we work in such remote areas that sometimes we are the first ones to go there. In fact, Prime Minister Modi just inaugurated the Sela Pass tunnel, which was made by us. how does it affect the business directly? That tunnel, the location was by Tawang, and for the most part, it is sub-zero levels. To encourage people to go there is a challenge. Because this generation, where I'm talking about the age group who comes out of college and who's at now in their mid-30s and 40s, unlike the previous generation, they are so used to the digital connect that they will not go to areas where, unlike their fathers and their mothers who would leave their homes and go there for the benefit, they would want to be attached to the family because they are born with the phone. These are areas where you don't get internet. We could manage to get it with the help of the government and the BRO. And I'm happy to say we completed that entire project with more than 500 people being on that site, working in sub-zero. We could support them with nothing else but the actual ESG in place. Some form or the other. Some gentleman here said, "ये तो हम पहले से करते आ रहे हैं." वो जो छोटी-छोटी चीज़ पहले से करते आ रहे हैं ना, we've just given them a formal name today, ESG. That is why today, when we work on this side in Arunachal and Sela. In J&K, we are building a dam which is about 70, 80 stories tall. These are areas which were never inhabited before. There is a cultural difference between the East and the West. So if you talk about the environment, first let's talk about the people who work for us, then the partners. Because since we are traded, the offshoot of that, obviously the shareholder gets the benefit. The company wins, the shareholder wins. But the person who wins, again coming to the previous point, like I said, all these SG, any of these 17 months, it has to percolate down to the last person standing. They contribute to our bread, we make them better. So how did we go about it? One, the first goal is to get connectivity up there. How are we getting connectivity? Through satellite, through phones. So a person who's going to work, his life, he comes back, talks to his loved ones, output is automatically better for humanity and for production. Either ways. How are we doing it with data? We're getting live data, we move to the cloud. So we no longer have that digital footprint on multiple servers across. We are on the cloud, so now data is accessible anywhere. So we are not waiting to make a decision. Progress in project optimization. Today we work in very large projects which have design in it. We work with Mother Nature. When things go wrong, we don't have that much time to make 500 people wait on the side. Central cloud storage now helps us do things better. So when you talk about the environment, direct impact from just the computation point of view, the social point of view, it's just not the connectivity. I'll give you a small example. We were working in J&K in 2015. There's a tunnel that we were working on. And we went to the quarry to the last point, and I could just see one truck go up a mountain. 4 years later, we went there and I saw an entire village. They were working in barter at that point, at that area on the north, just because of the region initially. But the walnuts used to come down, and the lady of the house just used to see rice go up because it was barter. She rarely saw money. 4 years down the line, I'm pretty sure she was one of the shopkeepers there. Suddenly there was a village. So does digital transformation, because now we could connect. There was GPay going up there because we were also offering the internet that we were using down to the area that actually was where we were working. So now not only we work there, but now there were school systems starting to come up in the remote areas. Governance. I'm very happy to say that today, inclusion, I'm a very big proponent of inclusion, especially with women. Today, our chairman, our MD, our head of HR, they're all women. And what difference that makes it brings a sensitive nature to everything we do with empathy. Until we don't have that in place, where we are questioned on all those factors, we can never think beyond. Otherwise, it's revenue, return, and how well are we doing at work. So covering all these three aspects, and where does the country go with this? Because you make a difference to one family, it makes a difference to an entire community. So for me, digital transformation is a means of giving power to the hand. Yes, does it get addictive? Sure. So did we talk about when internet came out. We can put guardrails in it. That's our privilege to what we are doing. Like Madam said, can we educate? Yes, of course we can. But are we taking that on ourselves to educate? There's a lot of responsibility that comes to us, just like when the internet came out. Today, we are not questioning whether we should have the internet, right? Today, AI is coming in. Everybody's talking about taking away jobs. But we are not talking about AI actually helping us upskill ourselves. It will get there. We cannot go back. We can only go forward.
Yeah, you rightly said that when it comes to adoption of new technologies, these come along with the existing challenges. Yes, they do lead to addiction. They do lead to internet happened and people got addicted to it. But there is a flip side, which is the improvement in productivity. Then when computers happened, it was feared that you're going to lose jobs. There's going to be massive retrenchment. But soon enough, computers created more jobs than ever expected. And same is now being expected of new technologies like artificial intelligence, so on and so forth. But to start with, that means to say that we'll have to up our capability, our capacity of absorption, and our own capacity up to that level wherein we are able to compete in a world which is challenging us from machine side. Right. So we'll soon get there. So this is something which is going to A, help improve the bottom line, B, your compliances, and C, ultimately your reporting standards, which is what all four of you are doing. Yeah, you were saying
I have one more thing to add. The amount of inclusion, I mean, again, I'm talking about privilege of actually being on this platform plus being in a company that actually has to report BRSR and has to do ESG. There's a whole plethora of companies who don't have to do it, they're not even aware of it. I mean, we were doing BRSR, so I went to one of the sites which I said, and we do hold a town hall, and I just asked one thing, that do you know what you're contributing to? That was my only question, and nobody knew. Nobody knew about it. But when I said you are actually, I mean, we're talking about ESG now, but I
have a flip question.
Yeah.
When you are doing all of that, do you know that you are becoming compliant globally to the standards?
I was just going to say,
the answer is no. So we start doing it under compulsion.
Yes.
Since it has been made mandatory for all of us to do a tick mark item in my balance sheet, along with that, I have to do a BRSR reporting as well. When I said to start with, there is hardly any capacity. So the CAs and the people who are now just going through the auditors, a kind of bringing in a global experience because people sitting in India do not have much. So they are the ones who are going to be dictating it. So are we safeguarding ourselves or we are getting into another trap is the question. So I'll come to you. I want to ask Patel Saab, on corporate governance, in our report itself, we say that the PSUs, the government-owned enterprises, they do well on the corporate governance, while in industry, they do well on environmental and social, because social is kind of a philanthropy which has been added to them since 2013 mandatorily as part of CSR, not being reported as ESG because that does not find place in BRSR, but actually worldwide top organizations in the world, including Microsoft and the Apple and the Dells of the world, they are reporting their CSR as ESG, including digital transformation, which is not part of your reporting. Your corporate governance is good, but your reporting is bad from ESG. What do you have to say?
See, when we say CSR and CSR is a mandatory thing. Certain percentage of your profit has to be booked as CSR and you have to necessarily do it. So I think that answers the first question, why it is good. It has to be good. This is a compliance requirement. Now ESG, yes, we report. I don't know this reporting ESG and all these things, particularly environment, but I can say after this digital revolution, the visibility at regulatory level has gone up, much up, rather than even when you say 5 years back, actually CPCB and this thing, NGT didn't have visibility towards the industries, what at all are the actual thing. Now they take videograph of water level, air level, real time, direct. They don't want through any channel. Now that is the level of visibility they have. So that helps environment level, I can say yes. The visibility increased and compliance will certainly, this has to improve. Now, governance part, yes, PSU governance part actually doesn't reported much because things are in control because see, you are anyway regulated completely, power sector I can say it is fully regulated entity. Everything right from your pricing to billing and your demand and everything is regulated. Now governance part is taken as granted for this, it is default for this. We don't have to do additional things for this governance, so that's what I feel.
So moving over to you, from the perspective of this transformation, which is what we are now going through, we have a digital roadmap in front of us, wherein we say that year 1 we did this, year 2 we are doing this, year 3, year 4 and year 5. So the perspective, business plan along with the digital transformation plan. The challenge remains the same, how to reduce cost, improve compliance, how to leverage technology and improve the shareholder value. What are you doing about this?
I think if you look at the entire flow of this, right, for any today, you know, what does digital impact? One, digital can get you more revenue. Second, digital can step change the customer experience. Third, digital can get you operational efficiencies, which is what you alluded to, although all three help to grow business. Fourth, digital at times does a lot of, which are subsets of it, is a lot of disintermediation, which is the fact that you don't need so many actors in the chain. And last, digital also creates personal empathy, because digital you have the power to actually take n is equal to 1, to have a personalized communication with everybody. Now, when you look at the power of digital and what digital does to this, I think a lot of us started with digital first helping you grow revenue, and that's how companies look at their plans. A lot of companies built D2 direct to consumer channels, e-commerce, and you saw that happening. Then slowly digital started coming out in your operating cost, which, as you said, how can it be more efficient? How can it reduce manual labor? I alluded to points like remove paper, remove quality control checks, inbuilt, and this is where public infrastructure comes and helps you quite a bit today, right? Digital payments, you don't need people to reconcile. So therefore, a lot of activities have become either redundant or have become this thing. I think as we go to the next level of digital, a lot of work is nowadays, how do you expand the footprint? Today, there are a lot of underserved segments. For example, financial literacy, the formal financial sector was not available to a lot of people in far-flung areas. Even a lot of companies were only targeting people in the big cities. Now, thanks to the public infrastructure, thanks to digitization of internet, I say Aadhaar, UPI, there today you can actually reach out to those segments which were earlier not included. Now, one side, it helps the companies grow, find new sources of revenue. On the second side, from a larger country perspective, it also brings people in the fold, and I think that's progress for all. I think finally, to me, digital is not an end, it's a mean to an end. I virtually say in few years from now, you will not have digital separate from your main business. Today, a lot of times when we think digital, we think there is an A business, analog, and there is digital. I think the way things are happening, everything will become what we call phygital, which is a mix of physical and digital. Finally, we are human beings. We cannot always be digital. So there has to be, depending on the category, the business model, you are going to have a mix of physical interaction, digital interactions. Where do you find your sweet spot? I think that will depend. But I can only tell you that for long-term sustainability of businesses, digital is a way to go. And digital is also now becoming next level intelligence and not digital. I think what we did till now was barely converting what was manual into an automated workflow. I think wow now is that can you be intelligent? And how do you, and the value you generate from that, how can you give it back to the consumer and the customer? And also, ultimately, who are your three stakeholders? One is your shareholders, one is your customer, and third is society and the government. And how do you do that?
Yeah. So one last question before we go. Let me start with you. How are you preparing yourself for 2025?
It's AI all the way. AI and cybersecurity. That are the two things we're really focusing on. One actually interdependent of the other, because for everything that we talked about, there's physical security, and today we actually tie that up with, it's strange when we talk about cybersecurity today. I was leading safety till about some time back. And as a sixth number that we had this, that, and the other, and we had tied in cybersecurity because your identity is at stake. So 2025 is all about cybersecurity and AI all the way, and using those platforms to leverage all the three places, right? I mean, that's the way to go.
Patel sir?
Yeah, we will be improving upon what said cybersecurity is the way to go. And the development work, digitalization, digital transformation, particularly in monitoring, like drone surveillance, and a new wage of having businesses, like taking digital twins. This type of things we are actually going towards, which will improve efficiency and cut down the time frame because for new projects, because power is now there is a mandate. You have to create power in much faster pace. We cannot afford to wait 4 years for that power plant to come. So there will be efficiency is required to be improved. So that's what we are working on.
Mr. Panchal.
2025 we will be focusing on couple of key points. Definitely security and AI is one of the 40, but more important is to identify, like we have got our system application in place. What are the areas which are not being used, and how can we leverage that? Because there is no extra cost, only the effort of awareness, training and deploying them. So that will be one of the area which we will be driving. Second important point is from the manufacturing side is the reactiveness to proactiveness. How do we shift the curve from reactive to proactive? And definitely industry 4.0, IoT, ML, AI will definitely play a major role. And last part is like, how when we do the digitization and automation and even paperless, when Patel ji said, so the resource which gets free, here we are not talking about eliminating, we are talking about how can we empower that resource to the next level. So training becomes one of the key forte. So that will be the area we will be identifying the key resources within the organization. How can we shift them to the next level, so that they are up to the mark, rather than getting a resource from outside who is, experienced from the external industry. But then if our internal resource, if they get uplifted, I think so that is one of the area where, we will be working with our HR and management now coming feedback. So 2025 is that.
I think, well, most of the points are covered. First is building capability. We have a lot of large workforce who have been from non-digital area. How do you build digital capability and digital dexterity in them? That's one. Second, as he said, a lot of digital will shape a lot of ways we change the way we work. How do we reskill our people to the new jobs which will come in? Third is investing largely in data. You can't run intelligence without data. So how do you contain data and secure data in a way secured with consent? And how do you balance this and then finally invest in intelligence? I think that's the way forward for all of us.
I give you one small anecdote. 2004, when the word financial inclusion became fashionable to be talked about, we've been traveling across the country looking at various interventions done by the banks, MFIs, NBFCs, financial institutions. Each and every effort was targeted only at two things: A, providing them credit, and B, giving them livelihood. We did not know that we are documenting the history of financial inclusion in the country. Till such time, it became fashionable to be talked about. Then we realized, oh my gosh, this is called financial inclusion. We've been doing it for the past 5 years. Why am I saying so? All these gentlemen, they talked about their future roadmap, 25, 26. This is what you're going to be focusing on. Realizing very little that this is a part of a larger framework which is coming in globally in the name of corporate digital responsibility. We have picked this framework from 7 countries, researched and created a superset of that. And that superset told us that whatever imperatives we have in order to push either for ESG or for human rights or for digital transformation, they map pretty well on CDR. So meaning to say that while we are doing all our efforts in that direction, philanthropy in India started more than 250 years ago, and maybe 5,000 years ago, when all these motels, what we call today, it was called sarai or pyau, these were constructed by the local chieftains or the kings of those times. The Tatas and the Birlas, they started philanthropy 200 years ago, and it's US, it became fashionable much, much later. But they were fast enough to institutionalize it, make it a tariff or a non-tariff barrier, throw it on us, saying that now you become compliant. So our role essentially is to become aware as to what we are getting into, so that the barriers that we are going to face over a period of time should not be the case. Mandatorily, a PSU has to be good in corporate governance terms. Not that the private sector does not have to be, but they are focused more on transformation, and the rest is a byproduct of that. But net, it leads to the same. So if I have to come back to you in case you have any question to ask these gentlemen, please go ahead. Yeah. Can you give me a mic? Give me a mic, please.
Now, I may not require the mic. So this question is to Suhail, Max Life. It was quite interesting to listen to the 5 outcomes of digital transformation. What was surprising and saddening is the fact that you did not choose to mention the possibility of how you are planning to reduce the rate of premium that you charge, which as a layperson, each one of us would possibly think that if there is digital transformation and if there's money being spent on paper and if that's been done away with, is it only to make our pockets richer, or is it also to pass on the benefit to the consumer, number one? And when we talk about as a percentage of the GDP, insurance penetration, about 4.57%, 4.7% odd. You still have a lot of people who are not yet covered. Through digital transformation, how do you plan to reach out to those living in the hinterlands of the society? And when we reach out through microfinance companies and such others who are working in that space, how do you expect that those customers will be made fully aware of their rights to claims? Because whilst we look at the bottle being 3/4 full, the bottle is still quarter empty. And not all customers living in our villages have got a smartphone for us to say that we passed on your details of your insurance policy digitally and wash off our responsibility. And if that's not translating in our increased claims, then I think we may not be fulfilling our responsibility. Over to you.
Okay, I think as you very rightly said, this is an industry that is very, very nascent in India. Only 20 years ago, it was open to private sector. A very, very young industry, and absolutely right. The penetration is pretty low. So what there is, as part of the regulator IDI, there's an insurance for all. There's a goal by 2047. There is something called you might have read, called Bima Vistar. There is a product and a process, Bima Vahak, by which in every Gram Panchayat, the insurance is working to create a capacity of people with a basic level education who can be trained to sell insurance. There is a product which has been made across the industry under the regulator, which is price, which covers a single product, doesn't confuse people, which includes life, accident, health, property, all 4 these things. A very simple premium of in hundreds, right, for the whole thing. Now, the way the industry is working together is to create a platform where, and through people, as you rightly said, people not educated enough. So how do you create this Bima Vahaks across the country? And how can, and even all, I think today, all insurance companies, there is, and now almost an obligation from the government that you need to sell an exact, and a percentage of your business in actual rural, not this thing. So therefore, to your point, simplifying the product, making it easier to understand, yes and no's, not too many TNCs, making it price point at somebody who can afford it. Third, having a way to sell it through people who can assist and sell it, who have access to villages, not right, because those people won't come to branches. And lastly is that how do you also create awareness, talk regional languages, talk simplified languages, talk audio in terms of messages to explain your policies. I think those are all on the way. Very fair point. Something on top of the industry, I think both from the regulator as well as the people, this is something working on. It is also called state insurance plan. So every companies have been given a state as lead insurers to push this. And now this is monitored. So this is very much in the cards. The second point, the first point which you raised, you are absolutely right. Ultimately, the cost of operations will lead to lower cost of operations, will lead to lower cost for the customer. Now we need to understand, premium is a set of two things. One is risk, and other is your cost of operations, like any other business. The risk is something which get always reevaluated. COVID came in, all risk tables got reevaluated across the world. Right, they were the mortality rates, everything were different. Similarly, the other part which you have to also understand, this is a very competitive industry. There are no controls over the pricing, so therefore, a lot is also reflected back in terms of this thing. Most of this, and in the end, we all have three stakeholders. There's a customer, there's a shareholder, and there's society and the government. And I think in the band of three, across all three, you need to balance this. To your point, there have been a lot of regulations now. Surrender values have been increased. You would have read them about them. They just came in. And policyholder guidelines. So a lot of work has been done across industry, across regulator, to protect the people and to make sure that their returns are higher.
Just to add to what he said, they have worked very extensively, not them alone. The entire industry has worked very extensively to come heavily on the regulator to protect the industry's interest. But yes, all the factors that you just mentioned, while the cost of risk has gone high, the money saved is also money earned. So that has actually added to the bottom line of the company. So put two things together, the companies have grown, but yes, it's costing more to your pocket. So if that's what you wanted to say.
I think a part of it, and part of it is also going back to the customers in terms of better surrender values, better payouts. At the end of the session.
Any other question? Can we have one more hand going up, or we wind up this because now we are standing in between lunch. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us, and you've been a great patient listener and participant. So let's break for lunch. What time we come back?
I think by 2:15, sir.
You have the time?
Yes.
Yeah, what time we come back? By 2:15. All right, so let's do a group photograph and break for lunch.
Well, thank you so much, everyone on the days for adding so much value to this session. Ladies and gentlemen, now with this, now we break for lunch. We invite you all to enjoy meal. Hope you enjoyed your meal, you enjoyed your food, and had some engaging conversations as well. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence elevates the prestige of this summit, and we would like to extend our profound appreciation and a warm welcome to all of you once again. Thank you so much for bringing your distinguished presence to this event. And ladies and gentlemen, it's the time to announce our most prestigious and famed SKOCH Awards. SKOCH Awards recognizes exceptional achievements in digital, financial, and social inclusion, governance, and other areas that contribute to the society. The award process involves exhaustive documentation, extensive scrutiny, participatory evaluation, and live telecast of jury evaluation. Samir sir, Chairman SKOCH, is already here. And I request him to kindly do the honor. At the same time, I request Dr. Gurusharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman SKOCH, to kindly join us on the dais. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin with, I request Dr. P. Anil Kumar, Officer on Special Duty, Commissionerate of Collegiate Education, Andhra Pradesh, to kindly be on the stage and receive the Silver SKOCH Award for their organization, Commissionerate of Collegiate Education. Ladies and gentlemen, this award is for Project Malviya Mission on Teachers and Teaching, MMTTC. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time we all should get involved and give the huge round of applause and appreciation to all the awardees right now here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Silver Award for Commissionerate of Collegiate Education for their project Malviya Mission on Teachers and Teaching, MMTTC. And with this, I invite Mr. Abhishek Kumar to kindly be on the stage and receive his Silver SKOCH Award for their organization, Directorate of Horticulture, Department of Agriculture, Government of Bihar. I request Mr. Abhishek Kumar to kindly be on the stage. Mr. Abhishek Kumar, if you're here. I request Mr. Abhishek Kumar. I request Mr. Vijay Bahadur Saxena. Mr. Vijay Bahadur Saxena, if you are here in the house, I request you to kindly be on the stage. Mr. Vijay Bahadur Saxena. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vijay Bahadur Saxena, Director, Organization, Directorate of Planning, Statistics and Evaluation, Government of Goa. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Silver SKOCH Award, and the project is Swayam Purna Goa Program. And now I invite Dr. Rajiv Dogra, Additional Commissioner of State Taxes and Excise, Himachal Pradesh. Dr. Rajiv Dogra, if you are with us, I request you to kindly be on the stage to receive your award. Dr. Rajiv Dogra, if you are here with us, I request you to kindly be on the stage. I request Ms. Anupam Nidhi, Head Corporate Social Responsibility. Mr. Vinod Chandani, CIO. Ladies and gentlemen, let's together Mr. Vinod Chandani, CIO. Ladies and gentlemen, we are giving the Silver SKOCH Award for Patel Engineering Limited for their project Patel Engineering Limited implemented RISE and SAP S4 HANA Cloud. Ladies and gentlemen, now I invite sir, to kindly be on the stage. So for the organization, Directorate of Horticulture, Department of Agriculture, Government of Bihar. Ladies and gentlemen, I request Mr. Akhil Raizada, Chief General Manager. Mr. Akhil Raizada, Chief General Manager, if he is here, to kindly be on the stage. Mr. Suhail Ghai, Mr. Suhail Ghai, if you are with us. Mr. Rajesh Panchal, Mr. Rajesh Panchal, Head IT. Mr. Rajesh Panchal, I request you to kindly be with us. Ladies and gentlemen, here I invite Mr. Rajesh Panchal, and here we are giving our Gold SKOCH Award, and Mr. Vinod Singh at the same time. Mr. Rajesh Panchal and Mr. Vinod Singh, we are giving away our Gold SKOCH Award, ladies and gentlemen, for Inox AP for their project Helping India Breathe. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all be together and put our hand together for all the awardees here right now. Thank you so much, gentlemen. With this, may I please invite Ms. Indushri S, General Manager. Ms. Indushri, if you are here, please join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are giving this Gold SKOCH Award for Kerala Gramin Bank for their project PKBD. With this, may I now invite Ms. Ahuna Ghosh, General Manager. Ms. Ahuna Ghosh, I request you to kindly be with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are giving our Gold SKOCH Award for Godrej Consumer Products Limited for their project Elimination of Mosquito-Borne Endemic Disease. I invite Mr. Saurabh Dinda, Head Corporate Affairs. Mr. Saurabh Dinda, I request you to kindly be with us on stage. This is for Hindustan Zinc Limited for their project Circular Water Management Sewage Treatment Plant. Hindustan Zinc Limited, they are giving the Silver SKOCH Award. Mr. Saurabh Dinda is here to receive this award for Hindustan Zinc Limited. In the meanwhile, if Mr. Akhil Raizada is here, Mr. Akhil Raizada, Chief General Manager. So I request you to kindly please give us 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Akhil Raizada is here with us, Chief General Manager. We are giving our Silver SKOCH Award for NTPC Limited, and the project is Drawing Review and Approval Management System, that is DREAMS 2.0. Mr. Mr. Sunil Ghai. Mr. Sunil Ghai, I request you to kindly join us. Mr. Sunil Ghai, ladies and gentlemen, Director and Chief Digital and Information Officer. And Mr. Shirish Madhav, if you are also here. This is our Silver SKOCH Award, ladies and gentlemen, for Max Life Insurance Corporated Limited for their project Akash. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very insightful second session, and after that, we'll begin with our next segment of awards. A few more seconds to set up the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is based on financial deepening indicators for India. हमारा अगला सत्र आधारित है भारत के लिए वित्तीय गहनता संकेतक पर और इसके लिए हमारे बहुत से एक्सपर्ट्स इस समय हमारे बीच में हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the valuable presence of Mr. Lokesh Krishna, General Manager, FGMO Bank of India. Meanwhile, our stage is getting set up. Let me introduce with all our panelists here. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lokesh Krishna, General Manager, FGMO Bank of India. Over 32 years of expertise in diverse banking sectors, including retail, agriculture, MSME advances, and treasury management. He is a certified anti-money laundering specialist and holds certification in advanced wealth management, IT, and cyber security. Ladies and gentlemen, for this session, we will also be having Mr. K. Pramod Reddy, Chairman, Chaitanya Godavari Gramin Bank. He was served as General Manager at Union Bank of India, where he managed critical departments like deposit, mobilization, and recovery, and led the regional operations in Telangana and Tamil Nadu. He is known for his innovative approach, including his role as project head of the lead management system and his contribution in drafting the recovery policy 2024. I request Mr. Lokesh Krishna, General Manager, FGMO Bank of India, to kindly join us on the stage. At the same time, I request Mr. K. Pramod Reddy, Chairman, Chaitanya Godavari Gramin Bank, to kindly join us. Ladies and gentlemen, for this session, we also have Mr. Manoj Pasanga, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, IIFL, Samasta Finance Limited. He has multi-industry work experience ranging from the Australian News Corp to NSIT Airlines. He served as Executive Vice President and COO SZ of Bharat Financial Inclusion Limited, which is the country's first publicly listed MFI. He was the Vice Chairman of AKMI, that is Association of Microfinance Institution of Karnataka. May I now please invite Mr. Rahul Johri, Chairman, Vector Finance Private Limited, to kindly join us for this session on stage. Welcome you, sir. He has been in financial services for more than 33 years, out of which for more than 30 years was in leadership positions across banks such as Bandhan Bank, DBS Bank, Standard Chartered Bank, and ANZ Greenlace Bank. He has worked in various facets of banking like strategic business planning, management of retail business, distribution planning and management, operations and customer service. And with this, now I request Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman, SKOCH Group, to kindly moderate this session, to kindly be on the dais and moderate this session. Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman, SKOCH.
Good afternoon, everyone. So welcome to this session on financial deepening. When we talk about financial deepening, it has many connotations. So we need to understand and put this in the right perspective so that the discussion that we have, is pointed and remains focused. So we understand that, this is to do with the various facets of the financial sector accompanying financial development. Financial deepening is also about the financial development relative to the economy. So there are certain indicators, I'll come to that. And as the size of the economy increases, as the scope of the economy increases, as the access to the financial system in the country increases, it leads to financial deepening. So having said this, it's important that we understand that it relates with growth and diversification of countries' financial assets and financial markets. Various stakeholders are there in the financial markets. It includes banks, it includes MFIs, it includes NBFCs, market players, asset management companies, insurance for that matter. Almost everyone is an equal participant in this. So financial deepening is about the products becoming widespread, proliferate, and include more and more people into the financial ambit. So it remains critical to see this happen so that the economic growth continues to happen. When we talk about insurance, it used to be in single digit just about a few years ago, whether it is life, health, or general. It has now on the double digits and growing rapidly. More and more lives are saved. Higher number of credit is being given. More and more livelihood opportunities are being created. And particularly at that level, when we say the products which are micro, because the large products you and I possibly can afford, but we do not represent India. India is represented by people who have micro savings, micro insurance, and micro products. So that's exactly where we talk about financial deepening. So we have looked at various indicators. It includes insurance, private sector credit. The list is there in front of you. So we divide it in two parts. One is financial institutions, which is mutual funds, pensions, insurance, and private sector credit. And then we have the market participation, which is the stock markets, capitalization, so to say, stocks traded on a daily basis. Everyone knows that India used to be only one exchange till about 2003 before the formation of National Stock Exchange. And this was also a community of traders. It was not an institution. It was not a corporate body or entity. But Indian stock markets today are well advanced, fastest in terms of the trades that happen in a day. T+2 has already become a reality. T+0 is what we are heading towards. And more people are now investing in mutual funds as well as have become retail investors and trying to reap the benefit of deepening. So there are weightages, which is what we have given. So mutual fund, pension funds, so this is the kind of weightage when we constructed the financial deepening index, looking at the contributions made by various industries. So we looked at AMFI, we looked at PFRDA, we looked at IRDI, RBI, and MOSPI. And put together, we came up with this. And the result was that if in 2013-14, the financial deepening score was 19.71, it has reached 32.20 in 2021 and is at 31.85. It's fluctuating. Let's not look at the drop of 1 point. Let's look at from where it was and where we have reached today. There is a long way to go. Not that this is the end of the road that we have traveled, but yes, moving forward, there is a lot more that needs to be done. We also looked at the credit outreach gap. This was 94.91% in 2001. And look at where it has reached, 74.03. Meaning to say there is a continuous penetration of credit. The gap is reducing. So there has been a decrease of 12.01 in 2022 from 2015. So that's a good news for us. But the point is, this is only part of the road that we have traveled. Now, the good question is that where do we go from here? So that's precisely what the subject of the discussion that we have today, and that we have a cross-section of panel, different stakeholders coming from different walks of life, talking about it. So while it actually says that this is about the penetration of the products, but the point is we have traveled a long way. How do we accelerate it? What do we need to do? Because it has taken us 20 years from where we were and where we are today. We don't have another 20 years to spend. So let me start from the extreme right of the panel, and one by one, quickly, let's spend 1 to 2 minutes and give our a sense to it. Then we'll move on from there.
When one looks at financial deepening, I think there are 4 pillars that one looks at. The first one is around saving and transacting capability. The second is around investment and financial planning. The third is around credit. The fourth is around risk mitigation. And then again, when we look at this, we can actually break the pie up between what we could segment in terms of segments, mass market and HNI, and then we look at financially excluded households separately. I think with my experience as a microfinance professional, let me touch upon the second part, the segment that I alluded to, which is the financially excluded segment, which accounts for almost 70% of this population. So anything that one can do over there can have a meaningful impact in terms of financial deepening. Now, again, if we were to approach this as a business, there are 3 points that we need to look at. We need to look at distribution capability, products, and pricing. And there is work that can be done on each one of these. There is work which is happening both in terms of customized and specialized products being done for this particular part of the population. And work is underway. I think clearly the work has started. Leveraging technology or digitization, again, has a big role to play in terms of financial deepening within the financially excluded population, and that is, again, work in progress.
So adding on to what the moderator had started off by saying, that's about a couple of decades since this whole concept of financial inclusion, this whole concept of going out to the hinterlands of the society and seeing how we can get the banking, their needs as well addressed. In 20 years, we may have achieved a fair bit. But if you look at our credit penetration, if you look at the private sector credit to GDP, which is a significant indicator to see how deep and how active a banking system is offering formal credit, we are at around 56%. So there is, whilst it is fantastic, because all this has primarily happened over the last couple of decades, we still have a long way to go. The banking access, credit part of it is one part. The credit access to the people out there is one part of the story. The other important thing is the banking access itself. It's only maybe about a few years since we had this Prime Minister's Jandan, the Jandan accounts. Fantastic. I don't think any country in the world can boast of opening that many bank accounts for its population. Having said that, we cover about 53 crore odd population, so the banking access is there for them. Question to be addressed is, are all these people using it? Statistics says it's about 70% of those accounts are actually active. With that comes the savings mobilization part of it. Gone are the days when in the villages, it was famously known that when the lady wanted to save something, she used to take a fistful of rice from her daily ration and set it aside. And that's the saving for a rainy day. We've now gone to the actual savings. That also, India has made significant strides. Is that enough? Like how I told in the previous question, I said, let us stop looking at the glass being half full and see what we can address for the remaining portion of the glass. Insurance penetration. We have made fantastic progress. Yes, you're right. We have made a lot of progress. But in a country like ours where social security isn't exactly 100%, all the more reason for us to focus a bit more on insurance premium, I mean insurance penetration. And when I say insurance penetration, it's important to see how we can get that insurance out to the masses at affordable premiums, because the bulk of our population cannot afford the rate of premium at which it is being peddled at this moment. Finally, the financial literacy. The financial literacy part of it is another important thing. When you speak about microfinance in particular, most of these customers are simple people. Over 90% of these borrowers are simple, uneducated women. It is imperative for the microfinance institutions and other formal lending sectors who are addressing this segment to give that financial literacy to the women before they offer credit to them. That's it from it.
First of all, let me thank SKOCH Group for giving this opportunity to be a part of this panel. Yes, as seen from the statistics, the last 20 years there has been a considerable progress, but the way forward still a long way to go. So all the government has taken very good initiatives for the last 20 years, especially in the last 10 years. The Jan Dhan has been a major game changer in financial deepening. Almost like 53 crores of accounts got added, and people have come into the formal banking financial system now. So going forward, how do we make use of this achievement in the days to come to fulfill the contribution to the economic development of the country? So now in the last COVID, there is a dip of 1% we have seen. Probably it could be during the period of COVID there was additional liquidity available in the system, so that has slowed up. So I think now again after the COVID, the digitization has played a major role, and this is going to create a major change in the days to come. And we should ensure that all these 53 lakh customers who have been added, they will have to join the mainstream in further deepening of the financial inclusion. So in the days to come, I think this digital platform are definitely going to play a major role for further financial deepening.
Mr. Lokesh.
Thank you, and good afternoon all. And I'm slightly critical, and whatever data has been shown, okay, we are moving in the right direction. And whenever you see the data, last 10 years we have financial inclusion and financial percolation, opening of financial institutions, and opening of more products, offering of more products to the customers and the public, and then more services to the public. Is still a long way to go. You can see credit to GDP ratio. If you compare ourselves with China, China is having 150%, and we are having only 55%, 56%. Long way to go. But we have moved ahead. We have moved ahead in last 10 years from 50% to 56%. I was seeing the data, and financial deepening, whatever sir was telling, and whatever is required, that a spread of institutions, financial institutions, opening of more institutions, financial institutions, offering more products, and these services, whatever services you are offering, then this credit to GDP ratio will increase. Certainly it will. It has increased in last 10 years. Financial inclusion increased, PM, JDY or whatever offering we are doing. Insurance segment. Insurance, it has come to the double digit. But if you compare ourselves with the other countries, even developed countries, it has got around 99% percolation down the line. And we are having 10% of insurance, percolation of 10% insurance down the line to the public. It requires a long way to go, but we are moving in the right direction. 2-3, this index I will just share. Credit to GDP ratio I have just shared. Market capitalization to GDP. It is still a long way to go. But we have moved ahead, and now we are nearing 100% of GDP. Market capitalization of the GDP, we are nearing 100%. Then banking penetration. Banking penetration is still a long way to go. Still we are, whenever we are attending SLBC or we are attending other convention, that more branches to be opened, more this 1,000 per 1,000 people or per 500 people, at least one branch to be opened. Still we are not able to cater 1,000 people per branch, not able to cater. And until unless government thinks of this opening of this banking segment to privatization or other segment, more branches are opened, more services are offered, then if you are opening more branches, more services will be offered. More services are offered, more products will be offered, more competition will come. And here you will see that credit cost will go down. So in my opinion, long way to go. We have moved ahead, but if you compare ourselves with other countries which are peers to us, we have a lot of room, scope is there, and we have to move ahead. And 2-3 lines I will just tell. We have made significant strides in financial deepening over the last few decades. However, driven by reforms in the banking sector, it has happened only due to reforms in the banking segment. The rise of digital payment, UPI we are doing fantastic. But if you want to move ahead, please link all these payment, all these credit to UPI, mobile. Even the small illiterate people working in the villages, people living in the villages, remote places, they are using their mobiles. And until unless you are linking all these credit facilities to UPI or mobile, this penetration will not improve or percolate down the line to 100%. This is my opinion. And one two more point. There is still considerable potential for growth. Lot of potential available for the growth, especially in credit markets, corporate bond market also. Lot of scope is there. And insurance penetration. I already said the data, it has come to double digit. We are happy with the double digit, but we need to match the other developing countries, developed countries. If you want to be developed countries by 2047, you have to make it, any circumstance, you have to make it 100% penetration of insurance to 100%. Then continued reforms and innovations is required, and but we are moving in the right direction. We are percolating services or institution or products we are offering. Government is serious enough for that, and certainly in moving ahead in next 20 years or 15 years, 10 years, certainly this index which has improved up to 31%, 32%, it will be around 70%, 75%, or more or less nearing the 100% digit. Thank you, sir.
You rightly said that when it comes to financial inclusion, very important element of financial deepening, wherein you have to reach out to people. That means first of all, you have to deepen your access. Then you have to have innovative products, products which are suited not to the system, but the products which are suited to the requirements of the people. More often than not, this is always done from the supply side. So we need to look at demand side as to what exactly is happening. While we know precisely well what needs to be done, but the cost of credit remains very, very high, and that becomes a limiting vector.
The first point that you made in terms of customizing products for your target market. And I think some of us in microfinance are being able to do it successfully now. So I'll give you an example. We operate in 6 states. We operate in the eastern and the central part of India. And today we found that in Assam there is, because of the flooding situation, there is often very house damage happens for people who are financially excluded. So in partnership with one of the entities, with Magma HDI, we were able to develop what is called a Kacha Pakka product, which is a home insurance product on the group platform. When we went to Madhya Pradesh, we found the same product didn't have any takers because people have Pakka homes in Madhya Pradesh. But what they found is that they were never able to save enough for medical exigencies. And the HospiCash product is what found many takers over there. So I think it's finding the right customization of products for your target segments is very important as we move towards financial deepening. One of the constraints that we've seen in terms of making credit available to people who need capital, especially at that level, financially excluded households, is the cost of capital, the price at which they get money. And that is also evolving, I think, and I must say that I think that we've got, in the microfinance space, there are two SROs, self-regulatory organizations, which have done tremendous work the last 5 years. There's Sadhan and there's MFIN, which is enabling us to bring down the cost of capital. So, but even today, if you look at what we charge to our borrowers, our pricing ranges between 22 to 25%, which might sound criminal, but it's actually come down in the last couple of years. And the reason for that is the cost at which we get capital as a microfinance entity is anywhere between 13 to 15%. But that, as microfinance is getting recognized as a sector, and people are beginning to understand the whole business model, the cost of capital is coming down, and the beneficiary is the borrower, who's been paying a high rate of interest, but it's coming down now.
Samastha.
Yeah, so just to further what you just heard, we are present at IIFL Finance. We are present in about 22 states. We cater to over 30 lakh borrowers across the length and breadth of the country. The truth is this: there are many hungry mouths out there, many hungry mouths over there. The need for credit is even more now than ever before. So there's a lot which can still be done. What's stopping us is exactly what you had said. The cost is actually quite high, or OPEX is actually increasing. The reasons are primarily to do with this. One, we at microfinance companies, in spite of all the digital transformation that we talk about, where all our disbursements of loan disbursements goes into the bank accounts of the customers, everything. We also encourage the repayments to be done largely through digital means. But having said that, to touch even a 10% of repayments through digital means is a Herculean task. What happens? We need to deploy feet on street. So when we have huge numbers of people, whilst the good side of it is that it provides employment. It provides huge employment to the people living in the villages and the tier 3 towns. But the flip side to it is, whilst these people are being employed, we've got to pay salaries. And salaries are not small. One of the reasons why the big banks, the regular banks, the universal banks, did not venture into microfinance is because of this aspect. Because the logistics of managing large manpower is quite Herculean. So the cost of salaries is high. Our credit cost also keeps increasing every time there is a calamity, because the population that we serve are a vulnerable set of population. They are the people who live at the bottom of the pyramid. If there is a demonetization, the people most affected are them. If there is a pandemic, though it is a black swan event, and both are black swan events, I hope, even then, the people most affected are the people at the bottom of the pyramid. And then there's always this unpredictable weather, unpredictable conditions of climate. You have a flood somewhere, you have a drought somewhere, you have a rainfall. And then what happens? It's this set of population whom we serve at the bottom of the pyramid who get financially impacted. And obviously, it becomes difficult for them to return the money in installments, however small the installments may be, on time. This affects the credit cost as well. Once these kind of things are addressed, I'm sure the costs can come down. And when the costs come down, we should be able to reach out to that many more number of borrowers out there, because once we reach to that many more number of borrowers, I'm sure the prosperity of the country can truly be seen to be real. Thank you.
I have a particular question for you. I just tell you a small anecdote. In the name of financial inclusion, we say that the credit has to reach out to people. So are these products, so that there are more and more people consuming it, quote unquote. There's an instance from Nilgiris where we were invited by a public sector bank that in a financial inclusion drive, a Toda tribe, which is living deeper into the Nilgiris, were to be financially included. So there was a camp. And people were brought over to that camp and accounts were opened. They didn't know what the hell are we getting into. So the net 5,000 rupees was put in everyone's account. So they did not know what to do with the money. They were not really comfortable, but we had to do a tick mark item. Over a period of time, those 5,000 rupees were consumed and they became indebted. So it was not given as a consumption credit, it was given as a credit. Meaning to say that when we are creating these products without giving them the capacity to absorb the credit, becomes a big question mark. You have cost as a problem, you have financial literacy, giving out credit to people so that they know how it is to be deployed, because for you, it is a productive money.
Yeah, definitely, this financial literacy is a continuous process, which simultaneously it has started with the financial inclusion project. So now all the entire public sector banks, including the regional rural banks, so they have been continuously educating all the customers through BC network, through specially engaged the senior retired staff members also, and this has been a continuous process, and we are creating awareness amongst the common people, especially those Jantan accounts which we have added. So this is a continuous process, and we are educating what is the importance of literacy, financial literacy as such. So this is happening, sir, already started.
Financial literacy is happening. So what has been the consumption ratio of the credit, which is what you have been offering? How it is leading to livelihoods? How is it leading to people's economic might improving? Or otherwise, how is it leading people to come out of the drudgery which is what they were in, and today are leading a life of dignity? So what has been the journey?
So this is definitely, all the Jandan accounts, they have been given an overdraft facility at the time of opening the account, but it was not properly understood in the beginning. But over a period of time, through literacy camps, it has been clearly explained to them that this facility is there. And over a period of time, once they avail a small credit of 5,000 or 10,000, and next time when they come, they can think of a economic activity, so that the habit of culture, the habit of repayment is inculcated into them. Yes.
So how many of such accounts are the first time borrower, second time borrower, third time borrower? So what's been the recovery rate?
Recovery rate has been pretty good. There were no NPS as such, not much of NPS as such. But now whenever they are coming for the second time, the first time whatever they have taken, they were able to utilize it properly, and there were instances of second time and even third time also. But the percentage of those who have availed this overdraft facility is very, very less comparatively.
Okay. Lokeshji, if we refer to the recent reports, there is more credit than deposits. RBI also came up with this report that banks have given more, and there are less number of deposits. So that being the case, how is it impacting the cost?
Certainly it will impact the cost. Certainly it will impact the cost when your credits rate of the rate of increase in the credit is more than the rate of increase in the deposit. Because more people are demanding credit, and lesser players are there in the market to offer the credit also. Certainly it will increase the cost, and it will increase the rate of interest on the credit. But what I want to suggest, that these players, since players are less players are there in the market, we have to increase. We have to think seriously to increase the number of players, means number of players who are offering the credit in the market. We have to increase seriously. More either public sector banks or private sector banks or NBFC or regional rural banks, whoever it is, number of players to be increased in the market. It is happening also due to the fact that we are not able to reach down the line up to the last people. Whenever you are not reaching down the line to the last people, money lenders will come in the picture, and they will be offering high rate of interest to the person who is asking for the credit. So it is required to increase this number of branches, number of institutions offering the credit, at least 500, per 100%. We are offering that BC network is there. BC network, they are accepting the deposit, but they are not extending the credit. They are receiving the deposit, opening the account, and paying them their money to them. They are not offering the credit. The application will come to the branches. Again, it will take time. The cumbersome process. Also, I want to say, process to be, why these microfinance institutions, they are offering and people are ready to take at higher rate of interest from microfinance institutions. Why? It is due to the fact that their process are easy process are there. People are getting the money readily available from microfinance institutions. That is my suggestion. When you open more branches, more institutions, more branches, more products, until unless you do this rate of interest will not come down. And secondly, you are asking why this deposit is, rate of increase deposit has gone down and rate of increase in the credit has gone up. You see CRR, SLR, you can see that one thing. RBI, now RBI, earlier the government were offering the deposit, government deposit to the institutions. Now it is kept in the RBI also. You can see that. So that if those money were offering to the banks, were kept in the bank, earlier banks were extending credit against those deposit also. So demand is there, deposit demand is there, rate of credit increase is there. But last YOY, if you analyze the figure, deposit has increased with lesser speed than the speed of credit. Thank you, sir.
So this is impacting the deepening
and
in a very, very negative way. How do we correct it? So panel.
No, one more thing I want to say, that you were saying that you were in the Nilgiri or somewhere you were quoting that 5,000 rupees were extended to 10, 20, 30 peoples. I will quote one this live example. When I was in my early career, I was working in tribal area in 2000 around 98, 99. And tribal area was there. And in those time, accounts were opened with, I think, 5 rupees or 10 rupees. 10 rupees. 10 rupees only. And SAG concept was not there at that time. It was nascent, in one nascent stage. Those areas we used to call lady Bai, respected lady as Bai. One Bai was working there, and some 4 or 5 Bai. My branch was rural branch, and 4 or 5 Bais were there. They were just discussing among themselves that वो लोग टोकरी बनाते हैं, बेचते हैं, और पैसा घर में कहीं रखते हैं, और उनके हस्बैंड निकालकर उसको मिसयूज करते हैं. They were discussing among themselves. I was standing nearby from 18 feet away. I was just listening. I was not able to understand, but I asked my sub-staff what they were discussing. Sir, ऐसा है कि उनको वो लोग 10-20 रुपये इकट्ठे करते हैं और उनका पैसा उनको घर में मिसयूज होता है. तो then I asked, just call them. I discussed with them, and by chance I talked to them. I visited the village and opened a joint account. I just go through the manual. At that time, we were not opening any SAG, self-help group, or 10 people or 20 people's account. Just I go through the manual and opened one account of 8 or 9 people, operated by 9 women, and operated by first 3 persons. All were putting their thumb impression.
Illiterate.
They were not literate. And you will not believe, we had just handhold them that they were bringing some bamboo sticks, preparing some tokeries, and selling in the local market hot. And whatever saving they were getting, after 6 months, one Mr. Khurana was there, heading the NABARD in the district. He visited, in meeting, he just talked to me. So I told him that, sir, I have just opened one this. What is this location? This. Then he told, you have done a fantastic thing. This is one SHG you have opened. 6 months. And just that people use that money as consumption, understanding that this has been created in their account to consume, we have to handhold them.
See,
handhold is required.
You hit the nail right on its head. When
Yes.
you said that the money was given to them because you saw how they can deploy that money, convert it into a livelihood. So that capacity to convert that money into livelihood, you saw that's how you only lent. But my example was that you were doing
Simply
financial
credit
inclusion. That give inclusion, do a tick mark, open an account, whether or not they live or die thereafter. I share a similar example with you. This is from Kalahandi. Early 2000, and this was an intervention done by State Bank of India. Everyone knows Kalahandi, known for starvation deaths. And I've myself been a witness to the worst that one can, a lady picking up food from the same vessel in a garbage dump along with a dog. So both were eating together. So this was really, really a sad situation. After the bank's intervention, the first what they did, they promoted the rural artisan and converted into their livelihood. So they are good in handicraft and bamboo, which is what they promoted. And then they gave them the credit, they gave a livelihood linkage, and then products started selling in the market. So that was the transformation that happened in Kalahandi. Today, that's one place wherein the district GDP indicators have really, really improved. Although we don't capture GDP at the district level, but if you look at the socio-economic development, that has really, really improved. But that brings us back to the same discussion. While it is very good policy to have, but it may not be good politics. So coming back to you, this cost has become, the increase in cost as a result of imbalance between credit and deposit. How are you going to handle it?
So I think the answer to this is, no matter where you operate as an NBFC, MFI entity, you've got to look at leveraging technology better. So digitization, and a mention was made that in spite of our best efforts, digital collection even today does not cross 10%. We've done slightly better than that. We've been able to take it to 20%. But leveraging technology or digitization can be looked at in many different aspects, even in our world in microfinance. You can leverage eKYC when you're sourcing a borrower. Then in the whole sanctioning process, you can look at paperless flow of documents. You can then look at collections. In the whole collection framework, how do you do digital collections? And then again, in your cash management, how can you use technology a lot better? So one of the advantages of digitizing more is that the productivity of your frontline goes up dramatically. So the proven model in microfinance is that a frontline can handle about 600 to 800 borrowers if you're working with a monthly collection model. But the minute you can bring in digitization and whether it's sourcing or it's collections, you can digitize some of these processes. You can actually take that number up to 1100 or 1200. So that's a 40% betterment that you can do in the productivity of your sales person. Where do you get that benefit? One of the biggest costs in our business is your operating expenses. So our cost is about, we typically charge about 24% to a borrower, but that is also because our operating expenses are very high, they're almost 7%. But by leveraging technology, your OPEX can actually be brought down to 4%. And which is where you can then pass on that benefit to the borrower. You can bring that cost down to 21%. The other avenues, in your overall pricing, there's also credit costs that you factor in. But again, like I mentioned, thanks to the work that the SROs have done, and there's some bureaus which have been created. There's an employee bureau for hiring in microfinance. There's a credit bureau also separately for microfinance. If you leverage some of these platforms better, you can also bring down your credit cost. Through the employee bureau, you can ensure that you've only got the right integrity employees coming in. And if you leverage the credit bureau, then you can ensure that you're only giving money to a quality borrower. So I think these are the aspects that one should look at. Leverage technology in all your processes in the business. And the second is leverage the platforms which have been created, whether it's a credit bureau or an employee bureau, to bring down your credit cost.
Yeah, just so that we haven't completely digressed from what the question initially was, with the rate of deposits not keeping in pace with the rate of credit. The truth is this, for credit to grow, we have any number of institutions, like how you rightly pointed out, microfinance companies included. What is also to be noted is that NBFC MFIs cannot play an active role in garnering deposits. As per statutory regulations, we are not, NBS MFS cannot play the role of garnering deposits. So as you know, if you're talking about, if there are that many number of people out there in the field to take care of one facet of this financial deepening indicator, the other important aspect of deposit mobilization, if that also can be utilized, can be done by the people who are already there at the customer's place offering credit, then I think to a great extent that imbalance can be taken care of. And as a result of taking care of that imbalance, cost can come down as well, in addition to having digital transformation taking place continuously. Another important aspect with regards to this classic example of how money could be used for consumption purposes and not for income generating purposes. Most microfinance companies, and mine included, what happens is that we have something called a loan utilization check. So the moment a loan is given away to a customer, to a borrower, in spite of providing financial literacy, and only after providing financial literacy do we offer a loan. And after doing that as well, there can be slips. There can be some pressing demands when the customer chooses to use it for consumption purposes, not for income generating purposes. It is at that time that it's necessary for this loan officer to go to the customer's place to find out if the money that was lent was used for an income generating activity or for a consumption purpose. So with these checks and balances in place, and if we further that even more, I think we'll be able to address the situation. Thank you.
This turbulence between the deposit growth and credit growth, that has not been even throughout the country. So it differs from northern part to the southern part. If you go to the down south, the credit growth is much more than the deposit growth. On the other hand, if you look at the northern areas where the credit growth is lesser than the deposit growth. So obviously, you know, there is still, we have a lot of informal savings available in the, with the people, more so in the northern side. So there are still many unbanked areas, unbanked rural areas are there. So there is a necessity for improving our network so that we can bring the informal savings into the formal system. That is one way where we can bring in additional deposits into that, especially the low cost deposits, and so that once it comes into the formal system, then the equilibrium will take place. And this is a cycle. You know, sometimes for some period there will be a deposit growth at a higher rate. So for some period there will be a credit growth higher. So this is only a life cycle which replicates. So I think there is a definitely requirement for opening up more outlets in the unbanked area so that the informal savings can come into the formal system.
I don't think you will agree with him.
No, some part I agree, some part also I disagree. But your question, you are asking that the credit has increased, rate of credit has increased with respect to the rate of credit, rate of deposit increase. But this year it has happened. This year it has happened. 2024, whatever results have declared by the, or figures have come out, it has YOY, it has been seen, observed. But if you observe credit deposit ratio, it is still hovering around at 70 to 80%. It is hovering around 70 to 80%. Some banks have got at 80%, some has got at 70%. The credit deposit ratio has not increased more than 100%. Then it will be a serious situation. But this year, YOY in the June, whatever results have come out, deposit growth is less than the credit growth. I agree. But this is not a situation that why this has happened. If you ask some pundits, they will say that people are investing in mutual funds, a stock market, bonds, SGB, PPF. People are getting good returns in the SCS or government, whatever products government is offering, people are getting their returns, or in mutual fund. Mutual fund has picked up. But this is I agree with him that this is a particular phase where this has happened. Going forward, nothing going to replace these deposits or liability side or liability products offered by the banks or financial institutions. Whatever products offered by the banks, financial institutions, people are coming, but in rate of increase of deposit have come down. Only due to the fact that some better products are offered, some better returns are being offered in the market. It may be mutual fund, it may be other products also. But again, I will reiterate that CD ratio is hovering around 80% only. It has not gone, it is 70% to 80%. It has not gone more than 100%. It is hovering around 70% to 80%. And any question?
I will come back, definitely more questions there.
All that I want to add is that the household savings in India stands at around 30% of GDP, sir. So that is the only point that I wanted to make.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, in fact, while on CD, he has clarified, and he's also said that, it may be, it's actually lopsided. North India is probably lending more. South India is absorbing more. The South is lending more, so it's lopsided. So at the end of the day, it's 70 to 80%. But the point is, when it comes to financial deepening, it's not only about lending or credit. It's also about these suitable products from where we started the discussion. So a big question mark remains, do we have suitable products? And if I go back to the house and ask you, he's talking about mutual fund, of course. I also talked about mutual funds and the pocket-friendly investments. If I may ask you, how many of you have stock market exposure in equities? Let's see the hands going up. Less than 20. Less than 20. So that means out of 150 people here, only about 20 hands going up, and we are all calling ourselves educated, informed, and having the capacity to invest. If I say mutual funds, how many of you?
Each and everyone.
Not each and everyone. You'll see just half of the house. Still, so that means to say that remains a big challenge. If we are not able to penetrate to this strata of the society, how do we reach out to people and really say that whatever products we make, that means to say we are not creating pocket-friendly micro products and reaching out to people, which is the need of the hour. We are only doing lending and credit. We are not moving beyond it. Sir, I'll come back to you. We will have questions. So anything from the house you would like to submit to this?
So I had mentioned, I think financial deepening has got 4 pillars to it. First one is your savings and transacting capability, so which gets covered through your liability or deposit products. The second is your financial goal planning, which is investments where shares or mutual funds come in. Third is providing credit, which is the lending businesses. The last is risk mitigation, which you provide through your insurance products. Overall, we are making progress on 2 of these pillars in terms of the liability business or deposit generation and the credit business. The other 2, there is a greater amount of awareness which needs to come in. And risk mitigation, again, if you look at the number of products that we've got on offer today, whether you look at life insurance, general insurance, health insurance, I think we've got one of the best product offerings in the country today if you compare it with other markets. But that awareness needs to go up in terms of how risk mitigation can play a big role in one's financial well-being. The second is a better understanding on how equities or some of these other asset classes can play out in terms of financial well-being or financial goal plan.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. You said it. The risk products on a scale of 1 to 4 is number 4. The question to ask is why we do not believe in covering risk. Because of 2 reasons. A, after going first, second, and third, there's hardly any money left in my pocket to cover the risk. Why? Because every other product is expensive. Fourth is, risk I say, aaj nahi hoga, kal hoga. I always postpone all medical emergencies, I postpone life emergencies, I postpone all kind of health emergencies. Saying it's not going to happen to me, it's going to happen to my neighbor. And third point is that insurance in India, of whichever kind, general, life, health, whatever, insurance in India is taken still as an investment product. It is not used as a risk cover. So till such time that happens, this is where the point he's trying to make, that we need to make people aware. Since 1991, we have come a long way and we are still making people aware. Still the financial deepening is truth which is looming large to happen. So it's a big question mark. How do we really address this issue? Yeah.
Definitely, especially the public sector bank space is the major public sector. There was not much of an idea about the investment side, and maybe I think probably more than 10 years over now, we started stabilized our the insurance side. We have partnered with so many insurance partners. Now we started doing comfortably. Of late, I think from 2022 onwards, our entire banking industry has realized the importance of wealth management. Now, apart from our routine business, separate verticals, all the public sector banks, they have come out with a wealth management vertical. Whenever there is a shortage of the expertise, all these banks have taken the people from the market, and all the banks have started educating their customers through the wealth management vertical, and this is going to be a game changer.
Sorry to interrupt you here again about wealth management. It is something very elitist. Let's take it. Because all these wealth managers, they will not go to category C and category D towns or in villages in the name of creating wealth for anyone. So this remains more of an urban concept. If it was not for the public sector banks who had the mandate to do development banking only, which later on came to be known as financial inclusion, India would have remained financially excluded. So credit goes to the public sector banks. There is no denying the fact. And there are institutions which are built over and above the capacity which was created by the banking system, so that MFIs, NBFCs and other institutions also do a deeper penetration where I have not been able to fly. So there's a difference between an Air India which goes to the nook and corner of the country, and in comparison to a profit-making airline which will refuse to fly in those areas. So it's fantastic. I mean, you want to say something on this?
Just to reiterate, again, the reason I posed the question on the rate of premium. So the risk is so very, the part of it is left behind. You pay for your school fees, you pay for your rentals, you pay for the milkman, and there's hardly anything left. And in that scenario, the rate of premium that you charge for a pure life insurance, unless that keeps coming down, unless that becomes really affordable, alongside with creating awareness, then we will forever be playing the risk of aaj nahi hoga, kal hoga. So that's important.
True. You have a question, sir. Can we get the mic? Please introduce yourself.
This is not a question, but just an observation.
Please introduce yourself first, please.
I am Ashok Shah. I am with life insurance industry for the last 23 years, and I am one of the leading advisors in the country. There are some things which I would like to bring to the notice of this house. Number one, it is not the premium cost which is very much bothersome. If you're talking about insuring people at lower strata, the government introduced schemes whereby they deduct a very small amount of money to give a sufficient protection of life. Now it is the responsibility of the people at the bank to educate those people as to why they should pay. I have listened to this argument many times in the banks, where people will say, "Isse kya fayda hua?" Whether it's for health insurance or for life insurance. The amount that they charge is very, very small, marginal. You cannot get anything less than that. But it's about mindset. So someone needs to educate them. That's number one. Secondly, when we talk about the credits, who is consuming? A lot of credit is available for consumption. If I want to buy a vehicle, loan is available easily. Now the modern India is becoming more aspirational. The lifestyle is changing. They're not interested in saving and living for tomorrow. They want to live for today. See, if I need something, I get finance for what I want to consume. Now, while we are talking about credits and deposits, we need to also identify what portion of credits goes for consumptions and what portion of credits goes for creating incomes. They are two different things. You will find a lot of credits going away for consumptions, not for income generation. So this is a very general debate which we are having, but we need to separate the two things. Another aspect is wealth versus fund requirements of future. Insurance products are meant for funding your future requirements. Everyone has got to live and will have to meet different requirements at different life stages. We say we buy a house, we invest a lot of money, pay EMIs for a long period, but at the end of it, you have a house all right, you have got no money with you. Need to strike a balance. It is all right to live in a rented premises or to stay away and do not have a lot of money going towards creating a wealth which will not help you live your life. You need money to live your life. So this distinction also has to be brought. Someone has to educate people both at all levels, and not only in the urban areas, but everywhere, and help them draw this distinction between wealth creation and fund creation, and educate people that they can they offer their savings for the government schemes of insurance, which are very small. They are not effective, but we need to make it more effective. So let's work in that area and make the whole scheme more effective. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Of course, yeah, I don't know much. I will not answer any of your questions which you asked them, but just my experience with one microfinance bank. There's a Seva bank in Ahmedabad. So as far as awareness and education is concerned, they tied up with us. So almost every month we would do a workshop with them and do their hemoglobin checkup and talk to them about their daily life, better health, taking care of a child. So they are interested. And end of the thing, one of the person from the Seva Bank will actually explain them about the finance and what they do with it and how they can pay back and how they can earn more money. So it worked for them better because they learned two things at a time about the finance and about managing their life. So that really, I had a very good experience and we worked for a very long time for a many number of programs with them.
We have worked, not that we have directly worked with them because we are only a knowledge-based organization, but we have looked at their interventions,
yeah, that's
we have
what I was
studied,
sharing.
we have documented. There's a n number of documentation that we have done on how Seva Bank became successful and became such a women's-led movement, and not only has expanded in India, but even
They're
have
doing
gone
great.
outside the frontiers.
They are doing great. They're really
That's a great example.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you want to say something?
Very good example Sasa has given and ma'am has given. And they have just pointed out the education, educate the people. Education is very, very important. I was just noting down, Sasa was telling educate the people. Mindset refers to your mindset. I agree with you. I agree with you. And lifestyle changing and wealth versus fund for future. You are, whatever wealth you are having, we have to save fund for the future also. That's okay. You are saying that you have got house at the age of 60, but you don't have fund to live your life. I agree with you. Balance versus expenditure. I agree here also. Very rightly pointed out by you. And money to live your life. I agree. These are the points how to handle the people at the earliest stage. I agree. And ma'am, Seva Ahmedabad, what is your good name, ma'am?
I'm Dr. Meena Shah.
Dr. Meena Shah. Fantastic, ma'am. I have just read somewhere, and you are doing educating, not only educating or helping the women, but also telling them how to manage the life and how to manage your finance also. Excellent, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Any other question? All right, so we have the graffiti on the wall. So we need innovative products, we need micro products, we need to penetrate deeper, make it need-oriented rather than what I think they need. They should actually be able to use it. They should be in a position to utilize to their advantage, which helps them to improve their economic standing. Also helps them to create some kind of wealth for their future consumption. So that is exactly what we need to do. But yes, all the areas, whether it is the market instruments, whether it is the banking or NBFCs or microfinance institutions, all have to come together to give it a push so that we have a deeper and deeper economic impact. So it leads to so the numbers that we have today, it should change when we meet probably a year or a couple of years later. So that's with the promise. We close this discussion, and thank you very much.
One point I want to say.
Tell us.
Is that Seva went one point further. All the people who were working with the women on ground, so they collected them, all those young girls and women together, and I did the master training for them for a whole day. What all things they can talk to women about better health and better life. So they don't need me all the time then, because I'm not there for all their women customers. But their own people were started doing about.
Let me share a Seva Bank story with you. We were engaging with them for a financial literacy campaign that we did. So the women were brought to Gandhinagar from all the districts. There were thousands of them, and we did this training over a week's time. And when we were telling them, this was the year 2011-12, good 10, 12 years ago. When we were telling them about the banking, we were telling them about credit and all those kind of things, they said that don't tell us this, we already know. And that was good 12 years ago. They said, we already know. Tell us more. Then we moved on to the market products, how to invest. And like the way some of the hands in the house went up when I asked about the stock market exposure, similar experience was shared by them, and it was really, really heartening to see women investing in stock markets when the markets were not so well advanced as it is today. They were aware of mutual funds. Many of them had insurance of all three kinds. Some of them had two-wheelers, so they had a general insurance. Some of them even had health and life, of course, with the micro products offered by Seva Bank, almost 99% penetration of that. Meaning to say that if we just look at that, our financial deepening would be 100%. Because everybody is included in the financial fold. But we spread it over. So that means that is an example which really, really needs to scale. And in India, what matters is only scale. Nothing else. Everything else is an effort. Till such time it reaches the mass or larger set of beneficiaries, we will not really see this happening. So with that promise, we close this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed an enlightening session. I request all the gentlemen on stage, if you can have picture together. Let's capture this momentous moment all together. Ladies and gentlemen, we can also join with a round of ovation. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, once again. देवी सज्जनों, इसी के साथ हम स्कॉच अवार्ड्स के अगले सेगमेंट की ओर जल्दी अग्रसर हो रहे हैं. बहुत थोड़ा सा समय हम मंच व्यवस्था के लिए लेंगे. Ladies and gentlemen, once again I request Mr. Sameer Kochar, Chairman SKOCH Group, and Dr. Gusharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman SKOCH Group, to kindly be on the dais to give away this award. I request Sameer sir and Dr. Gusharan Dhanjal to kindly be on the stage once again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our second segment of the evening. Thank you, sir, for joining us. दिव्य सज्जनों, इसी के साथ मैं मंच पर डॉक्टर राजीव डोगरा, एडिशनल कमिश्नर ऑफ स्टेट टैक्सेस एंड एक्साइज हिमाचल प्रदेश को मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ। उनकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ स्टेट टैक्सेस एंड एक्साइज हिमाचल प्रदेश को सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित किया जा रहा है उनके प्रोजेक्ट प्रमोशन ऑफ ई गवर्नेंस सिस्टम फॉर एक्साइज फंक्शन के लिए। Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Silver Scotch Award for Department of State Taxes and Excise, Himachal Pradesh, for their project e-governance system for excise function. Thank you so much, gentlemen. With this, I invite Mr. Anil Sharma, RTO Shimla, to be on the stage to receive his Silver Award. This is for Department of Transport, Government of Himachal Pradesh, Department of Transport, Government of Himachal Pradesh को सिल्वर अवार्ड से सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित किया जा रहा है उनके प्रोजेक्ट प्रमोशन ऑफ EVS एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑफ चार्जिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। Ladies and gentlemen, let's put some energy in the house. Let's have a huge round of applause for all the awardees all together. Thank you so much. इसी के साथ साथ डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन सिमडेगा को सिल्वर अवार्ड से सम्मानित किया जा रहा है उनके प्रोजेक्ट सीटी बजाओ उपस्थिति बढ़ाओ के लिए, और इसके लिए मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर अजय कुमार सिंह, डिप्टी कमिश्नर। उनसे निवेदन है कि वो मंच पर आएँ। Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Silver Scotch Award for Organization District Administration Simdega for their project CT Bajao Upasthiti Badhao. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
आप बताएंगे ये क्या है? Good afternoon all. We in Simdega is one of the most backward districts. We were grappling with the problem of high dropout rates, and there were absenteeism all around. So we thought upon some idea. We consulted some specialist consultants. There were problems of finance. So we were looking for something which was zero finance initially. So we thought upon this idea of appointing mohalla representatives for school children who will just whistle their way to a good number of their tola and mohalla people to this. And the day we started in 2023, the first day, the previous day when the whistle-blowing campaign was not there were about 70% students in this. The first day of the whistle-blowing campaign, and they were around 50%. Next day it was 85-84%, and finally by the end of that week it was 90%. So we were, assured of the success of this scheme, and by the end of the year, we were among the top of the district who had the best percentage of students in the school that year, and it was replicated by the state government throughout the state in all the 24. So that was it. So, it was जो whistle रहती है ना, तो whistle लेकर के वो चलते हैं, तो 5 रुपए की प्लास्टिक वाली whistle मिलती है, वो whistle लेके बच्चा चला और उसके पीछे whistle बजाते हुए जो 7 बजे का टाइम है उसके पीछे बच्चे चले और लेकर के वो स्कूल गए। और इसकी वजह से ये भी हुआ कि 2023 में out of 24 districts, Simdega was 23rd in class 10 and also 23rd in 12th. तो एक साल में जो हम लोगों ने ये जो मूवमेंट शुरू किया, नो कॉस्ट मूवमेंट, उसकी वजह से ये हुआ कि हम लोग 10th बोर्ड में 9th पोजीशन में चले आए और 11th में हम लोग 10th पोजीशन में चले आए. So we could improve the entire school education system there.
Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations to District Administration Simdega for a wonderful low-cost project सीटी बजाओ उपस्थिति बढ़ाओ। और इसी के साथ साथ हम सिल्वर अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं कर्नाटका स्टेट रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉरपोरेशन के लिए। मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ श्री अशरफ, चीफ पर्सनल ऑफिसर को। आई रिक्वेस्ट श्री अशरफ जी to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are announcing Silver SKOCH Award for Karnataka State Road Transport Corporation for their project Saringe Sanjeevani. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for this award. थैंक यू सो मच। और इसी के साथ साथ हम हमारे अगले सिल्वर अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं। दिव्य सजनी, ये अवार्ड दिया जा रहा है HLL मैनेजमेंट अकेडमी को। मैं निवेदन करूंगी मिस्टर वी कुट्टापन पिल्लई, सीनियर वाइस प्रेसिडेंट से, कि वो मंच पर आएँ और इस अवार्ड को आप प्राप्त करें। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस इज आवर सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड फॉर HLL मैनेजमेंट अकेडमी for their project Thinkle. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. V. Kuttapan Pillai, Senior Vice President, is here to receive this award. Ladies and gentlemen, HLL Management Academy receiving Silver SKOCH Award for project Thinkle. Thank you so much, everyone. And with this, may I now request Ms. Deepa Mudhil Munde, District Magistrate, to kindly be on the stage. दिव्य सज्जनों, बीड डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को सिल्वर अवार्ड अब हम प्रदान करते हैं उनके प्रोजेक्ट एंड चाइल्ड मैरिज के लिए। मैं निवेदन करूंगी मिस दीपा मुधल मुंडे से, डिस्ट्रिक्ट मैजिस्ट्रेट, की वो मंच पर आए और इस अवार्ड को आप प्राप्त करें। Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Silver SKOCH Award for Beat District Administration for their project End Child Marriage. Let's put our hands together. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, may I now announce the Silver SKOCH Award for IIFL Samastha Finance Limited. And I request Mr. Manish Pasanga, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, to kindly be on the stage and receive this prestigious Silver SKOCH Award for IIFL Samastha Finance Limited for their project empowering women through financial literacy and inclusion. Chaitanya Gudadri Gramin Bank is receiving this award. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Silver SKOCH Award. मिस्टर मनोज पासंगा, डिप्टी चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफिसर, से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आए। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, IIFL Samastha Finance Limited is receiving now Gold SKOCH Award for Corporate Excellence in Microfinance. Let's put our hands together. This is our Gold SKOCH Award. IIFL Samastha Finance Limited for their project Corporate Excellence in Microfinance. और इसी के साथ साथ अपने मिस्टर राहुल जौहरी से निवेदन करेंगे कि वो इसके राहुल जौहरी चेयरमैन awarded third year around gold, silver, gold and SKOCH Awards. Second Finance the Private Limited Group. Second Finance the Private Limited is receiving gold and SKOCH Award for their project Financial Inclusion and Impact. Mr. Rahul Gandhi, Chairman of Now, to receive this award. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. This is our Gold SKOCH Award for Bank of India for their project NHRC. Ladies and gentlemen, this goes for the award is for municipal corporation members for their project Sustainable Livelihood Micro Entrepreneurship Development Under NULI. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the awardees here all together. Thank you so much with this we end the second segment of the SKOCH Award. Here I thank Sameer sir and Dhanjal sir for doing this honor. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are diving into our last panel discussion of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into our last panel discussion of the evening, which is based on economic markers and development dashboard, we'll take a very short break to quickly set up our stage. Thank you so much. और चीयर्स 7 लोग हैं। and international programs in USA and Italy. He has led successful anti-terrorist and anti-extremist operation and has been instrumental in managing conflicts and training initiative. I request Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman SKOCH, also to be on the stage and moderate this session. Last but not the least, I invite Dr. Mangesh Manohar Gondavale, Managing Director, Maharashtra Agro Industries Development Corporation Limited, to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, he was earlier Joint Managing Director of MSCDCL. As CEO of Zilla Parishad Aurangabad, he managed the COVID-19 crisis and led the grassland ecosystem management project, shortlisted for the Arun Pongirwar Public Services Excellence Award, and he played a key role in Maharashtra GST implementation and has represented India internationally on taxation.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Another very important point of discussion for India, where we are today, is about the economic markers. Now, these are not just markers on the blackboard. This is about how do we actually assess the development, how do we actually assess the progress that has been made across various indicators, how do we measure it, and how do we further improve it. So, a very important element of this is that when we talk about economic markers and development dashboards, these two appear to be totally de-linked, but otherwise at the bottom, these are linked together. These provide data and feedback. So what we understand in the form of data, we put it on the dashboard. And dashboard is something which is visible to all the stakeholders. So it measures the growth and the progress. It plays a very important driving role in the economic development and provides for a real-time insight, facilitates informed decision making, and fosters collaboration. This is one part of the element which is what we generally ignore. We are aware of it, but we don't really recognize it because our focus entirely has always been on implementation and pushing the agenda from point A to point B. In the process, we lose sight of taking cognizance of these markers and these indicators. So, policy making is something which actually depends on the feedback from all these stakeholder communities, including the ones which are receiving it, and in our country largest is either business or citizens. So statistics do really speak for themselves, but generally data is cold till such time you analyze it, till such time you actually say that as you know what it actually means for everyone, and it allows users to follow key macro developments and track economic trends. GDP is an important economic marker. Unemployment, or we call employment, inflation, interest rates, and poverty. These are essentially the areas in which all of us focus on. When we talk about development, these are the indicators which go on the dashboard. Captures economic indicators, which is a sum total of these four things I just talked about. Then it also includes the social indicators, which is health outcomes, education, and life expectancy. Environmental indicators, we are very much aware of our responsibility towards the climate, towards the environment. So these become very important when we say that there is accessibility of water and there is sustainable practices which are adopted. Government having to adopt sustainable practices was something which we never talked about a few years ago. It has become now integral part of important policy and decision making. And of course, there are governance indicators, which includes rule of law, political stability, and of course, corruption. So how are these two related? It provides data, it provides policy insights, it also allows us to do holistic development analytics and analysis. It allows us to do monitoring on a very, very close quarters, and it helps us to gauge the trend. So all these things put together is equals to improvement in the development indicators. Where does it lie? It lies essentially in the economic realm and ultimately visible to everyone, all the stakeholders, when we say in the form of a development dashboard. So in fact, a lot of discussion that we had with each of the stakeholder, each of our distinguished panelists on the dais, that how is it that we relate these two? So it becomes very important that it actually dissociates myself from the domain I come from. It associates myself to an area in which we work. So yesterday I worked in rural development, tomorrow I work in labor, and day after I work in environment. But these markers, the measurement, as well as the dashboards, these don't change. Therefore, it's important that we look at that how is it that at each and every single layer, at each and every state, how are we measuring these indicators? To start with, let me start from our panelist right at the other end. So how are we measuring these indicators at the state levels? That's my first question.
Feel proud that SKOCH has given me this last session of discussion as a panelist. So thank you so much. So the question of Vice President SKOCH was that the indicators, what we have to measure when we are working in different sectors, the indicators are different. For example, I am from administrative service. I work so many departments, and many departments has got their own indicators to show their actions, show their results and their achievements. But one thing is common for all departments, that development indicators. The development includes inclusive development. What previous panelist also explained. The sparse development, spectacle development, social development is the need of the hour for India to be third largest economy in 2024. Still now, many people, 70%, 60 to 70% of people does not know what is development. What is development? They only living for bread and butter. And there are also caste-based distinguished in the society, and many people, many loyalist people.
But sir, government does know what is development. People may not know. So whatever we do as government, is the delivery, right? So they are at the receiving end. So what should we measure at the state level when we say that these are the indicators? How do we look at that?
Yes, government knows very well, and government is also trying. It is a continuous process continuous process of execution of various projects for development of people. But really, it is lack of education from all sectors. It is prime factor that why people does not know what is development. So it needs to be addressed both from government level and at private sector.
Mr. Oja.
I'm not from administrative service. I am an IPS officer. I'm heading prisons and correctional services in Himachal Pradesh. We have got 14 jails. But what it reflects, the prison is reflection of the society. Basically, what kind of people are coming to the prison. So you will see the markers which I can see is that the convicts are about the strength of the entire prison inmates in the state is about 3,000. And roughly 900 to 1,000 is the other convicts, and about 2,000 are the under trials. So you see, and the cases which are increasing rapidly are the NDPS cases, the drug cases. So drug cases, why the people are going into drug trade, drug peddling or drug smuggling? Because they want to make money. So these are the poor people who want to make quick buck and at a faster rate. That is one indicator which needs to be addressed at the society level and by the government at the policy level. Second is the kind of people who are coming, what kind of economic background do they have? So most of these people I analyzed, they come from below poverty line or slightly above poverty line. The rich people are very few. The rich are very few. This could be an indication as to what kind of law do we have and how the law is going towards which, and how do we need to address the implementation of that law. So maybe then the influential people and the rich people are getting away. I know, it's maybe. The other indicators which you can find in the prison, if you talk to them, you see, for example, in the drug-related cases, the guys who are the smugglers, I mean, I don't know, they have been convicted, and the story they say may not be all reliable because they are convicts. But they say, I was the taxi driver, I was actually not smuggling the drug, but somebody else was there, but he got away for whatever reasons. So this is, these are some of the indicators. Now we have technology coming in. We have technology, for example, we have e-prisons, we have ICGS, e-courts, both are linked. The court can monitor. And in the prison Human Rights Commission is there to look after. The legal authorities are there who visit and supervise. The session courts supervise, directly supervise. They can come and raid and see what all is going on. So we have brought in technology. We have body-worn cameras, we have CCTVs, but they are not AI monitored. We need to have that, but because of lack of funds, we don't have. Then we have detectors, non-junction linear detectors, which detect the telephones if they are smuggled into the prisons. So these kind of technologies, we have scanners, we have other technology, CCTV cameras all around the premises to take care of the inmates. The vacancies are there, and we use technology to buttress the strength that we have. So in a way, things are changing, and things are changing for better, but there is still a long way to go. Then the work we do with regard to correctional services is quite extensive. We have brought in, we have set up a NGO, Himkara Unnati Samiti, and whatever vocational activities are undertaken and whatever money is paid, part of it goes to the welfare fund and for the prison welfare, we use that money to generate, to do welfare activities for the prisoners. We have e-Mulakat, we have e-bail, we have e-remand now, but it's not to the extent that is required. Some of the courts are reluctant to, in fact, the Supreme Court has given the judgment that all bails should be heard on video conference, but it is not being done. So there's a huge amount of manpower that is being wasted, and also security risks are there when a prisoner is taken to the court from the jail and then brought back again.
So, Mr. Ojha, actually, you are taking the discussion from one
end
end
to the, yes.
Yeah.
Some of these markers
so
are
these are essentially
markers,
covered.
these are
Exactly.
markers, yes.
So you made a good point that there are various facets to it.
Yes.
And these are all being brought onto the same platform wherein you are able to monitor it as to whatever is going on. Good point made. Sidhu Saab.
See, all these markers that we are talking, these are household talks these days. Wherever we sit, we talk about GDP, we talk about inflation, we talk about all other things, we talk about unemployment. The issue here is that how reliable is the data and how adequate is the data from which these markers are actually drawn. If the data is relevant, if the data is adequate, then these markers actually show us the mirror that where we stand and what we should be doing. I would just like to highlight one. We talk about unemployment rate. So unemployment rate is actually only calculated on the basis of 4 lakh families, households, which are studied, and a sample is drawn. That sample is studied, and on the basis of that sample, we actually draw and say that this is the unemployment we have. Then in the agriculture sector, people who are involved in agriculture, they actually, you can't actually make out whether these people are actually employed or unemployed. When are they employed? When are they unemployed? So all these things we don't take into account. Third thing which I think we don't take into account is the wages. Till we pay our people well, till we pay the wages well, till the downtrodden get enough money to run their households and to take their children to good schools or upgrade our schools, or pay well for their education, for their health, or provide better health services to our downtrodden. Till then, we can't say that these markers can actually give us social welfare. So these are the things I think we should all look into. Adequacy of data is the most important thing. And before we publish anything, before we bring out anything, we must ensure that data is substantial, it is collected wide and vast, and then on the basis of that data, we should draw inferences. Those inferences then should go into policy making, and once we make policies on the basis of this relevant data and information, we talk about dashboard. Dashboard can't be helpful till the back end is all good. So make the back end good, collect the right data, and then go ahead. I am from the Labour Department, Punjab. So I'll tell you that we have workforce all across, working in different fields. But we have segregated them also. We say these people work in organized sector, these people work in unorganized sector. So we are actually, in Punjab, we are tapping the organized sector. We have a welfare board for the organized sector. Then we have a building and other construction workers board. So all those workers who are employed in the work of building and other construction work, they get welfare schemes from BOCW. And then we now start talking about gig workers, platform workers. Then we say workers who work, who are informally employed, like household help and this, that, and all. So till we actually map the entire workforce that is working with their hands anywhere, till then we can't actually make proper policies. Till then we can't know who is employed, who is not employed, who's paid well or who's not paid well. And are we really, reaching that aspect of social development where we want to actually reach? So I've been giving this recommending to the Labour Department, Government of India also. I've talked to Secretary Labour, we were there, we had a conference of all the Labour secretaries. There also I said the same thing, that let's first tap all the workforce in India. They may be working in organized sector, unorganized sector, or anywhere. Anybody who works with his own hands, does physical labor, should be tapped. We have such a nice thing in Aadhaar that we can actually identify each and every person. We can then actually, keep a track of their employment. Now, today a person can be a gig worker, tomorrow he will be a BOCW worker, third day he may be working in an organized sector, fourth day he may be an informal worker, fifth day he may be doing his own work somewhere. So all those people who do manual work, and especially in India, should all be, we should have a database of them. And from that database, we should track what kind of employment they are in. And on the basis of that employment, then we should, talk about these markers. And on the basis of these markers, and on the basis of the wages that we pay to them, then we should talk about social development. And then correlate all these markers with social development. That is, then only we can actually achieve the benefits of, mapping these social markers that we discuss. I think this is
Point very well made. I'll come back to you because this is just the opening of the discussion. And here also your neighbor and otherwise also Haryana and Punjab have been neighbors there. So Mr. Ranjan, I'm sure your experience is not going to be much different. But in terms of the adequacy and the reliability of the available data, which Mr. Sidhu is talking about, and also whom to consider employed is a big question mark. Mr. Ranjan.
Dear friends, good evening. We are talking about economic indicators, economic markers. Traditional markers in any economy were GDP, unemployment rate, interest rate, that is there in the capital market or the money market, inflation, measured under various parameters, wholesale price index, consumer price index, various other type of indexes, balance of trade, retail sales, how the housing market and the construction market is performing, how our stock market is performing, and how our home sales are going on. But some of the indicators are leading indicators and some are lagging indicators. Leading indicators means before the event you get the idea that what is going to happen in a short term, 2 to 3 months. So these are the leading indicators. For example, in a stock market runs on the sentiment of the people. If sentiment is negative, then it will go down. If sentiment is positive, then it will go high. And it is very important to have a quick eye and real-time inputs on what is happening on all the leading indicators like consumer confidence, claims of joblessness. Unemployment is a different thing. Joblessness is another thing. In the job market, anyone who is employed also, he might also be looking for a better opportunity, or he might not be happy with the current employment. But unemployment, which he doesn't have any type of job at all, he is desperately looking for any job. Both are the different things. And for the lagging indicators, we came to know about our GDP, GNP, even consumer prices. They also comes after 2 and 3 months from the actual events that occur. Corporate profits, it needs time to calculate. And even in the other indicators like retail sales, we get the data after quite some times. Now, we are talking about dashboard, and technology has so much changed that at least in some field, we can do a real-time analysis and real-time data on whatever is happening. Here, I would like to introduce a new concept of micro indicators. These are all indicators all over the world, and they are used in a traditional manners, but nobody has used the micro indicators, which are the small inputs that will give you some type of tool to decide what could be our next set of policy to further steer our country on the path of the development. For example, let us see about the health. We have lot of the data. These data, sir, can be at the national level also, all the health indicators, it could be at the state level also the district levels. In social sectors, all the data that comes from the district levels to the state level to the central level, we could have these indicators and these parameters in the all three levels everywhere. But going to the micro indicators, let us see. We have the indicator like how many births are there, how many deaths are there, how many diseases are there. If we could also have data like in surgery, how much of the surgery were correctly performed, how much surgeries were needed some further corrective actions, how many surgeries were totally botched up, how many cases people could not go for surgery because they do not have the economic means, they don't have the insurance, or they have some other issues. We need to further analyze in micro indicators that what is actually really happening, and if this information is available for us, then we can make the necessary policy corrections and steer our country to the path of development. Now, the big problem that is likely to come, that very few people would be willing to voluntarily and accurately share all these informations. Otherwise, everybody is fearful of government. They do not want to share anything which has an implication that some government regulator will come and they will harass and they will do all type of nuisance things. So, it is important that for all these macro indicators, all the information should be without any tagging of identifier like Aadhaar or mobile number or name or something. It should be anonymous. It should be collected only for the purpose of making the necessary corrections. Region will be there without naming the company, without naming the hospital, without naming the school, without naming any institution, without naming any industry. But we should have all the information so that in the real time we can make the corrective actions. And I can again say that some of the indicators are totally useless. Some people go for indicators like what is your index of religious freedom, freedom of speech. These are all subjective, totally. There is nothing objective there. Somebody can say on the scale of 100 you are 71, another will say you are 29. Both are the polarly totally opposite things, but that is quite possible. In the job market also, yes, in the job market also you can say the person is employed or is partly employed. If he was fired, why he was fired. If he was fired, that whether he was replaced with another person or not, whether management is willing to impress it or not. So I would suggest that for a stock exchange and other related capital market related interest rate, TESLA indicators are correct and they should be followed. For all the social sectors, we need to have indicators at all district level, state level, at national levels. And for anonymous things, we should collect all the data for necessary policy indications at all the levels without any disclosure of any name and identity. If there are any further questions, I will be willing to answer that.
In fact,
Thank
you have preempted the next. Why don't you have a seat? Yeah, I'll come back to you.
Sure.
You have preempted my next two questions because it also talks about the quality and the quantity. But before that, let's ask Dr. Mangesh the same question as to, at the state level, from your perspective, because you come from the agro industry. Given your experience, what should be states measuring? What should be the indicators?
From a policymaker or from an administrator point of view, I look at the indicators from two aspects. One is the macro aspect and the other one is micro aspect. For example, when we say economy is growing or industry is growing, so whether every industry is growing, there are some industries which are growing and some industries which are not growing or which are in negative growth. But still industry is growing. Why it is so? Because the growing industry is growing at a higher speed than the industry which is not growing. So micro and macro, both aspects are very, very crucial from the administrator's point of view, because when you have to push, you have to identify that which industries are going, you have to do something different for them, and which industries which are not going, you have to do some different policy for them. So this is one aspect which I wanted to highlight. Second aspect is the objective at hand, that is also very, very important. For example, we just saw a clip of Gadkari ji during the break. So there it was shown that when he started, when he assumed the ministry, the speed of road building was 2 kilometers per day. So he took it as an indicator. That is the speed at which we are going. Now what was his vision and where he wanted to reach? So slowly it began to increase, then he targeted 50, then he targeted 100. So he took one indicator and then he improved upon that. So that is the second point which I wanted to make, that your objective or target, what it is. And third point is, when we want to analyze those indicators, you have to be very critical and objective. Because as sir has rightly said, every point you can see from two different angles, like glass is half empty or half full. So whenever you are analyzing, so for example, I am from agro industries. When we say that we need to increase production and productivity of the agricultural sector, and we say that we are not even 1/3 of productivity of China and half of Vietnam or Indonesia. But then whether that is sustainable. So other aspects also need to join. I mean, when we talk of indicators, you cannot have one indicator. You need to supplement with the other indicators also. So whenever you analyze, you have to keep in mind all these aspects, and these are very crucial for policy making. So these are the points I just wanted to make.
So in fact, if I move over to Mr. Agarwal, you have been very deep into the dashboarding, also at the same time measurement, as to what kind of development, what kind of penetration, what kind of investments, So this is a unique example of Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, wherein you have everything, all the indicators, whether it is development or something which is not working, even to do with the capacity of the contractors who are coming into the fold. So how have you managed it, and what could be a learning from there for the others?
Yeah, very good evening to all, and good evening to all my esteemed panelists, and thanks to SKOCH for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to talking to you. What you said, it's in we considered like you said, the dashboard. So I'll come to that first. The dashboard, for the PMGSY, as all of you know, that we constructed more than 7,50,000 kilometers of roads when it was launched in 2000, and various phases of the PMGSY we are executing, and we executed and now did 7,50,000 kilometers of roads. So as one of the speakers has talked about that the real-time updation. So this is what we do in PMGSY. So in PMGSY under Ministry of Rural Development, we are very transparent first of all. So we share all the data, that whether the road is in good condition, whether the maintenance is being done or not, which contractor is delaying, which district is delaying, which state is delaying, and the comparative performance of state on real-time dashboard. So that is a true, it's a dashboard which is updated every second actually. And we utilized all kind of IT system. And in PMGSY, actually, I can say it's a scheme which uses every aspect of the IT, be it anything. It uses every aspect of it, from the alert generation to the GIS, and now the Gati Shakti. So actually what I was targeting to speak, I'm an infrastructure person. I've been working in infrastructure, and when we talk about the infrastructure, it is the investment by the government. And now when we say it's an investment, it has to have an ROI. So many times I face the question from the finance ministry and other, that what is the ROI? Then I say it is infrastructure. So ROI will not be there in terms of the business sense, but it will be there in terms of socio-economic and livelihood changes. So now the biggest responsibility on such kind of infrastructure expenditure, which is huge actually. The government spends everything on infrastructure kind of thing. So everything it is infrastructure. But then issue is that where are we measuring it? So there the question of economic marker comes. In PMGSY, we have the dashboard which says about the execution efficiency. I am not satisfied with that. Because the point is, it should say about the socio-economic livelihood changes it is making. And why I am able to understand, because fortunately, when I was handling the PMGSY,
Then I was talking to many universities, and then I got encouraged to enroll me as a PhD scholar in development economics, though I am basically a civil engineer and I am an MBA. So in development economics, when I started working, then I realized that how the infrastructure and the socio-economic scenes merges together, and it is not only the engineering, even for the engineers or the bureaucrats. So when I'm doing the development economics and when I'm writing my research, where is the visible socio-economic and livelihood parameters, indicators which are changing after constructing 750,000 kilometers of roads? Now here the question comes, are we collecting the data? Like you said, for the employment and other thing, GDP, agriculture growth. So when some question comes to me, when my guide or some professor or some academician asks me, how the PMGSY in different districts and blocks have affected the agriculture productivity. Now when I am seeing the data, it's not there. So when I was wondering, like in the government sector, the government is mostly criticized for the delays in execution, because most of the time, all the government people are collecting data only. So like data means, when as an infrastructure person, if I am going to purchase a door, so then I'm asked, this door is available for how much cost in Himachal, in J&K, or in South or North. So we collect a lot of data. So there is no dearth of data, first of all. To the granulest level, at the village level, at the block level. Only issue is that where are we compiling, how are we presenting, and we are in silos. I'll give one example very quickly if I have got the time. We were working, when we plan the rural roads, when we say 750,000 kilometers of rural roads, and each rural road is small in length, 3 to 4 kilometers. So see how many number of roads we are dealing, how many number of blocks and districts we are dealing. So the question comes, how to select the road which gives the maximum advantage to the people in terms of various parameters, right? Now this becomes a challenge, because everyone wants the road at his doorstep, and there will be a lot of pressure and other thing. NRIDA, which is executing the PMGSY, has never come into this kind of pressure, because we have made very objective system of road selection, whatever be the technology was. So in 2000, there was no GIS, there was no IT, there was no dashboard, there was no Microsoft Power BI. Still, in our operational manual, we made the selection as an objective selection, evidence-based selection, depending upon what all we perceive. Now because of the Gati Shakti, I had the presentation of Gati Shakti last 2-3 days. My IT director is there, Mr. Vishal Srivastav. So today we were discussing with the BISEC. Really, I got pleasantly surprised, because I knew all the data is there. When I be planning my road, most of the DPR thing would be seen on the Gati Shakti platform only. Where to place my drainage, where to place my bridge, where to place my small cross drainage structure, where the forest land is coming, and on my road, how much is the forest land, how much is the private land, and it is whose land, from where to acquire. So how it has become possible all of a sudden that from the Gati Shakti, now I have got rainfall data, I have got the river flow data, I have got the soil type of data, all kind of data. So what I mean to say, when there is a push, in government everything works with push only, जिसको हिंदी में बोलते हैं डंडा. So क्या हुआ? I'm surprised that Gati Shakti I have been monitoring for last when it was announced, and I was surprised that what they will be doing in Gati Shakti unless they have got the planning tool, analytical tool onto it, and they had the planning, they had it in mind. And what has happened when this push in Hindi mein whatever, so every department shared the data. Otherwise, everybody works in silos. If I ask, one time I asked some tourism ministry, let me see how many tourism places we connected. Freedom fighter villages, the places of interest, the places of sightseeing. I came to know, no, there is no data or something. I'm sure data is there. So it was not shared. We struggled, and I have compiled around 600 places all over the country, deep into the villages, which are connected by the PMGSY road, and has provided now the connectivity for rural tourism to increase. And there the economy will get boosted. And then we have compiled a rural tourism book, much in the same way as old people knows the Lonely Planet kind of book. I got inspired from that. So, but then had this push been there, like Gati Shakti, I would have got the data. But now, in any case, I'll be having now all the data. We'll be having the data on the Gati Shakti for all kind of planning. So what I'm trying to say, only one thing, we have everything everywhere. Only thing is, as you said, a kind of a centralized website has to be there for a particular kind of parameters and all that, and it should be shown. Then the dilemma of the research scholar like me will get eliminated. Thank you so much, sir.
What it appears is that, you know, as far as PMGSY, NRIDA's work is concerned, it's very well structured, which probably the other areas, it may not be, I mean, it may be a challenge to work that way. And particularly as both you gentlemen talked about, you know, you do not have the adequacy of data. Secondly, whatever is available, you are also not about its accuracy. So both are in question. Now, the next question is that, as you said, that most of the departments work in silos. We don't know what the other department is doing. Based on this, when we create a dashboard, so how much of that, that dashboard should we call a development dashboard to be trusted with the data? The data itself of which we are not sure about the adequacy. Sidhu sir, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think I've already answered that question, that until and unless...
You put a question mark.
Yes.
Now I want an answer.
Yeah. So dashboard is very helpful wherever it may be, wherever you can create a dashboard, and dashboard should be updated on real-time basis. And whenever you can update it. Real time, when I mean, doesn't mean every minute it has to be. Whenever new data comes in, the dashboard should be updated. So that is the real time updation of data dashboard. And the dashboard should be relevant. Again, I would say that the parameters that the dashboard is bringing out, those parameters should be those which are helpful in planning that kind of a thing. If I come back to the link roads that you've been talking, if I experience my, you know, share my experience in Punjab, when you say that PMGSY, so many kilometer roads are to be made in Punjab, so those roads are then distributed among MLAs. Every MLA is given, say, you give them 100 kilometers and they say, okay, every MLA will get 5 kilometers of road. You tell me which road to be constructed. So the MLA decides which road is to be constructed, and no other relevant data is there.
Only but this will not show on the dashboard.
Huh?
This will not come onto the dashboard.
This will not show on the dashboard, one. Second, whatever data we may have, so that data becomes irrelevant. Only data that is there, that which road is important for that particular person who is recommending those 5 kilometers of road. And whatever is recommended by the state government comes to the central government. It gets approved from the central government. Same thing, unfortunately, happens when the roads are even maintained. So maintenance also, you know, it is not that some road was built 7 years ago and should be maintained before some road which was built 5 years ago. Again, the priority is who's the important person deciding that which road should get maintained. And, you know, we can talk about anything. I'm talking about the labor, I can talk about the labor department. Same thing happens here also. Now we brought in IT intervention in BOCW. We have a dashboard on BOCW. Welfare schemes are applied, registration is applied, everything shows online. How many applications came in today, how many are pending with the labor inspector, how many are pending with the ALC, how many have come to the head office, how many welfare schemes are there, how many objections were raised, which inspector is raising more objections than the other. So all that data is there with us, and it displays. I think that's why you chose us for this award also, and it is all displayed. So we have all that data, and we analyze that data. But then, suppose we have to hold a, you know, we have to go somewhere. Some building is being built, and we want to go there and then register those building workers. Again, somebody else decides that where that thing is supposed to happen, and this data becomes irrelevant, you know, at that point of time. So it is fine, it is good. Dashboard should be there. Dashboard is the most important thing. Again, I would, you know, highlight the importance of the data on which that dashboard is built. And if the data is good, the dashboard parameters that you lay and the indicators on the dashboard are good, it is the best thing to happen.
Excellent. Mr. Ojha, you can't afford the same thing because you are in law and order, right? So you are handling prisons. And if your dashboard is not correctly indicating whatever is happening, it's not
my
gonna work.
dashboard, but what he's talking about is working in silos, which I agree. I have listened to a presentation on Gati Sakti when I was in Government of India. So I agree, fully agree. What happens if different departments work together and all the data are collected? So if the data is not correctly collected in one department, that gets corrected by the other department's data if it has been correctly collected. So in kind of a way, it balances out. It's a kind of a way, and I agree, Gati Sakti is a wonderful concept, and it has helped quite a lot in deciding and making correct decisions. Even if on the ground in one department you have influences which are not conducive to the development of the country or to the place. For example, the MLA's influence or political influence or corruption influence, then you have maintenance issues which gets reflected, and he doesn't hide if at the top nothing is hidden and gets reflected in the entire data. So in the interoperable criminal justice system, where all are connected, police, prisons, justice department, they all get connected, then you have data come from all various departments. And so supposing police is doing something wrong, then the court can get it corrected. Or the prison, when it comes to the prison will reflect it, and then the judge will take a call on that. कि भाई आपने लेट क्यों रजिस्टर किया FIR? आपने FIR क्यों रजिस्टर किया लेट? इतने दिन के बाद क्यों हुआ? आपके पास कंप्लेंट तो इस डेट को आई थी. So I agree, fully agree. Even if in police department or in criminal justice system, we need not to work in silos and get interconnected. It always helps. That's my view on this.
Yeah, that point is very well taken, because now we are moving little away from questioning the data. We are now talking about the quality of data, and data to be presented in a correct format so that correct policy making that can take place. But yes, Mr. Sidhu already talked about the ground realities that exist. So that takes me to the next question, which Mr. Ranjan was talking about how to do measurement of qualitative and quantitative data. I'll give you an example. You talked about PMGSY. We also did impact assessment of PMGSY many years ago. So we went to a connected village, and then we went to an unconnected village. The connected village had a road, it had a lorry going on it, it had even a three-wheeler auto rickshaw plying, and people were commuting. And there we saw one bullock cart being taken to a hospital in a truck. So that was the condition of a connected village. Then we went to an unconnected village. None of these things were visible. A bullock cart was stuck in a rivulet with a sick person on it, and 3 people were giving a push, and it was refusing to move. So no one can deny the importance of roads. When we spoke to people, they said, yes, road has brought health care closer to us, road has brought markets closer to us, it has given us access, given our children access to education. Now they can go, they don't have to swim across. So all those kind of things, but our dashboards don't capture it. So even your dashboard will not capture. You will only capture how many kilometers done, how many kilometers remaining to be done, where all you have reached. So
what is needed? Indicators.
Precisely. So how do we measure quantitative and qualitative growth? Start.
I would like to respond to this. When we are talking about quality of data, so wherever possible, you should introduce the digital technology. That is what the keyword, because particularly in agriculture, whenever there is excessive rainfall and flooding, and then we go for crop compensation, and then we don't have accurate data of what was sown, how much area was affected, on all those things. But now we have satellite images available, we can do drone surveys. So technology should be included while collecting the data, which will be very transparent. Because you know, when you do a physical panchanama, then the tahsildar or any strong political person may be influencing some area, नहीं यहाँ पे ऐसे करना है आपको पंचनामा या ये crops दिखाने हैं. But when you have a technology which can give you a correct and authenticated data, that will help in proper decision making. So this is my...
Yeah, so this is again a good point. Let me take that example a little further. So we were guided in that direction by a well-known economist that, you know, go and collect the data, then we will teach you how to analyze it. We were absolutely unaware. We are socio-economists, we are political scientists people, no background in economics. When we came back, we presented the data that 15 people, for instance, spoken to in one village. Everyone agrees that road is good. 15 people spoken with another village, everyone says, yes, we do not have road, we want it. He said, no, data cannot be analyzed. Why? Because some people have to disagree with the road. That it has brought, you know, choru chakka also to us. You can't analyze. So that's where the data analytics don't really work. So what we need to do is we have to look at the socio-economic aspect and the outcomes of that data based on what people are saying, whether they are saying yes to it, whether they are saying no to it. So this qualitative and quantitative measurement is extremely important for any marker to have a good dashboard. Over to you.
Sir, with your permission, we are missing one thing. There should be a standardization in everything. I will give you a very small example. There is something called the urban area, urban sector. For most of the government department, urban means whatever is municipality, whatever urban local bodies, department think this is the urban area. If you go to the power department, what is your urban feeder? They have a totally different. If you are collecting all the data on the dashboard, you will face these problems of non-standard definition used by different departments. He will have totally urban feeder. No, this is urban feeder, this is not urban feeder. If you go to the town and country planning department, you will say, oh, this is the urban area, this is not the urban area. So we need some standardization of how department are collecting, marking and putting the data in the common database. Otherwise, there will be totally hodgepodge and nobody will be able to use it meaningfully.
No, I mean, that's actually leading to the next question. To what extent, when we say we are collecting data at the state level, that data feeds into the national level, because actually everything comes from there. But do we have a district level planning? Do we have district level, district level input of those data points? Are we having those indices when we are going down to the district level, collecting it to see the real impact of our interventions happening at that level? Our dashboards, I do not know. The panelists, you can answer. Are we capturing, are our dashboards capturing it? Sidhu sir, maybe start with you.
See, we are not actually capturing everything. You said we work in silos. Within departments also we work in silos. Now, as I was already saying, there are BOCW workers, there are other workers. Now, Government of India has come up with a very nice scheme. It is called e-Shram. So any informal worker is supposed to get registered with e-Shram. Now, people who are registered in e-Shram are also registered in BOCW, and they may also be registered in the Labor Welfare Board, which is an organized sector in which the workers are working. As of now, we have not been able to, share the same data that how many people who are working in e-Shram across states are already members of BOCW, or how many. Now we are trying to do that. Government of India has taken this initiative. So till now, maybe we have been doing this for the last 10 years, but till now, we have not been able to, know that how many BOCW workers are actually registered with e-Shram, or how many workers who are registered with e-Shram should also get registered with BOCW, and they are not registered with BOCW. So single platform, that's what I already said, for that redundancy of data and all these confusions, can be taken care of. Another thing, one more point I want to, understanding the data is also very important. We have not, talked about it. I'll give you one experience, I'll share one experience of mine. I was in transport department, and the government said there should be resource mobilization, and let's increase the road tax. So when the proposal was made, The proposal said that so many cars, so many trucks, so many buses, so many vehicles get registered in a year, and this is what we are getting at this rate. And if we increase this by 2%, this is what we will get. And it was increased by 2%. Actually, the road tax decreased because the vehicles which were supposed to get registered in Punjab started getting registered in Haryana or Chandigarh, because over there the road tax was less than Punjab. So less number of vehicles got registered. So we didn't understand that data properly. That in case we will increase this by 2%, there will be, incentive for people to go to Chandigarh or to Haryana to get registered at a lesser rate. So understanding data is also very important.
Yeah. Mr. Mandal, how can we have district level indices and what should we measure?
Presently, there is a system, statistical department is working in every state, I think in every state, to accumulate all the data of developmental indicators of a district. But how far it is reliable, that everybody knows. But really, the developmental indicators must be analyzed at micro level. For example, for MSME, I seen during when I was working in MSME department, so many MLS have asked question about how many MSMEs are there in the state. There was no data in the state. Every year they have an answer has been prepared, 5 lakh, 6 lakh, 7 lakh. But when Government of India has introduced the registration system of MSMEs, that is what I don't recall here. Sir? Uddam registration portal started. We told all our district level officers, you start a drive to register all MSMEs in Uddam portal. They have registered, and we decided that from that we will rely on that data only, not other data. If we require all MSMEs are registering their name in the district also, in various, in PSU, in pollution control board, but all data, we left all data and we relied only on Uddam registration. So that has a unique data which has been very reliable data, and that can be trusted in the society, how many MSMEs are now functioning. So many MSMEs have started during 2010, 2008, but now they are not existing. And when we reviewed PMJSY, if 100 PMJSY beneficiaries are there, after 5 years, if we evaluate them, only 5 to 10% are successful MSMEs. Why? So the reason we concluded at last that the bankers are mostly responsible for that, because they are underfinancing the PMJSY. So how many PMJSY beneficiaries have been underfinanced? That we make a study and found that maximum more than 80% PMJSY beneficiaries have been underfinanced. So where is the problem? That has to be decided at policy level to address the lacunas. That is.
You want to answer?
Yeah. So I think you said about the PMJSY, and Mr. Sidhu also said about the PMJSY that every MLA is given a quota and then he gets his work. So I want to say 2-3 things about it. First of all,
when we spend infrastructure, when we spend money on infrastructure, the public money, which is very large, so there has to be ROI in terms of socio-economic livelihood outputs. So what happens that when we go to the Niti Aayog now is started measuring, and they were also measuring output versus outcome results. So in the ministry, there is a person, as you said about the implementation. So there is a person, there is a joint secretary and everybody. So everybody is focused on implementation. So when he's asked, or I am asked about the outcome, we say output and outcomes are same. Sir, we constructed so many roads. So then I'm also the same kind of bureaucrat and engineer, but since these days I'm working a little bit academically on research thing, so then I was laughing on ourselves and how the answers were being given. But then the problem is that you cannot ask the same person who is implementing that he will audit himself for the outcome results. And first of all, he will not understand the outcome results. Either he's a bureaucrat or an engineer. He's not a social scientist. Let us understand, as you said about it. Unless this happens, we cannot prove that the scheme, unless the third party, like third party हमारे यहाँ क्या समझते हैं, CAG, CBI and CVC. मतलब everything in our country is related with the financial transaction. Because we are a poor country, so we are interested only in the finances. But then we don't talk about why there is no CAG kind of a thing for the social audit outcome results. So what I am suggesting, in every ministry there has to be one vertical who will be examining the outcome result, especially in Ministry of Rural Development. I am sorry if my rural development colleagues are listening, because we are executing, implementing, and we will always be happy. Second thing, as Sidhu Sahab said, I'll be happy that my PMGSY roads are objectively selected and they are good selection and they are not biased. So what is needed here again, that what I am doing is properly communicated to the public. Public includes the bureaucrats and the other, my colleagues also in other department, because in India what happens, that everybody first of all started with suspicion, no, something is happening. It can't be straight. Okay, so the issue is, like in our so many parliamentary committee and standing committee, the public representative, they say, sir, your people come to us for the signature of sanctioning of the road, and sir, they don't listen to our choices. We are forced to sign on what they bring to us. Yes, so why are not? But Sidhu Sahab is saying that then he gets his choice. So now this is the perception. So now he is saying that people brings to me the list of the roads and they say, sir, ये हमारे ranking में आ रहा है, हमारे है ना road की ranking करते हैं, बहुत सारा हमारा analysis होता है. So और हमारे computer में दिखता है, तो कोई उसको influence नहीं कर सकता. Even हमारे मंत्री जी बोल रहे थे कि क्या हमारे पुराने मंत्री जी कहीं भी sanction करा देते थे, अभी आप लोग सब कुछ क्या लेके आए हो, तो ये हम समझ रहे हैं, लेकिन हम communicate शायद नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. अब होता क्या है कि पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव को क्या करना है, आप थोड़ी देर के लिए अपने आप को सोचिए कि आप नेता हैं, आप क्या कहेंगे, मैं गया था 5 रोड सैंक्शन कराया, ये देखो लिस्ट है, लिस्ट तो वो हमारी थी. So he will pretend this, and he is pretending that at least in case of the PMGSY road, 99% selection are because we have got 27 lakh kilometer of rural roads marked on our GIS system that we call DRRP, District Rural Road Plan, 27 lakh kilometer of roads. इंडिया में रूरल रोड जो हैं करीब 55 लाख किलोमीटर ऑफ रोड्स हैं आज की डेट में, अदर देन नेशनल हाईवे. सो रूरल रोड समझ लीजिए 45 लाख किलोमीटर. लेकिन इस 28 लाख किलोमीटर में से हम रैंकिंग निकालते हैं ब्लॉक वाइज और वो करते हैं. अब वो पॉलिटिशियन को तो फिर वोट लेने तो वो तो बोलेगा कि यही रोड मैंने ही सिलेक्ट किए थे. सो एनीवे, सो द पॉइंट इज दैट वी शुड नॉट बी हैप्पी दैट व्हाट आई एम डूइंग is really reflecting correctly. It should be audited by third parties, by the social scientists. Like I will give an example, like you are from IPS police services. RTO is almost like police or what. So गुड़गांव का ले लीजिए. So गुड़गांव की आप RTO वाला खोलिए, because परिवहन ने मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड सरफेस ट्रांसपोर्ट ने परिवहन करके वो सब पूरी गाड़ियों का रजिस्ट्रेशन एंड फॉर ट्रांसफर ऑफ ओनरशिप एवरीथिंग दे ब्रॉट ऑन इंटरनेट. So now you open a state site. I did myself. Gurugram ka I have opened. It was very difficult to fill in detail and all that. Once I filled up the detail, I went up to the RTO office with this my red card. Nobody bothers in the state government, no? हो गए कोई भी यार ढंके होते तो आते ही क्यों आप? आते ही क्यों? तो रेड कार्ड उसको बॉदर नहीं कर रहा है. When I went there, he said, no, these documents are not complete. अब मैं इंटरनेट पे अप्लाई किया हूँ, He said, no, this document is required. क्या वो criminal bureau? मैंने criminal bureau की कहाँ से आएगी गाड़ी के लिए? He said, sir, this is the form, you fill it up. Where is the form? He was not ready to give, so somebody else helped me in giving me. So then I realized I'll go to this photostat person and ask him and just give him little more money for photostating and he will do it. I got it done that way only, it should not be done. But the point is that every government department is happy in creating the digital interface and it is not working. I'll give another example. So the issue is that I should not be happy that if the Sidhu Sahab is saying that the road is not getting selected properly, it should be audited. And in every ministry, again I am repeating, for every penny of expenditure, there has to be socio-economic livelihood audit and how it is to be done. If not by the educational institution, then every ministry should have one vertical and one person who would be saying what is the outcome result and what are you saying is matching. So this is what, thank you.
Why have it in the ministry? Why have it in the ministry? Let it be a third party. Let it outside the ministry.
Yeah, outside ministry.
Outside the ministry.
Yeah, let it be outside, but then outside में क्या है बहुत सारे लोग हैं नहीं हो पा रहा है तो आप हर मिनिस्ट्री में बोलो कि इस चीज के लिए one person will be assigned, he will be from social scientist, but he has to be attached there. अब क्या होता है like SKOCH or like any other social organization, they approaches the government, so we will do social audit.
आप CAG में कर दो ना, आप CAG में social audit कर दो.
CAG का social audit उनका देखिए जब भी किसी का कुछ कराना है तो उसका माइंडसेट चेंज करना पड़ेगा, वो नोट के आगे सोच नहीं पाएगा,
ये भी
है ना, नोट के आगे नहीं सोच पाएगा बिकॉज उनके ऑडिटर का माइंडसेट वो है. तो यदि हमें चेंज लाना है तो हमें यदि किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में चेंज लाना है.
मेरा एक पर्सनल क्वेश्चन है सर, there's a one personal question. We have two jails coming up, new jails coming up in Mandi and Kullu. उसका रोड जो है अप्रोच एक्सेस रोड वो हमें दिया क्योंकि पुलिस वालों को ऐसी जगह देते हैं जहाँ पे कोई और नहीं जाता. तो आई रिक्वेस्टेड डीसी कि भाई आप प्रधानमंत्री ग्रामीण सड़क योजना में व्हाई डोंट यू पुट इट, बिकॉज आफ्टर ऑल इट हैज बीन अलॉटेड बाय द स्टेट एंड वी आर गोइंग टू कंस्ट्रक्ट द जेल, वी नीड अ रोड. देयर इज अ रोड अवेलेबल एंड देयर आर विलेजेस आल्सो व्हिच आर गोइंग टू बी कनेक्टेड, बट वो नहीं हो रहा है. तो इसको कैसे करेंगे आप, ये बताइए सोल्यूशन बताइए.
That is why again very nicely you have said कि there has to be a portal where the public.
अग्रवाल साहब देखिए मजे की बात ये है कि वो किसी भी डैशबोर्ड पे नहीं आएगा जो उन्होंने बात कही. वो सिर्फ ग्रीन शीट बनेगी और उसके ऊपर चिट्ठी जाएगा, हाशिए पे चार उसके कमेंट्स
बस मैं ये
वापस आ जाएगा.
I have personally talked to the DCs and requested them and I have given in writing as well. By these jails are going to be constructed and there is a Supreme Court monitoring because there is overcrowding is to be reduced. That is the
इसीलिए सर मैं कह रहा हूँ कि there has to be real kind of dashboard and inputs from the public wherein it comes on to that and then the concerned ministry looks at it rather than on the green sheet.
All departments.
So मैं सर इसका example और बता देता हूँ if you have got just 2 minutes.
1 minute.
So 1 minute. So what we revolutionize the thing, sir, for the maintenance of road. Again, Sidhu Sahab will say about the PMGSY maintenance. So sir, I'll just say कि what we initiated and what we want citizen to see, but then citizen has to be intelligent enough and to be active enough. Maintenance of road. In PMGSY, sir, as you know, and you are awarding for that actually, EMARC. Maintenance of road is to be done for 5 years by the same contractor who constructed it so that he will do a quality job. Right, sir? Now what was happening that we were very happy that performance-based maintenance contract we have inserted into the PMGSY since 2000 and the 5 year it is to be maintained. And now so many things were there which is humanly impossible. Last 3 years, sir, because of the IT, we introduced the IT system wherein now you can see onto the dashboard that the road which was constructed 5 years back, it is in what condition, in which month of the road was kept in what condition, and how much payment in the maintenance was done. So through this EMAG revolution, we paid for last 3 year 3,400 crore across the country for maintenance. Out of that, sir, because of our strict monitoring and compliance to the our standard bid document, we have saved 1,300 crore rupees without any litigation, without any political interference, and without any pressure to the state engineer, because the state engineer says this is NRIDA dashboard and you kindly see. So this performance based now the citizen can see, now the interface, citizen can see any road and in what condition it was, how much payment was done. Then he has the evidence to complain, one. Second thing what we have introduced now, even more than that, Our engineers gives the marks for the roads, which is performing every month or not, and then the system calculates the payment bill. So it is engineer based. Now what we are doing, we are putting citizen into it. We are making the QR code of every road, sir, which is in road maintenance. Citizen will go and just scan the QR on his mobile. He will take the photograph and put the comments. This will get entangled with my billing system through the artificial intelligence, and this will reduce or increase your bill. So instead the citizen needs to complain, like you said, citizen need not to complain, he will become part of the system. Now this we need to communicate to everyone, that this is there, kindly look at it. So we are trying to educate all the rural population that these kind of things are there. So thank you so much. I have to
excellent. These are valuable inputs.
Everybody is happy in his own silos.
My request again is, why don't we use technology to collect data at the ground level? Why do we depend on human interface? Let's not use humans for collecting data. Let the technology be used, for example, drones as a GIS. Property, we are tagging our properties through GIS. I mean, why don't we do that? Instead of that will at least correct that data. Whatever we are collecting is correct and accurate. This is my suggestion.
So we are boiling down to 3-4 conclusions from this. A, that we need to have data which is acceptable, reliable, accurate, and measurable. Because if we have to go back and look at the authenticity of data, that we also should be in a position to do. We have an example of PMGSY, wherein they have done to a great extent, and whatever planning that moving forward needs to be done, you can refer back to Gati Shakti. The genesis of Gati Shakti was in this only, as to how much of infrastructure loss in terms of the GDP that we have already suffered, so that we can prevent it and do a better planning. While it was based on that premise, moving forward in the last 2 years, including you being on the portal and every other scheme of infrastructure scheme, it still doesn't say that which one is moving slow. That is also needs to be reflected in all the databases, in all the dashboards. Because when we say economic markers and development dashboard, we have walked a mile. We should have walked 2 miles. So I'm saying that my achievement is 1 mile. But the glass half empty also should be reflected, that by walking slow, I've missed on that 1 mile, and how much of opportunity loss converted into time, data, as well as the money. How much have we lost? So if we are able to analyze all of that, we will be in a position to do better planning. We also understand there are not enough indicators available at the district level. We need probably to percolate down to that level to find out. It's also a dichotomy that we ourselves in some departments vouch the quality of data, but we do not look at we only look at quantity, we don't look at the quality of data. Some other departments, they look at both, like the way you are saying, you're claiming, and which is actually true. Otherwise, we will not have reached this stage. But an area like employment and labor, although as Mr. Sidhu talked about, that we have different kind of employment generated, direct, indirect, formal, informal. 5 people working with me in my household are also employed, but they are not counted employed anywhere. So how do we bring them into the fold? Whom do we count employed? What is the definition of employment?
Is housewife employed?
That's a big question mark. That's a big question. So, these are certain...
Should come in GDP at least. Yes, I think so. It should come at least in GDP.
Gender GDP.
GDP, so that we become billion.
Absolutely. So, a lot of the points which are raised are, I think almost all the points which are raised are valid. Some we have answers to, some we do not have answers to. Law and order cannot be compromised. Labor, we are suffering. PMGSY doing well. Agro, you've been able to employ technologies and so on and so forth. And Odisha, they've been able to fix a few problems of whatever they could. So this has been a very good discussion, cross-section of opinion on the table. Although we are 10 minutes behind, but if I can take 1 or 2 questions, I would be happy. The panelists would like to answer. They are at your disposal. Any question? Oh, they already have their house full. All right. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for being with us and for joining this discussion. Let's come forward for a quick picture in front of the tables. Yeah.
Thank you so much, gentlemen on stage. Your expertise and insights on our topic has indeed enlightened all of us here. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. A quick stage setup, and we'll begin with our last and the most prestigious segment of SKOCH Awards. दिव्य सज्जनों, बहुत थोड़ा सा समय हम मंच को व्यवस्थित करने में लेंगे और इसके बाद अग्रसर होंगे हमारे स्कॉच अवार्ड्स के आखिरी सेगमेंट की ओर। Ladies and gentlemen, with this now I request Samir Kochar sir, Chairman SKOCH, and Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman SKOCH, to kindly grace the stage with their valuable presence once again and give away the awards. I request Mr. Samir Kochar and Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal to kindly be on the stage. I request Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman SKOCH, to kindly join us. देवी सज्जनों, इसी के साथ हम हमारे प्रेस्टिजियस स्कॉच अवार्ड के आखिरी सेगमेंट की ओर अग्रसर हो रहे हैं। सेफ सॉल्यूशंस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड इसको हम सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित कर रहे हैं। मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर अजय कुमार सिन्हा डायरेक्टर को कि वो मंच पर आएँ। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, वी आर गिविंग अवे सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड फॉर सेफ सॉल्यूशंस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट financial inclusion. For this, I request Mr. Ajay Kumar Sinha to kindly be on the stage and receive your award. And now I request Mr. Yash Agrawal, Assistant Vice President, to kindly be on the stage for organization Annapurna Finance. अन्नपूर्णा फिनेंस को हम गोल्ड और स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित करते हैं। निवेदन करेंगे यश अग्रवाल जी से कि वो मंच पर आएं। Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Gold Scotch Award for Annapurna Finance. The project is financial inclusion to alleviate poverty. With this, I request Mr. Pratul Kumar, General Manager, to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this announcement is for Gold Scotch Award for organization Central Coalfields Limited for their project development of 8 aspirational district of Jharkhand by CCL. Ladies and gentlemen, Gold Scotch Award for Central Coalfields Limited. और इसी के साथ साथ अब हम उज्जीवन स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं। मिस्टर आयान सरकार से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आए। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर आयान सरकार, हेड ऑफ ऑपरेशंस, उज्जीवन स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक, टू बी हियर ऑन द स्टेज। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस अवार्ड इज फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट एनेबलिंग माइक्रो डिपॉजिट। Ladies and gentlemen, these are the moments anyone can feel proud of, and I request all of you to please join in congratulating all of them. और इसी के साथ साथ हम उत्तरायण फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, मैं मिस्टर कार्तिक बिस्वास, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएं। Ladies and gentlemen, this award is for Uttarayan Financial Services Private Limited for their project co-lending. Thank you, everyone. और इसी के साथ साथ अब हम सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं आईसीआईसी प्रूडेंशियल लाइफ इंश्योरेंस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के लिए। मैं निवेदन करूंगी मिस्टर सारंग गोखले, चीफ अंडरराइटिंग लाइफ एंड हेल्थ से, कि वो मंच पर आएँ और अपने इस अवार्ड को आप अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की ओर से प्राप्त करें। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस इज फॉर आईसीआईसीआई प्रूडेंशियल लाइफ इंश्योरेंस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट PTLR प्रोजेक्ट प्रोस्पेरिटी टू लॉन्जिविटी एंड रिस्क model. PTLR project, propensity to longevity and risk model. Ladies and gentlemen, now we announce the Silver SKOCH Award for Jubilant Ingrevia Limited. I request Mr. Gaurav Kushwaha, CIO, to kindly be on the stage and receive the award for his organization, Jubilant Ingrevia Limited, for their Project Insights. Ladies and gentlemen, now I announce Silver SKOCH Award for TP Central Odisha Distribution Limited. And to receive the award, I request Mr. Umesh Bharadwaj, HOD Central Contracts Group, to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this award is for their project, Digitalization of Procurement Process. With this, we announce another Silver SKOCH Award for TP Southern Odisha Distribution Limited. And to receive this award, may I please call upon stage Mr. Parmarth Tiwari, Business Excellence. I request Mr. Parmarth to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Silver SKOCH Award for TP Southern Odisha Distribution Limited for their project integration of GIS system with network load flow software. और इसी के साथ साथ अब हम हमारे गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं NIS मैनेजमेंट लिमिटेड के लिए। मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर देवजीत चौधरी, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर को मंच पर आएं और इस अवार्ड को आप प्राप्त करें। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस इज फॉर NIS मैनेजमेंट लिमिटेड फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट रैशनलाइजेशन एंड वर्कफोर्स ऑटोमेशन। देखिए सज्जनों, आइए हम सब अपनी तालियों से इस पूरे वातावरण को गुंजायमान कर दें। ये हमारे बहुत ही प्रेस्टिजियस अवार्ड्स हैं लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। और इसी के साथ साथ अब हम एक बार फिर से सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं KEC इंटरनेशनल लिमिटेड के लिए। मैं मिस्टर गौरव गुप्ता, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर, से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएं। Ladies and gentlemen, this is for KEC International Limited for their water conservation at 765 kV GIS substational Narela, Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, now I announce Gold Scotch Award for TP Central Odisha Distribution Limited. Mr. Ashish Sharma, Head of Department Customer Service, I request you to kindly be on the stage. Mr. Ashish Sharma, Head of the Department. This is for TP Central Odisha Distribution Limited for their project Digitally Current. Ladies and gentlemen, with this now I announce the Silver Scotch Award for Namaste Life Health Care Foundation. I request Dr. Meena Ashok Shah, the founder, to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Meena Ashok Shah is here to receive this award for Namaste Life Health Care Foundation, and the project is anemia diagnosis, treatment and awareness in 3,000 plus girls. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. और इसी के साथ साथ एक बार हम फिर से हमारे सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं। ऑर्गेनाइजेशन द शिपिंग कॉरपोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया लिमिटेड के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस सोमा टंडन DGM SCI को कि वो मंच पर आए। मिस सोमा टंडन, आई रिक्वेस्ट यू टू काइंडली बी हियर। Ladies and gentlemen, here Miss Soma Tandon. The Shipping Corporation of India Limited for their project Empowerment of Adolescent Girl and Women Menstrual Health. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Nari Shakti and Women Empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Thank you. सिल्वर अवार्ड की अब मैं घोषणा करती हूँ जोमैटो लिमिटेड के लिए। मंच पर आमंत्रित करते हैं मिस विभा कोठारी, प्रोग्राम मैनेजर को। मिस विभा कोठारी, अगर आप हैं तो हमारे साथ मंच पर आएं। मिस विभा कोठारी। गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड की अब मैं घोषणा करती हूँ पावर ग्रिड कॉरपोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया लिमिटेड के लिए, और इसके लिए मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर BM पटनायक, चीफ जनरल मैनेजर CSR। I request sir to kindly be on the stage. This is our Gold Scotch Award, ladies and gentlemen, for Power Grid Corporation of India Limited for their project Farmer Centric Integrated Watershed MGMT. Our next silver award goes to the Maharashtra Agro Industry Development Corporation Limited. I request Dr. Mangesh Manohar Gondavale, Managing Director, to kindly grace the stage with his valuable presence. Ladies and gentlemen, this our Silver Scotch Award goes to the Maharashtra Agro Industry Development Corporation for their project Maha Agro Mart e-commerce platform. Congratulations. दिव्य सज्जनों, इसी के साथ सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड प्रदान किया जाता है टिसल बायो पार्क लिमिटेड को। मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूं मिस्टर पुंगुमारन पन्नीर सेल्वम, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर को। सर, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है आप मंच पर आएं। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर पुंगुमारन, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर, टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज। Ladies and gentlemen, here we announce our Silver Scotch Award for Food Supplies and Consumer Welfare Department, Odisha. I request Mr. Sudham Charan Mandal, Special Secretary, to kindly join us on the stage and receive this award. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for Food Supplies and Consumer Welfare Department, Odisha, for their project Paddy Procurement Automation System. Let's put our hands together once again. Ladies and gentlemen, here our Silver Scotch Award goes to Labour Department, Haryana. I request Mr. Rajiv Ranjan, Principal Secretary, Labour Department, Haryana, to kindly be on the stage and receive the award for their organization, Labour Department, Haryana, for their project Labour Canteens. आइए हम सब तालियों से सराहना करें, प्रशंसा करें इस प्रोजेक्ट की। With this, ladies and gentlemen, Silver Scotch Award goes to Prisons and Correctional Services, Himachal Pradesh. I request Mr. Sanjeev Ranjan Ojha, Director General of Prisons and Correctional Services, Himachal Pradesh, to kindly be on the stage and receive this award for their wonderful project modernizing rehabilitation by technology in prison system. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to kindly join us together and congratulate this department for this wonderful project. और अब हम एनर्जी डिपार्टमेंट ओडिशा के लिए सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं। मैं मिस्टर प्यारी मोहन मिश्रा, इंजीनियर इन चीफ कम प्रिंसिपल चीफ इलेक्ट्रिक इंस्पेक्टर से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएँ और इस अवार्ड को आप प्राप्त करें। दिस अवार्ड इज फॉर एनर्जी डिपार्टमेंट ओडिशा for their project energy conservation and energy efficiency measures. Ladies and gentlemen, this is energy conservation and energy efficiency measures by Energy Department Odisha, and we are giving Silver Scotch Award. And now Silver Scotch Award for Odisha Power Transmission Corporation Limited. I request Mr. Bhadresh Mehta, Director, to kindly be on the stage. I request Mr. Bhadresh Mehta to kindly be on the stage. आप लोग पहले से ही अपने मोबाइल जो है किसी को देकर रखें तो बहुत आसानी रहेगी हमें। Mr. Bhadresh Mehta, Director, Odisha Power Transmission Corporation Limited, for their project drone-based EHV transmission corridor monitoring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and let's put some energy in the house. Thank you so much. और इसी के साथ अब हम लैंड एंड लैंड रिफॉर्म्स, रिफ्यूजी रिलीफ एंड रिहैबिलिटेशन वेस्ट बंगाल के लिए सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं। मैं मिस्टर मानस कुमार भट्टाचार्य जी, सीनियर डायरेक्टर NIC WBSC से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएँ और इस अवार्ड को आप प्राप्त करें। लैंड एंड लैंड रिफॉर्म्स, रिफ्यूजी रिलीफ एंड रिहैबिलिटेशन वेस्ट बंगाल के लिए उनके प्रोजेक्ट रेंट कंट्रोल मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, लेट्स कंग्रेचुलेट ऑल टुगेदर to this wonderful organization. And now Silver Award goes to Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Department, Maharashtra. I request Nana Sahib Thorat, AGM Bank of Maharashtra, to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Nana Sahib Thorat से निवेदन है कि वो मंच पर आएं. This is our Silver Award for Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Department, Maharashtra, for Zilla Parishad Fund Monitoring System. और इसी के साथ नाना साहिब थोरट से निवेदन करेंगे कि आप यहीं पर रहें, क्योंकि एक और सिल्वर अवार्ड है आपके डिपार्टमेंट के लिए, रूरल डेवलपमेंट एंड पंचायत राज डिपार्टमेंट, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट लायबिलिटी पेमेंट रजिस्टर सिस्टम। और अब हम सिल्वर अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं ओडिशा स्टेट रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉरपोरेशन के लिए। मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर लक्ष्मीकांत सेठी, OAS SAG, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी कॉमर्स एंड ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट। सर, आपसे निवेदन आप मंच पर आएँ, इस अवार्ड को अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए आप यहाँ पे प्राप्त करें। फॉर ओडिशा स्टेट रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉरपोरेशन, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस इज फॉर देयर वंडरफुल प्रोजेक्ट ग्रामांचल परिवहन सेवा। लेट्स पुट आवर हैंड्स टुगेदर, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। And now Silver Award goes to Department of Women and Child Development, Odisha. I request Mr. Nityananda Barik, Additional Secretary, to kindly join us on the stage and receive this award for your department, Department of Women and Child Development, Odisha, for their wonderful project, Pad Pushti Karyakram. आइए तालियों से स्वागत करें, अभिनंदन करें और सराहें इनके काम को। और इसी के साथ साथ अब हम हमारे गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं और ये जाता है सोलापुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेंट्रल कोऑपरेटिव बैंक लिमिटेड सोलापुर को। मैं निवेदन करूंगी मिस्टर कुंदन भोले एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर से कि वो मंच पर आएं। और इस अवार्ड को आप प्राप्त करें। Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Gold Scotch Award and it goes to Solapur District Central Cooperative Bank Limited, Solapur, for their project Revival of the Bank. और इसी के साथ साथ अब हम हमारे गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं। डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ कल्चर उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए मैं मिस रेनू रंगबहुती असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएं। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस रेनू रंगबहुती असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर टू काइंडली बी हियर ऑन द स्टेज एंड रिसीव दिस अवार्ड फॉर डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ कल्चर उत्तर प्रदेश। आपके बहुत ही सुंदर प्रोजेक्ट रामोत्सव अयोध्या 2024 के लिए निवेदन आप सभी से, आप तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से स्वागत करें, अभिनंदन करें और प्रशंसा करें इस प्रोजेक्ट की। और इसी के साथ साथ गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड अब प्रदान किया जाता है डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पुंछ को। मैं निवेदन करूंगी डॉक्टर जुल्फकार अहमद जी से, चीफ मेडिकल ऑफिसर, की आप मंच पर आएं और इस अवार्ड को आप प्राप्त करें। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पुंछ फॉर देयर वंडरफुल प्रोजेक्ट हेल्थ केयर सर्विसेज एंड एक्सेस। लेट्स पुट आवर हैंड्स टुगेदर। गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड अब प्रदान किया जाता है डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन खुंटी को। मैं निवेदन करूंगी मिस मीनाक्षी भगत एग्जीक्यूटिव मजिस्ट्रेट से कि आप मंच पर आएं और इस अवार्ड को आप प्राप्त करें। मिस मीनाक्षी भगत एग्जीक्यूटिव मजिस्ट्रेट, आई रिक्वेस्ट यू मैम टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज एंड रिसीव दिस अवार्ड फॉर योर डिपार्टमेंट डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन खुंटी फॉर दिस वंडरफुल प्रोजेक्ट सिकल सेल एनीमिया डे केयर सेंटर। Ladies and gentlemen, these are wonderful moments. Let's celebrate it all together. और इसी के साथ साथ अब हम गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड देते हैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जलना को। मैं डॉक्टर श्री कृष्णा पंचाल कलेक्टर जलना से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आए। रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर श्री कृष्णा पंचाल Collector Jalna to kindly be here on the stage and receive this award. This is our Gold Scotch Award, ladies and gentlemen, for District Administration Jalna for their project Mulberry Sericulture Soil to Fabric Process under one roof. Ladies and gentlemen, now the Gold Scotch Award goes to District Administration Uttar Dinajpur. I request Mr. Surjit Pandit, Deputy Magistrate and Deputy Collector Uttar Dinajpur to kindly be here on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for District Administration Uttar Dinajpur for their project Saksham Uttar Dinajpur. तालियां सबसे बड़ा अवार्ड होती है, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together. और इसी के साथ गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड अब प्रदान किया जाता है बिल्डिंग एंड अदर कंस्ट्रक्शन वेलफेयर बोर्ड पंजाब को। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर मानवेश सिंह सिद्धू सेक्रेटरी जी टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज एंड रिसीव दिस अवार्ड फॉर बिल्डिंग एंड अदर कंस्ट्रक्शन वेलफेयर बोर्ड पंजाब फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट BOCW वेलफेयर स्कीम्स। देवियों सज्जनों, इसी के साथ गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड अब प्रदान किया जाता है डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ स्टैम्प्स एंड रजिस्ट्रेशन को। मैं श्री प्रभाकरा HL असिस्टेंट इंस्पेक्टर जनरल ऑफ रजिस्ट्रेशन से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएं। Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Gold Scotch Award for Department of Stamps and Registration for their wonderful project Kaveri 2.0 Karnataka Valuation and E-Registration Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, तालियां। इसी के साथ गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड अब प्रदान किया जाता है ओडिशा रूरल डेवलपमेंट एंड मार्केटिंग सोसाइटी PRNDW डिपार्टमेंट को। मैं निवेदन करूंगी राजेश सिन्हा एक्सपर्ट स्किल से कि वो मंच पर आएं और इस अवार्ड को प्राप्त करें। ओडिशा रूरल डेवलपमेंट एंड मार्केटिंग सोसाइटी PRNDW डिपार्टमेंट के लिए उनके प्रोजेक्ट मार्केट लेड लाइवलीहुड्स एंड स्किलिंग। Congratulations sir and congratulations to the whole department. इसी के साथ गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड अब दिया जाता है सोशल सिक्योरिटी एंड एम्पावरमेंट ऑफ पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटीज डिपार्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिशा। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस नियति पटनायक डायरेक्टर टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज एंड रिसीव दिस अवार्ड। Ladies and gentlemen, social security and empowerment of person with disabilities department government of Odisha for their project rehabilitation center for substance abuse and mental illness. और इसी के साथ साथ अब हम सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड की एक बार फिर से घोषणा करते हैं। डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ MSc वेस्ट बंगाल के लिए मैं मिस्टर सुरजीत पंडित डेप्यूटी मजिस्ट्रेट एंड डेप्यूटी कलेक्टर उत्तर दिनाजपुर से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आए। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस अवार्ड इज फॉर डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ MSc वेस्ट बंगाल फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट लाइसेंसिंग एंड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एंड सेलिंग ऑफ ग्रीन फायर क्रैकर। Ladies and gentlemen, Gold Scotch Award goes to Directorate of MSc West Bengal. Mr. Surjit Pandit is already here on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this award is for their project West Bengal Artisan Enlistment Portal and Artisan Card. Ladies and gentlemen, now I announce our very prestigious and most important Platinum Scotch Award, and it goes to National Rural Infrastructure Development Agency, Ministry of Rural Development. I request Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, Director, to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate this organization for their wonderful project, Electronic Maintenance of Rural Roads, EMARG, that is E-Marg. Ladies and gentlemen, National Rural Infrastructure Development Agency, Ministry of Rural Development is receiving Platinum Scotch Award. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, and with this we conclude the 99th Scotch Summit. आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। नमस्कार, जय हिंद।